Cease chat. I'm gonna cease. Swordsman J gifted a tier 1 sub to Cardbucks.
You know what could eat? Heavenly, you know what you could eat? My fucking nuts. Don't come into my chat saying stuff about what should I eat. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Never, never, never. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're here at the stream. At the GEEGA channel. Wow. Whoa. I got an idea, Heavenly. Ryuko, what? Corn? You want to eat corn? I see you. What's up, big dog? What's up? Hey. Guys, we've been talking about corn for like 6 months now. Someone used the add tag redeem to just add the word corn literally like 6 months ago, and I need to add it back in actually right now. I thought this would just be a fad, but it turns out this stream might be a subsidiary of Big Corn, and I wasn't even aware.
Corn.
But it's making sense. Boji, thank you for the 5 months. It's an important topic. It is. Hey. It is, okay? Oh, yeah. Heavenly said we doing DreamCon participant stuff. Oh, I heard. I don't know. While I am a fan of Big Corn, I think I'm a bigger fan of Big Dairy. I'm not gonna lie. You know what? Why not both? If I'm gonna be bought out by anyone, it's gonna be someone making a bunch of food, you know? I feel like that's fitting. To reference, thank you for the 9 months. Also, Astral Phoenix. Phoenix? It's just PHNX. Thank you for the Prime for 9 months. So glad to hear that you're finally having your baby, your Prime baby. Swordsman J, thank you for gifting a sub. Mr. Washington, thank you for the 2 months. Jolt, thank you for the 27. One of the quietest mods, but I see you lurking. Blaze, thank you for the 8 months. Dairy is industrial cow snot, and I hate it except cheese. I love it. You call it whatever you want. Don't care.
I have made it to another month. This chat is actively making me more. Alhamdulillah.
More queer. Ryuko, thank you for the 13 months. It's fruity as hell up in here. And the thing is, like, you could be not fruity, you could be very fruity. Like, it's all good here. And I found that some of you, like, I see you in other chats and you're like, yes, hello, fellow dudes. Hey, like, in other chats, then you come here and you're like, hey, girls. like you show up and you all the dudes are like, hey. I think it's fucking hilarious. Nice. Yeah, no scurvy in this chat. No. No scurvy, only curvy here. And speaking of curves, while curves are important, you have to maintain them, right? Like there's curvy, and then there's a point where it's like, all right, maybe I'm drinking too much soda, right? But then there's you know, many of us have issues with this, right? Where every time we drink something, like we keep reaching for like soda, bubble tea, the things that are like absolutely sugar laden. I feel like everyone kind of has an issue with it. And thankfully, I have a solution, okay? I have a solution for you, and no, it's not piss. That's up to you. Do you want something that is 0 sugar, has 0 carbs, is less than a calorie, keto-friendly, diabetic safe even? It's cheaper, it's healthier than energy drinks or soda, you know, things that gamers tend to rely on. Can even be caffeine free if you want. Do you want into hydromax? Are you into hydromaxing? Yes, it's diabetic safe, absolutely. Well, luckily for you, I made an ad for this moment. I made this myself. I put my heart and soul into this, okay? So you better fucking like it. Ooh, I'm a thirsty little flower. Ooh. You have to use your gamer subs, which you can get with code GEEGA for 10% off at checkout. And did you know that for the next 24 hours, if you use my code, or just click on that link, it's automatically put in through the link, we have free samples and free shipping for the next 24 hours using my code. So if you're a thirsty little flower who just needs some gamer subs, you can use the link right now and my code. It's time! I am so thirsty. Joel, open up. I've got free shipping and free samples for you. Okay? For you. Don't be like that guy on the left. I am not doing that. Everybody hates that guy. That guy? No. No. Get him out of here. We don't like him. The guy on the right? That's the right fucking attitude, okay? That's the right fucking attitude. That's you. That's you. You're gonna feed that little flower. You're gonna water it. Would you let him die? No, you wouldn't. You better not. No one in my chat would. I know. I know no one in my chat would let him die. Never. Keanu Reeves, my beloved. Would you let Keanu Reeves remain unhydrated? Dehydrated? You would not. I know you guys, because every time I go into the Discord and I check on Keanu Reeves, he's thriving. Everyone's watering him. Why not do so with some damn nutrients? With some damn electrolytes? Why not give him more? Do better for him, for Keanu Reeves. You have to use your gamer subs. We have to. I would. I'm drinking it for myself. Exactly. Boone has a check mark. Listen to Boone right now. Wait a minute. If you're sponsored by gamer subs, why were you trying to get me to buy Fit Tea? Hey, I was joking. I was making fun of those like girls from high school that like peaked in high school, and then like 5 years later, when you check Instagram and like Facebook, if you still have them, the only thing on there is those girls being like, another new day at work. What a lovely morning. Hashtag Fit Tea. Hashtag girl boss. Yikes. The great thing about gamer subs is they don't do that shit to me. I don't have to buy their shit up front. All it is I have a code, and if you use it, it directly supports me. It's an affiliate program. That's it. Wonderful. I am not beholden in a way where I feel like I have to hold you at gunpoint to try and create gamer subs. It's very nice and lovely, yeah, and it's a normal way to support without me having to, you know, hashtag boss babe. When are you getting your old flavor? Well, if I want a cup, if I want a flavor, if I want any of this additional stuff, it all depends on how much support I get through this code. Plain and simple. So if you want to do it, the best time is probably now while I have the 24-hour thing going on. We have 10% off at all times. But we also have free samples and free shipping for the next 24 hours with that code. You know? So if you try it out, if you support, if you use my code, then we may get the things. And I would like to get the things, but, you know. So you're saying we should buy gamer subs with your code or Keanu Reeves will hate us forever. Yeah. Look at him. He's suffering. He's suffering. He's crying. He's a thirsty little flower and you won't water him. Oh, no. Oh, he's so sad. Oh, he's so sad. Water him right now. Here are the bits back that I stole from you and gave to Henya. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Water him or he'll die. Anyway, yeah, we now have a panel below. We have the code. I have a command, exclamation point, GG. Let me put it in the title. So if you want the link at any point in time, and you're like, what was that link again? Exclamation point, GG. We'll always bring it up. Okay? Why is he called Keanu Leaves if he never gets to leave? This feels fucked. Keanu would never leave you.
GEEGA salute.
He will never leave you. As long as you feed him gamer subs. Q-Tip, thank you for the 16 months. And for access, thank you for gifting a sub.
Tier 1 sub to Keanu Leaves.
To Keanu Leaves.
They have given 38 gift subs in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyway, that's the announcement for the day. I'll remind you of it here and there. Please use the code. Please help me get the cool things like a cup. If you guys enjoy gamer subs, you keep consuming and you keep buying through my code, maybe one day we'll even do a flavor. And if that's possible, I don't know, but I have direct ideas for what I'd want to do for it. So if it happens, I've already got the most laid out game plan. And I won't spoil it and I won't tell you what it is. But it'll be funny if it happens. It will be real funny. Now the next thing we have to do... Ah! Masquerade, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. I have one other thing that we have to go over. What's your favorite flavor? Oh, for gamers, this helps. I've been trying to go through and try as many of them as I can. I really want to try the new one, Cajo's Bloody Orange. I don't know how it is yet because I haven't been able to try it, but it's looking real good. It's looking real nice. Personally, my favorite, I don't know. I've been going through a few different ones and I'm trying to decide, but straight up just the lemonade is good, but that's because I just like lemonade. I like those sorts of flavors. There's also cherry limesicle that I kind of like. And the peach tea is like the one for me. I think the ones that I drink the most of are probably peach tea and the lemonade. There's also lemon limeade that's good too if you don't like straight lemon as much. I still want to try, there's a black cherry one as well that I really want to try. There are a few and I've just been going through them bit by bit because it's so many flavors. And they keep sending me tubs. They're like, oh, you want to try them? Well, since you're an affiliate, like, here you go. And they send me, I have like so many and I don't want to open them all at once, you know? but I also want to try them, so I'm like drowning in tubs of this stuff. They've been really nice to me, just sending me like anything I want to try. I find myself drawn to the flavor just called blue. Yeah. Yeah. Black cherry is really good. It looks good. Everyone seems to love peach tea and I usually don't like peach. Yeah, no, that's like, for me, I just like peach tea regardless of what company it is from. If it's like a standard peach tea from an iced tea company, you know, like I'll always get that. But, yeah, that's the one that I've been enjoying the most because I already gravitate toward it and it's done well. All right, here, I can come up here now. Hello. Hello. All right, we have one other thing to go over that I was waiting until we were here for so you could actually see it. So yesterday was technically the last day of the month, or not technically, it was, and that means that we have reset, as you can see, because the points are set to 0. We have reset the points. Alerts? Are the alerts not on? Hold on. I have to reload this shit. I got you. Don't worry. I'll restart the thingy. And I'll reload. The points are also stuck. I just have to hit like 2 buttons. There we go. Now they're updating. Ooh, monsters already ahead in dailies. You gonna take that? You gonna let them pull ahead like that? Hold on, I have to rerun my bots. I was doing some stuff on OBS earlier, and I think me restarting it several times, like, broke it. So let me fix that. But yeah, do your dailies. The thing that affects these numbers for winning each month the most, by far, compared to anything, is just people regularly doing their dailies. Because there's so many of you. So, you know, keep on it. Don't forget. Remind your peers to hop in and do the thing. But yes, this month's Faction Wars have restarted as of today, and I want to... Before anything else, one of you got scammed out of your cheer 333. And I want to play it for you. I can trigger it for you. Okay, here. There you go. Thank you for the bits. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Cobalt, thank you for the tier 3 for 8 months. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Yeah, the war begins. The war for this month. Which means, let me get the summary from last time. So, 3rd place for the last month was Undead. 2nd place was Monsters. And 1st place for last month was Creatures. Creatures, congratulations. And you know what that means. We have to do a few things. So first of all, wait, chat, go away for a sec. Okay. And we're gonna put up the green banners. We're gonna put up the green banners. Ready? Boom. Boom. We're green for this month. Great sucks. Too bad. And then we have to put you on the desk as well. Ew. Because I wanted to start putting your little mascot there as well, just to really, dig it in for everyone else. Just to twist the knife in the wound. We're also going to replace the desk ornament. Boom. All right. Let me grab the right one. Let me grab the new one. Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. Where are they? I could never find it in my files. It keeps... I think it's because of the file type. Oh. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to do like a 1-2 skidoo. I'm going to do 1-2 skidoo. Just to make that
one whole year
work
of the
better.
GEEGA were finding the funnies and usually end up having mine interest piqued by the cultured topics GEEGA wine. Also GEEGA creature clan.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. All right, here. I'm just resaving these as the right file type so it doesn't get all funny when I try to replace them on the desk, because it was getting funny. It was. Okay. Save little creature. There we go. He's gonna be so beautiful on the desk. Oh, yeah. Okay, ready? Here he is. Ready? Bum-ba-da-dum. Boop. Ta-da! Ta-da! Congratulations, creatures, for being #1 for last month. #1 for July. Woohoo! Wahoo! And that means that your buff is reset. It is reset. Every month that your faction doesn't win, you get a little buff to your dailies for that next month to balance it a little bit. Now that you've won, just be aware. That just resets. You gotta work. If you want to win twice in a row, it's very hard. It's very hard. You gotta work, okay? At least Wacka's still blue. Look. He's not aligned with any faction. He's a neutral idiot. And we love him. Okay. Making him align with the faction would cause him too much stress, and I would never stress him out. Look at this little guy. Never. Need to learn autistic talent at some point so I can contribute to the offerings.
Next
yeah.
To the general get good stinky monsters and undead.
You tell him. Yeah, I love him. No, you don't always need to be super artistic to make stuff for offerings and stuff. It can be like meme creation, Some people just commission stuff, honestly. Some people, they have an idea that they really like, and they go find some artist, and they're like, yo, could you draw this thing? Could you make this little asset? Some people have been doing that too, you know? And it's maybe easier if you could do it yourself. You could do more quickly, but, you know. Some people do writing. Some people just participate a lot. This is the other thing, is if you don't have anything that you want to contribute for the offering streams, another way that you can really, really, really contribute is by just showing up to Discord events. We give points out for that too, straight up. If you are there and you take part, you don't just like click the call and leave, you know? We give points for that. So be aware that literally you can get points for hanging out. and it happens so frequently that it might even be like more than you would get if you just tried to make stuff all the time. So, you know, you need to be good at art. I make my offerings and I must paint. Yep. It's the effort. It's, did it make us laugh? You know. Which faction has the most members? I don't know, but number doesn't really matter, because what matters is how many active people there are. And how active are they? Because every event, we do multiple things a week. And every event that we do, we give out points for. So if you don't have that many people active in your faction, but your faction shows up to Discord events, you're gonna mog everyone else. Just saying. Like, we've balanced it in a way that because what I wanted was, I really wanted to throw people something extra. If they're participating a lot, they're hanging out a lot. I wanted to reward that, because that's great and you don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a nice thing that you're doing. So if you do the thing, you get rewarded very well. Need to learn how to use Discord? It's so easy. It's so easy. It's literally like old chatting apps in a slightly more modern version. It's the easiest shit in the world. You know? Active members is probably proportional to total, though. Nah, it shifts. It shifts. It's never the same. But yeah, go do the thing. Go do the thing. If you care about the point system, if you want to interact with it more, it's very, very easy to grind more points. Hardest part of Discord is getting the fucking notifs to stop. Dude, okay. When you're making a server, as the server owner, there's a thing that you can click, that you can toggle, that says turn off regular notifs for everyone and just make it notice when they're mentioned, or a role that they have is mentioned, right? There's a blanket thing you can click for that. If you join a server and immediately you're getting notice for every message in it, if that server owner is someone you can like you could talk to in this way, tell them to turn that off. I sometimes join VTuber servers and like every message in the general chat is giving me a ping, and I'm like, did they ever look at their settings? Jesus Christ. And yeah, I made it so that all the roles to get pinged are optional. You opt into them. And at any point in time, you can go and like adjust that if you want to like add other ones. So if you want to get pinged because I posted a new video, there's a ping role for video pings. If you want to know when I'm live, there's a ping role for that. Or you can go and individually turn notifs on for that channel. Like, hey, every time she posts an announcement, I want to get a ping, right? I turned basically everything off by default, and then you turn it on if you want it. So that way, hopefully, my server doesn't piss you off. It takes a little setup effort on my end, but like once it's good, it's good. And you guys can just go and, you know, do the thing. But yeah, I tried to make it not annoying because I noticed that that was my behavior too. I would join a server and get a bunch of pings and I'd mute the whole damn thing. Even if I kind of wanted the pings from it, I would just like, it's quicker and easier to just hit the mute all button. And I was like, let's not encourage that, right? let's make it so that you can just comfortably use it. You don't have to tell it to shut up because it'll never bother you unless you ask it to for a specific thing. And you go, yeah, ping you when she's live, you know? So much easier. When people opt into the notif roles and react with angry ping emotes. Yeah. But yeah, mine's all opt-in to make it easy. So if you want to like participate in the Discord and you're like, oh, another Discord, I promise you, it will not bother you unless you like make it. We must make Keanu leaves grow. You have to. You have to. First everyone ping ever. Yeah, so I have it so that you will still get pinged by @everyone, but I never use it. I never used it. I used it a few times for each of my birthday streams because we were doing a big event each birthday, and for my debut, and that was it. So that's what, 3 pings. I never had an initial debut when I started streaming. I literally just turned on stream and was playing games with friends. So my first actual debut was with this model in December. And then I had 2 on-stream birthdays. So I've used @everyone 3 times. And I promise you it'll only ever get used for stuff like that. Really important stuff like, oh, hey, I opened an entire new YouTube channel, here it is. Like, you know, major things. Everything else totally opt-in. You know? You know? She just catch Discord. I don't think it's that hard. I think there are other people that run their servers well too. It just, there are also plenty that don't. So freaks me out. What was the first game you played on stream? I played Biped with my friend May. Wait, let me look at what I used to play. I was actually looking at this on my Twitch tracker a while back because I was curious and I was like, how much have things changed? And I feel like I haven't actually changed stuff that much. I feel like the stuff that I played back then, I would probably like play again today. You know, it's all stuff that I like. Here, if I go and sort and like sort by oldest, here, yeah, my first stream. So here's the thing: when I started streaming, I was going to stream for a week to get affiliate, and then I was like, then after that I'll spend time to prep a debut and then I'll do it, because at the time debuts really meant something, even if you were like no one and you had, because I started from nothing. I got a model, I made a Twitter account, right? Like I made everything. I made my channels, and I had no followers, and I just showed up on Twitter and I was like, hey, it's me, right? Like, I didn't come from some other content space and, like, brought friends and followers over. Like, nothing, you know? So, but this was 2020, and at the time, when you made your accounts fresh in 2020, you kind of could grow off of nothing, just a little bit. You get, like, a couple hundred followers just by existing and having, like, you know, hashtag VTuber in your tweets and stuff, right? So I did that, and there was someone who invited some people to a Discord for, like, a bunch of VTubers that just wanted to like start out and everything, and they made like a hangout spot, and I went in there and I talked to people and I hung out, and that's where I met a lot of my like first friends that I'm still friends with now, and we just chilled, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna stream for like a week. I was telling people in like the VCs in there, and I was like, yeah, I think I'll do that and like get affiliate, and then like once I have affiliate during this time I'll also like prep for a debut or something. I'll start getting those other assets. So when I streamed, I had nothing but a model. I had no assets. Everything I used was free, or I made myself like a couple of tiny graphics, little things. And I just streamed. And my first stream, if I look at it on Twitch tracker, I had 24 average viewers. Because I was streaming with a friend, my friend May, who was already streaming at that time, and she also had like 30, 40 viewers or something. She was like, yo, let's collab on this game, because we had been playing games offline together, me and like a bunch of people in that server. And so I showed up and I had 24 viewers, and I was like, people are watching me? I was like, why? You know? I was like, okay. And they showed up because it was just like some people from her community, and then you get recommended to people, like they always, you know, on your sidebar they always recommend you like one tiny VTuber. There were just people showing up and going, oh, someone new. And, you know, again, in like 2021 early and prior, people did check out every new VTuber that showed up. So it was slightly easier. The bubble was not, like, bursting, right? And then my next stream, I streamed in the middle of an afternoon, which was not the time I had streamed before. And I did Left 4 Dead 2 with some friends. And I had 14 viewers. Let's go. Honestly, really good for a second stream. And pretty much all of my streams for that first month were just me collabing with people, just playing games with friends, because I was like, oh, I just want to grind for affiliate. And I didn't care about how things did. And I was surprised that anyone watched at all. I was just like, oh, that's cool. And then a month and a half in, I got affiliate within that first week. And I just kept streaming because like I had people showing up that kept coming back just for me. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll just keep this momentum. Like it's maybe not worth like stopping and trying to prep a debut and stuff. Like, I think I'd do better just keeping this going. And I enjoyed the individual people that were in my chat too. It wasn't just like, oh, the numbers is good. It was like this little seed group of people is really nice, and they come from other communities that I like, and they're really nice, and you know, they know who my friends are. And I was like, why stop? You know, like, I'm enjoying this anyway. So I just kept streaming, and literally every stream for my first month and a half was a collab. I didn't do a single solo stream because, again, this was just for me to have fun with friends. Actually, no, for my first basically 2 months. And then, so my first stream was on, let me look, it was February 16th. I streamed a few times a week, pretty consistently, until the end of March 31st. And by then I was getting like, I had like 30, 29, 29 as my average views for those last 3. March 31st, I'm playing Super Animal Royale with my friend Kyo, the ASMR VTuber, the clam office lady. I'm streaming with Kyo. One of the first people to follow me back and talk to me, by the way. Always been really, really great to me. And I'm streaming, and in the middle of it, Zen raids me. We did not know each other at the time. I knew of Zen and watched her and was in her chat a little bit. But, she just raided me. I guess because she was looking through her browse features for like a small streamer to raid, because she just does that occasionally. And she just saw me, and I don't know if she recognized my name from her chat or not. But she raided, and I was like, oh, okay. All right. So the first like long chunk of that stream was just like a few people watching, and then the end of it was just like there's this like spike of people chilling. And so if you see anyone with a follow date of March 31st, 2021 or April 1st, 2021, because I streamed over midnight as well, they came in from that rate. And then get this, my next stream, I had how many average viewers? How many? 37. Ooh. I just want to make it clear that getting big raids when you're tiny does not make you pop off. It just gets you like, ooh, 10 people came back, you know? But hey, when you're that small, that's actually huge. That's actually fucking huge, you know? I was like, oh my god, 37. And then the next stream after that, 19. And then 33. And then 40. And then 29. And it was, you know, it was rubber banding a little bit. But it was like, okay, a few people stayed. A few people stayed. And that was like a big deal. And again, I was just collabing with people, not doing solo streaming and anything like that. So the fact that they were coming back to just watch me play some games with some friends and like... that was crazy, you know? I was like, oh my god. So I decided to never try to do a debut or, you know, stop streaming for any of that. I was like, well, I'm enjoying this and people are showing up, so let's just go. And I did that for like quite some time. And then it's really funny because there was this point where I decided I was going to start solo streaming for real. I was like, okay, you know, I'm really enjoying this. Instead of just doing this as a way to fuck around with friends, let me actually, like, try it. Try it, like, a semi-seriously, like, as a serious hobby, because I was, like, now interested in that. And I started streaming for real. And that first month was, like, a little shaky, a little whatever, you know? Like, I was staying at, like, around the same viewership, but a little, slightly higher, right? Because I was, like, just figuring out what kind of content I wanted to do. And then in like May and June, I doubled. I was at like, I was going to like between 50 and like 70 viewers. It was literally, now that I look back on it, like I just look, I'm like, wow. I remember what I was thinking. I remember what it was like at that time, but seeing it, like literally the moment I decided, okay, no, I'll actually try and put my mind to it. And like, when I play a game, I won't just do a one-off. I'll like try to play through these games. Like, I played Pikmin 3 as one of the first things that I actually went through and completed on stream. People came back. I was like, oh. Okay. Alright, I guess, like, if you're just consistent, it works. You know? And yeah, things went well, and then I was partnered that October. Less than a year. It was pretty crazy. But all my early streams, to answer that earlier question, yeah, it was like just fucking around with friends, not caring too much. Biped, Left 4 Dead 2, Battle Block Theater. I remember playing that with my friend Coda. Tetris 99, I think, was one random tiny solo stream. Some Apex. Some Monster Hunter Rise, right? I remember playing Untitled Goose Game with a friend. A lot of Super Animal Royale. I was obsessed with that game for a while. And I was just like loading up a game and being like, yo, anyone want to play this tonight? In that one server, and people would be like, yeah, let's go. And we'd hop in. And it was honestly a great time. And I wasn't like... At the time when I first started this, I didn't think that I was going to become a streamer. I was like, I want to stream occasionally for fun on the side. Not even as a serious hobby, right? Because hobbies could be compartmentalized into, this is 100% casual, this is a thing I'm trying to improve at, and then this is a serious hobby, right? Like, there's more nuance to it, but those are, like, in my mind, the 3 levels. And once it went from, like, I'm gonna kind of try to know this is now a serious hobby, like, I just see, like, the the growth happen when I look back at it, which is kind of crazy. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. Are there any servers like that now? I'm sure people make them. I'm not aware of them. I have a couple of, like, friend servers that I'm in. There's one that I was in. Not this one, but there was another one that I got in a couple months later when I was taking this really seriously. And I was like, okay, let's, like, really try. I got invited to this other friend server. It's the one that Mary and I were talking about the other day when Mary was here. And that server's still around. And they're still, like, friends in there. And a lot of them don't stream anymore. Some of them were planning to become VTubers, and they got, like, an OC, and they did the whole thing, and then they decided that they just didn't even want to stream. They were like, nah, I'm actually just here for friends and community. You know? It's a lot of people like that. And some VTubers, some people that are, like, doing really well now, too. And that was that friend server. That was, like, early 2021. I think basically all of 2021, I spent, like, all my time in there if I was hanging out with people. And that's kind of where, like, a lot of my friends came from that I currently hang out with. If you see me hang out with someone that isn't, like, some huge VTuber, you know, right? It's probably someone from those, like, early days that I just chill with in VC. And it was nice. It was nice to have, like, a community. I don't know. That's kind of why I wanted to take it seriously, was because I liked the community aspect. And I wasn't even, like... Not that I was disinterested in growth, but it wasn't very important to me because, again, I was working full-time. It really didn't affect me whether I grew in that way or not. I just liked the community growth because I liked having a group of people showing up to chat that I could then go play games with on Discord and stuff and, like, make content for, right? I don't know. That was the appeal, if that makes sense. That was the big appeal for me. And then my community of those people would interact with other communities that were centered around my friends, and it was kind of one larger community, and that was fun. That was just really fun for me. And I was like, okay, I like that. And that's why with, like, streaming now, sometimes I'll, like, play games that I know, like, won't do well. Sometimes I'll do things that I know I'm like, I enjoy this. I think my core community would enjoy this. I know this is not going to appeal to a wider audience. It's not going to be, like, a banger stream. But, like, I don't care. I don't know. The thing that I care about most is growing community, right? Because that's most enjoyable for me and for everyone. That's my focus. And it always has been, and that's why the Discord's so chill, is because that focus has never, like, changed, really. And and I know I do myself a little bit of a disservice. I know how growth works, and I know how to game it, and I know that you do certain things a certain way and you just grow faster and you do better. And I'm aware of that, but, like, I don't know. That you have to pick one. You can have both. But you have to pick one to focus on. Like, do I care about community growth and community health more? Or do I care about, like, more like hyper growth? And both work. You can work on your community after hyper growth. You can build a community first and then work on hyper growth. Like, you can do that, but for me, it's always just been, I'm gonna hard focus, like, the community side. And, you know, if a bunch of people come in and there's any moments of, like, a lot of people showing up, that's cool, but I'm still not gonna focus on them as much as I focus on just core community, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. How did you figure this stuff out in the first place? You mean like how to do well? From like a metric standpoint? Literally just observation and testing things out. I would try something and I would notice not that many people were into it, and I would ask the community. I'd be like, hey, that stream, how do we feel? Do you like watching this sort of thing? Yes or no? Why? And from the beginning, I always had like really open conversations with everyone, and I still do now. I'm like, do you want to see me watch, do you want to see me play more of this thing? And people be like, yes and no, and here's why. And I like literally ask for opinions, not just a vote yes or no. I'm like, oh, you can discuss it, right? Because I'll never do stuff I don't like and I hate for growth or something. I'll never play games that I straight up hate, just and like complete an entire game that I dislike and I'm not having fun with because it does well. So every option that I'm giving you, and I'm like, oh, would you rather this or this? It's always within the realm of like, I would still like to do this. You know what I mean? But then if I like all of these options, which one should I pick? Probably the one that you guys want to see, right? That's like the second tier down of how to decide, if that makes sense. That's, I don't know. Yeah, it's very feedback heavy. And I think a lot of people are kind of afraid to talk to like their communities about this stuff because they're like, oh, what if I look obsessed with growth and obsessed with numbers and things? And I'm like, you don't if the questions are, hey, do you like watching me play this game? like what's wrong with wanting to do things that people want to watch? You're literally a streamer. Ask for feedback and talk to people, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You know? Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Or what's wrong with wanting to do well so that you could live off of this because you're already putting in like full-time hours on this? What's wrong with hoping that you could make that work for yourself so you're not working for like free? Right? People gotta eat, and I don't think anyone blames you for that. And if anyone does, they just like don't get how it works, and it doesn't matter what they think, right? I don't know. So I think it's really good to just have open conversations about that stuff. And if anything, the open conversations keep you from obsessing about the wrong things. Like, you don't want to just look at number and be like, big number, good. Right? You want to be like, am I happy with my community? Am I happy with how I feel when I'm playing these games? Am I happy with when I'm playing this game, do I feel like people are entertained? If I feel like they're not entertained, does that actually bother me? Or am I having enough fun to just want to keep doing this? You know, like, it's more nuanced than that, right? So it's good to just talk about, I guess. Hey, chat, when I said doo-doo shit for an uninterrupted 45 minutes, you like that, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and if you want to, like, shit post, you want to do some dumb shit, don't ask everyone about it. Just do it. Just do it. And chances are, if it's funny, if you're having fun doing it, everyone will be like, Lamau, that was good. Right? If you spend time focusing on your community, and you build a community of people who like the same things that you like, then any stupid shitpost you do, they'll probably like, and you don't have to, like, obsess or worry about it. You just do whatever. Do whatever the fuck. And if something doesn't land, it doesn't land. Yay, you learn from it. It's not like a wasted stream. It's not a wasted day or wasted time. It's just more time spent honing in. That's all, right? Lamau. Lamau moment. Yeah, the fecal funny. I remember I was holding back on the fecal funny originally, and I was like, dude, I think nothing's funnier than, like, shit jokes. Literally nothing's funnier than disgusting locker room poop jokes. But I held back because I was like, this doesn't seem to be what most VTubers will joke about. Especially at the time, 2021, it was all like sexual top and bottom jokes. Like, that's literally all it was. And I was like, well, I'll just go for, like, standard humor, you know. It stunk so bad. And I was like, I'll stay away from that a little bit, but, like, you know. Same as now? No, it was different. I'm telling you, it was different. Now it's thirst trapping, which is different than constant self-deprecating sexual jokes, right? And I'm glad we've evolved a little bit. People were horny. It was bad, and a lot of people felt like they had to be to like get noticed, you know? And if you think, oh, it's bad now, it's not. Now it's separated into people who actually enjoy throwing that kind of humor around with them as the center of the joke. And then people that don't enjoy it feel more okay not doing that and not feeling like they have to. So it feels like I see bottom jokes everywhere because a lot of people genuinely enjoy engaging with that kind of humor. I don't necessarily think it's bad. I think it's bad if you force yourself into it, right? It's if you think that joke is funny and you make that joke on stream and a chatter in your chat thinks that joke is funny and they engage with it and they call you that thing and you think that the deprecating humor again is funny, there's nothing wrong with that exchange. Literally nothing wrong with it. The problem was just that people that weren't that into it felt like they couldn't not do it at the time, you know, or they'd be like, no one will watch me or whatever, you know? And so now I'd say that there's just more variety of people doing different things. And if you see someone doing the overtly sexual whatever, they're probably fine with that. Because it's been proven that you don't have to be like that to grow, right? There will still be outliers. There'll still be people who, like, get the wrong idea that they have to do this thing, whatever. But, like, on average, it's not as bad. So, you know. Yeah, it felt like a forced meta. Right. I think it's good now. And you know why there are a lot of horny VTubers and horny jokes and things thrown around? Because that's what there's a huge market for. And there are a lot of people that enjoy that humor. Like, genuinely. That's what a lot of people like. Okay? That's just how it is. And it's not just teenagers. It's not, no. Is it on average a little more on teenagers? Yeah, but it's everyone. It's everyone. And people on the internet, when unchecked, you can't see their real human face, right? They're just like a username. They're like, finally, I have a place where I can let this shit out. This is where they let it out, you know? You know what I mean? So I don't think it's bad. I think it's much better. I think earlier Ian VTubing was a worse example of like how that stuff could be, you know? And I think now it's like it's settled down where people are cool with what they're doing for the most part. And I enjoy it. I like to see it now. So, and even some of my own friends, some of them like had to be like, one of you said that you remember watching a VTuber totally drop the horny act because they realized that they just didn't want to do it anymore for views. Yeah, like you've seen some people straight up do that. There's some people that adopted it. There's some people that felt like they had to be like say so pure, you know? And they were like, I think I won't appeal to a wider audience if I'm like too horny, because there was like a swing back the other direction too, right? And then over time they were like, nah, I could just do what I want. And then they just like let it out. So like the only thing that I care about is that people are doing what they like and that they're comfortable with whatever they're doing. If some sort of thing is not for me, or I say like, oh, I don't like watching X thing, it doesn't mean that I hate it by default. It's like, oh, I don't want to watch it. It's a preference, right? Opinion piece, not that I actually think it's bad, right? I think everyone should have that sort of attitude, honestly. Come on, man, you know? Viewers forcing jokes that the streamer doesn't want is weird. Same other way too. Streamers forcing jokes because they think people want it. Right? Like literally just, I know it's the lamest and most tired advice, but literally just be yourself. Be yourself, but ham it up for comedy. Ham it up a little bit. As long as it's within an amount that's fun and doesn't feel forced. It just feels like you're, you know, being theatrical and having fun with doing that. That's fine. Like when you're doing improv comedy, right? Felt like it was held back by imposed etiquette. Yeah. I think a great example of like that is Buff Pup. Did any of you watch Buff in like early 2021? Because I watched Buff for a really long time. I watched her and Shia for a really long time. She never used to curse. She never did or said anything sexual. She was literally family friendly. She was like Nickelodeon, okay? She would say flippin' and heckin'. I remember going to her streams and she would be like, so I was reading the flippin' the article about this thing. Haha, yeah. Hey kids, you know? Totally palatable for like people under 18 to watch. And people over 18, because Buff was just funny, like on her own. She didn't need like horny shit. But that was like, she also found that funny. She also liked that kind of stuff. She held it back. And then at some point she was like, oh, I don't need to. I'll just let out whatever I want. And then she had this like renaissance. And I loved to see it. I was like, yes, yes. Because again, like, I just want to see people do what they like, right? I think that's much better. It's healthier for you, right? Absolutely. It was actually refreshing to see the most recent big debuts. The talents were pretty blatant about the kind of content they're okay with and want to see pushed. Yeah, I honestly think there's nothing wrong with like semi pandering to certain kinds of humor or certain types of communities, as long as it's done in a healthy way and no one's causing any harm, right? If you're like a horny individual and you make that a lot of your brand and people engage with it and have fun and no one's being harmed, that's fine. That's totally fine. If you are an adult and you're doing more like humor that works for teenagers because you just genuinely enjoy like younger Zoomer memes and shit, and like that's what you just find it really funny, and you like creating that kind of content, you like interacting with that sort of audience, and you feel comfortable doing so, and you create a safe environment for them to interact with you as well, fine. Right? I see some people complain when they see someone get overly horny or they make like kids content and they're like, but they're a grown-ass adult, blah blah blah, and I'm like, well, look, if no one's being harmed, literally just, like, who cares? No one should care. No one should care unless something's actually horribly wrong, right? So I think, I don't know, actually, I always see people, like, I mute it and I, like, scroll past it usually really quickly, but every now and then there's a new tweet that shows up where someone's complaining about the community, blah, 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 and, oh, everything's so horny all the time, everyone's so whatever all the time, blah, blah, blah. They complain about, like, literally every meta gets complained about. And I'm like, I think things are in a good spot, actually. I'm really happy with, like, the way everything is right now. I think we're in a great place compared to, like, early 2021. At the same time, there was a lot of really funny content. There was a lot of golden era kind of stuff happening back then. But the wider community was not in a good spot, I felt. And things are doing great now. I don't know. I think everyone should be happy and chilling and smiling. Like, no joke. But maybe they didn't see a lot of that older stuff, right? Maybe they're newer to it, so they don't have that frame of reference as much, or they just watch like two people, right? And they had their Oshis from like one company only, and they didn't see like the wider everything. I think everything's in a really good place right now. Everything's diversified. Everyone has seen that everything is possible. You can do what you want so long as you do it well. That's it, right? It's great. You don't have to sit and watch the streamer either. Dude. If someone does something with their content, or like they have a certain type of personality and it really bothers you, don't watch it and don't make yourself miserable. And if you see people posting about it and like it pisses you off that people keep talking about them, add their name to like a list of blacklisted words on Twitter so you don't have to see it. That's it. Disengage. Nothing is healthier and nothing will make you happier than disengaging. Because I think it's very human. I think it's very normal to do this. You'll feel the urge to like dissent. You'll feel the urge to like see someone constantly posting about this person. You're pissed off because you keep seeing this person. You're like, I can't stand their content. I go, why is everyone like that? Blah, blah, blah. If you start commenting on it and spending time on it, you're spending time on it. And you're losing. You're losing. You know what I mean? Like, you could spend that time and that effort on the streamer you really do like in their community, making content for them, like original content, little things. I'm gonna draw a little thing, whatever. You could spend time watching their stuff to help them, boost them directly, and have a way happier, way nicer time. And it's hard to, because it's human nature genuinely to engage with things that are negative, because it's straight up how your brain works, that it likes to take note of and really think about negative things, because it's literally survival tactics. It's what helps you survive in the wild, right? Remember that horrible thing that happened? Analyze it, think about it a lot, so that it doesn't happen again, so you don't die to it, right? Don't eat that mushroom. That one caused you horrible pains. You're gonna have a lot to feel and think about that bad mushroom. But that good mushroom that's fine to eat, you're not gonna think a lot about it. You're gonna be like, oh, that one's good. Mushroom is so good, right? Literally human nature to attach to the negative. So just use your modern developed brain to be like, oop, my brain's doing that funny human thing again. And just get yourself to, like, block some words. It's okay to not like people, absolutely. Gang gang. It's so good. Yeah, and you'll have a great time. It's difficult, and I don't think it's actually easy to do that. I think it takes a little willpower. It takes a little willpower to disengage from stuff, but, like, you have a great time. And then you can go watch your favorite Victorian child NPC streamer who's like, I'm toying, mummy. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, right? And you can have a wonderful time with your Oshi. That's what I'm saying. I say muting people with VTuber opinions. I'm on Twitter to be silly. Yeah. I just like shit posts. Like, whenever some situation happens that everyone's complaining about or, like, commenting on, and everyone's like shitting on a thing or approving of a thing, and there's a lot of, like, back and forth, people just talking about something, I'm just there for memes. I just want to see the shit posts. I don't care what side anyone's on or what their opinion is. I want to see funny memes. And if whatever controversy or person or thing is not producing good shit posts, that's when I disengage. Right? Like, if someone debuts and people are shitting on them and I feel bad, normally I would disengage. But if there's some banger hot fire memes being created, I'll keep scrolling until those run out. Once it devolves into no one's being funny anymore, I'm out. And I won't like them on Twitter because I don't want to feed into it, right? Like, I'm not trying to actually promote anything like that because I don't want anyone to have a bad time. But if those memes are hot fire, straight off the press, I am there. I am looking, I am scrolling, I am hee-hee-ha-haing. Not letting it change my opinion of anyone. I'm just looking at the memes. But if it's funny, it's funny. It's like bad Netflix shows worth it for the memes. Yeah. Yeah. But the moment my brain starts to, like, try to formulate an opinion on something, I'm like one of these situations that has nothing to do with me. I'm like, stop. I tell my brain to stop. That's why I push myself through with a little willpower and I start blocking words or something. You know? It's when you get a good harvest of memes when there's a bit back and forth. Absolutely. Boca, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome. Like, I keep getting reminded of really good copy pastas when I see people arguing with each other on Twitter in replies. There will be so many people that will argue about a thing, and I don't care about their opinions, but I just scroll to see if anyone's got, like, some really good, like, shit posts. And there was one older copy pasta that someone posted in reply to someone else. Someone was just like, they sent them an essay in their replies, and they were like, I don't care, and then they sent a funny copy pasta back, and I was like, yes. And this is why sometimes it's good to be looking at this shit on Twitter, because sometimes the comebacks, you're like, I'm gonna remember that one. I'm gonna log that one in my brain, you know? That's the value. That's the value for me. So I have one that I'm holding on to, because I vaguely remembered this copy pasta. That's a great comeback when you just do not care about something someone's saying and you're just, like, trying to waste their time by making them look at your reply. And I was like, I couldn't remember exactly what it was, and I was like, oh,
fiery posts.
Cab!
I have a hunger.
Cab, thank you for the 17 months. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna send this to you, Cab. I'm not gonna tell my chat what it is yet, because this is, like, hot fire comeback for me when I need it. But let me grab it for you. Cab, if someone pisses me off, I'm gonna send this to them. What I'm sending you in the DM right now. And it's real. By the way, what I just sent you is a real thing. Okay? And that's just special just for you. I'll send it to you, Heavenly. Budgie, hello! Thank you for the raid. Balgy raid. Why the Budgie, I didn't know you were that old. What's happening? That emote isn't so good. I love how it's named Baji to test. Is that because you're actually testing it, or is that so you don't get scanned for it? Here, Heavenly, I'll send it to you too. I'll send it to you too. Tell me if you think this is hot fire or not as a reply to someone. It's mine, though. You can't use it before me, okay? It's mine. You gonna raise someone's blood pressure if you pull that out? It's one of my favorites that I remember. I used to copy paste to people all the time back in the day, and like you just forget about things as they fade out, right? And then I rediscovered it. I saw it, and I was like, "Oh my god, yes, that's right. I used to use this one all the time." So I saved it. It's my favorite. You'll next time. Basically, no one tries to argue anything with me on Twitter because I just don't engage. But if anyone does and they piss me off, you'll see my banger. You'll see it one of these days. But I hope have best banger day. Thank you. I will. I hope you had a lovely stream. Was she singing? What was she doing today, guys? Raiders. What was going on? What was happening? You got the cure for low blood pressure? Oh yeah. Singing? Yeah, good. I remember, so I met Budgie a long time ago because we had the same person rigging our models, and we were both friends with Miko, and he was the person that drew and rigged my old model.
Username gifted a tier 1 sub to Hootie Hoo.
Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Hootie username. Thank you.
Gift subs in
Appreciate it. And so we knew each other way back when, and I remember one of the first things I watched her do on stream was sing. And she was so good. And she has the ability to really swap her voice around between like different modes very well. So she has like a beautiful low register, a beautiful high register, both like equally good, and that's something that's really difficult for people. And I was like, can you just keep singing forever? Can you literally sing forever? I want to hear this forever. You know, some people's voices are just like instant serotonin. And that's like how her voice is for me. And speaking to, not just singing, her register can change like really well. She sings like, guys, she's so good. And then I remember she like stopped streaming for a little bit. She was just focusing on life stuff, and then she came back to streaming, and I was like, thank fucking god. Thank god. I can hear you sing again.
Suck GEEGA moth dance.
Is this about me or who or what? No, it's about me. Clearly, Baji. I was clearly talking about myself. Dude, now thank you for the 11 months. Thank you. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I was talking about me and my endless karaoke streams, of course. Real and true. I remember I asked her to sing New York once a long time ago. And she did it. And then there was some other song, and I can't remember which song it was, but I asked her to sing that song out of a list because I didn't quite know what the song was. I was like, oh, this one looks good. Sing this one. And then she just like changed all the lyrics to be about me on the spot. It's really fucking funny. It was really funny. I love watching GEEGA do karaoke on her totally real older sister's Twitch channel. Yes. Yeah, so true. Yeah. Karaoke stream went. I mean, I think about it all the time. I think about going and practicing singing again. I used to sing a very long time ago. I don't think I would be good at it now. Like, I'd have to practice a lot. I used to sing a very long time ago. And a combination of that, plus at the time, doing a lot of things where I was yelling all the time and I was speaking over sound constantly.
GEEGA wine to another 12.
I damaged my voice a bit. Captain, thank you so much for the 12 months. Thank you. I developed vocal nodules, which are like little bumps of scar tissue on your vocal folds that when your vocal folds meet together, they're supposed to be like these little half moon shapes that like flatten out and meet together to create nice vocalizations, right? And then when you have like little bumps on them, it creates these odd gaps when they come together. So when you're speaking, it's usually not a big deal. But when you're singing, it depends on the placement of them too. Mine are thankfully like not like right in the middle, so they're not the worst. But when you're singing, you'll be singing and sometimes randomly you'll just get this like whistle sound. You'll just get this like, you know, and you just can't, like, you'll have a couple notes sometimes in the middle of your register that you just can't hit because the exact way that your vocal folds are trying to vibrate, like those nodules like touch each other. And it creates these little gaps so that the vocal folds can't like meet repeatedly and vibrate together the way they're supposed to. And it makes it really hard to like do the things you want to, and especially going up and down between notes. Sometimes those nodules just kind of slap together for a second and it like, you know, it doesn't work well. So I like developed those nodules pretty young, and I stopped singing because I was like, I don't want to make them worse, because they were like, yeah, if you I was still yelling. That's the thing. I was still yelling and talking over stuff because I was teaching like classes and I was doing private lessons for things, and I was in loud areas all the time, and I was just like yelling all the time and talking so much every day, like I already do. I was just talking. So I was like, I have to drop one of these. And I was talking to a doctor about it, and I was like, what, like, how much do I have to drop? And, you know, I brought things down, and I learned to be able to feel when I was getting to a point of strain. So I would do things up until that point and then stop. So they've gotten a lot better. They're not as bad as they used to be. They're still there, but they were bad before, but they can get better over time. And I changed the way I spoke and the way I did stuff. And I speak with a certain, like, tone and amount of air going through and all this stuff that is, like, healthier so they don't fuck up. You know? So, like, I think I'm at the point where I could, like, maybe practice it again, but I'd have to be so careful about technique, and I wouldn't be able to pull, like, long karaoke streams out the gate or something like that, because I would absolutely make them worse. Because when they're already there, it's easier for them to get worse. If you don't have them at all, you know, it takes a bit for them to develop. So, yeah. Never heard of that, so I had to deal with that. Yeah, anyone who's been... I think even teachers get them a lot. People who are just speaking a little bit loudly. They're, like, projecting constantly. Anyone who has to just speak over sound often or sing a lot is at risk for developing them. And a lot of people have them and don't even know that they do. There's a real danger for people that try to learn to sing by themselves, especially stuff with distortion. Yeah. That's the thing is, a lot of VTubers are like, oh, I want to sing, and they just practice on their own. And you really gotta, like, think about technique. If you're practicing a lot, you're putting a lot of time in, because a lot of time in with, even medium amounts of time in with bad technique could really, give you a problem. Really give you a problem. And you know, as someone with that problem, I'm like, yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. And you have to, yeah, you said you got to stretch before you work out. Warm-ups are actually so important. And that was my problem, was my baseline technique with singing whatever was fine. Like, that wasn't injuring me. It was the fact that I was waking up and then yelling over a bunch of people and doing things right in the morning without having warmed up. Just out the gate, just getting to where I need to go and just being like, all right, we're doing this today. And I would be strained. And then by the time I was getting to when I would sing or whatever, my voice was already strained. And it's very hard to relax things and loosen muscles up and do everything properly when you've just spent all day yelling unwarmed up. You know what I mean? So it's very, yeah. It just was like a recipe for me kind of having issues with that. But it's gotten so much better. It's gotten so much better, and I'm just like, well, I just need to practice with good technique and and warm up properly and everything. And that's part of me not streaming like right when I wake up, right in the morning. I have time to sit around and talk. I talk to my cats a lot, literally, just to be vocally warmed up a bit. And you speak low at first, and you go through your range. You're like, ugh, and you do the stuff that, you know, makes you sound like a crazy person, just so that your vocal cords are like doing all right before you get on the mic, you know? Voice is a muscle, you can mess it up. It's a lot of different muscles, yeah. And vocal everything, you know, you can use all the muscles everywhere from your neck and throat, even your chest, all the way through to like every muscle in your face almost affecting how you speak. A lot of people, the way they speak with improper technique. And they speak with like muscles in the back of their neck being strained, not the back of their neck, but the back of the throat area being strained and all this, and they just don't know. So like learning how to speak with good technique is kind of the same as learning how to sing with good technique. And I spent a lot of time just kind of focusing on that, like trying to make myself actively think about it, you know? Ain't no way I don't know how to talk properly. Yeah, no, a lot of people don't. Like, do you know the concept of like resonance coming from different spots, sound resonating in different areas of your face or your throat or all these things? There's a lot of really, it's the concept of vocal placement. And people always think this is a singing thing, but when I developed my shit and started having problems with it, and I was talking to someone about it, like, how do I combat this? How do I fix this? I don't want to get surgery for these nodules. Like I would just rather, like, do what I can normally. I was talking to a speech therapist, and they were talking about vocal placement. And they were like, well, you saying you know about vocal placement with that. And I was like, yeah, it's like this. You want to have resonance in the mask of the face, in the front and everything. And they were like, do you do that when you talk? Eriko, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. And I was like, hey, I don't think I do. I think that when I talk, at the time, my placement and my resonance is not correct. I'm actually, like, straining muscles in, like, my throat area and in my neck to get the sound to happen, the vocalizations to happen. Like, I just didn't realize until they pointed it out, and they were like, oh, well, if you know how to do this when you sing, like, you should be able to do this when you speak. And I was like, oh my god, this is so hard, because you're talking, the way you speak is, like, learned from when you're a little baby, right? So changing that is like it took me so long. And I don't sound super different, but I feel different. I definitely feel different, and I don't strain nearly as easily as I used to, because I really focused on proper technique with it. And I don't know, I was just like, man, I wish I knew this earlier. Like, literally no one will ever teach you this shit. And if they do, they teach you this in a singing kind of way, but they don't put it out from the gate like, hey, you can just talk like this too. Like, all resonance is resonance, right? Whether you're singing or just speaking. I don't know, it's just such an interesting thing, like a weird epiphany for me to come to, or like maybe a sad realization to be like, holy shit, I'm not talking with good technique. Fuck. You know, shit. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the way your voice sounds is going to sound so much better or more pleasant if you're speaking properly. It will be slightly more pleasant, but it's the way you feel and, like, how fast you strain. This makes me wonder if I'm talking properly. Okay, just talk. Go A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Where do you feel the majority of the vibration in, like, your bone structure? You know, your bones are literally vibrating. That's creating the resonance that people are then hearing come out of your mouth, right? Where do you feel that? Back of my throat. That's incorrect. You'll feel some of it. You're supposed to, if you're doing it properly, the vocal placement should be forward in the mask of the face. And the mask means all the bones at, like, the front of your skull. If you're looking at a skull front on, right? Like, your nasal passages down to, like, your teeth area. And if you're speaking with proper technique, especially singing with proper technique, you should feel it. Yeah, top of your mouth isn't bad at all. That's a pretty forward placement. You should feel the resonance in the roof of your mouth, and then everything in front of that, your maxilla, which is like the bone that your top teeth are in. That chunk of bone, your upper jaw, and then up through, like, your nose nasal passages kind of over there. And not to sound nasally, it shouldn't only be there, but you should feel that resonance through all of equally, like, the mask of the face, if that makes sense. And when I realized that, I was like, fuck. Shit, I don't do that. Because I also spoke with the back of my throat and then, like, low in the throat too. And I was like, oh, I feel like I can't feel that very well. You have to just talk a lot and really practice. And I think most people will not be aware of it immediately. You have to really, like, think, you know? But it's part of proper enunciation. I have to speak with my teeth. Not that you have to speak with your teeth, like, moving them. It's just when you go, ah, ah, wah, 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 wah. Go, ah, wah, 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 wah. Don't just go, ah, right. Ah, wah, 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 wah. When you say wah, you should feel like the front mask of your face vibrating a little bit. The top of the roof of your mouth a little bit. If you don't feel it there, now there will be resonance happening everywhere. It's not like you should not feel resonance in other places. But if you only feel like your throat area resonating and you don't feel it in, like, the bones of your face nearly as much, that means your placement is in the wrong place. If that makes sense. Yeah, everyone's becoming Waluigi. Ah, wah, 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 wah. Ah, wah, 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 wah. But I remember that was the exercise, one of the exercises that they had me do, to just, like, feel it. Like, can I feel where my placement is? And I was like, oh, shit, okay. And then they were like, okay, put a pencil in your mouth. So literally put a pencil between your teeth, like, sideways. You know when someone is, like, being all cringe and they put, like, a rose in between their teeth? They're like, hey, little lady, right? They were like, put a pencil between your teeth, bite down on it, and then start trying to talk and enunciate through this. And I was like, hey, blah, 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 blah. And they were like, no. So I did it. And I was like, hey guys, I'm actually trying to enunciate it right now. And it felt so fucking weird, but it was like a really good exercise to force yourself to speak through the front of your mouth, right? It shouldn't be too hard. And if it is, you're not using your tongue, the front of your tongue enough to shape sounds, you're doing it with your throat, which is why a lot of your words might sound like a little muddled. If I feel the top of my throat when I go, ah, blah, 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 that's good. It should be kind of evenly through your throat and then a lot of resonance in the mouth area. Basically the inside of your mouth. I don't have a pencil. Can Bada stick his hand in my mouth instead? Yeah, of course. Are there resources to learn how to do this anywhere? There's so many YouTube videos. There's so many like singing coaches and speech coaches on YouTube. Straight up. Who will talk about, just search up like vocal placement. Search vocal placement, how to enunciate properly, how to create proper vocal resonance, those kinds of words. And then you'll find like a lot of help videos of people that are coaches and know what they're talking about. And yeah, that shit helps so much. Now like this is why I can stream for 6 hours and not really feel that strained from it. So long as I'm hydrating and like keeping aware of how I'm speaking, and if I start to feel tense, I like real quick like switch some shit up, you know? It helps so much, dude. And I don't think I have like the most beautiful perfect voice, but like I know my technique doesn't hurt me. This has all been a gag to get chat to make funny noises wherever they are. Don't tell them. Stop it. Half of them don't really know what they're talking about, though, at least from the singing side. Yeah, I think the problem is that there are a lot of different ways to explain and do vocal technique. And basically, as long as it works and it's not harming you, it's okay to do. But some of them are mixing up okay with, like, good and the right way, which is not it. And I noticed that when I was watching some videos on, like, how to sing better. I was, like, curious to see what vocal coaches said. Some of them gave really good advice, and then there's some videos with tons of views that like the advice is just not it. They're acting like this is the only way to do whatever, and I'm like, this is not what. This like doesn't actually help, or not too many of them were harmful, but it was like not gonna improve anyone, you know? So I don't know. You have a recommendation? No, I'd have to go search through stuff. I haven't like had to sit there and watch those in a long while. But I just remember coming across a lot of them that were not so good. Not so great. You know? But yeah, just go look up and find that if there are a lot of things that people commonly say, they're probably not so bad. And don't necessarily listen to someone who's like, this is the only way to sing. You have to do this. But just look up, like, exercises to improve these things, and the exercises are usually pretty good. That's why having a professional person with you is important. They can correct you. That's the other thing. A lot of these videos, they'll be like, you should just do this. And then they do a thing perfectly that's so hard to figure out how to do on your own. Like, you need a coach sitting there with you, right? For certain things. You need some feedback. And it's a little scary to think about people trying to do this one exercise, but not thinking they're doing it right and doing it with the wrong technique, and then they're like fucking up. I think that's the case with like literally anything. Exercises, sports, as well, not just like the vocal stuff. Like when people are learning how to lift. Is that person a bot, by the way? The person who keeps spamming 1 billion emotes? Are you hearing me? Are you a person? I would like to know. Are you a human being? This is the test. No, not you. The other one who's very obviously... look at that. I don't know, guys. Do we snipe him? Ugh. Turing test? Yeah, feeling like a bot. Feeling like a bot, maybe. Alright, there they go. Gone. ESL? Maybe. I don't know. Typically, anyone who's ESL, like, I don't mind if you only communicate with emotes because you are ESL, but when you're posting like a billion, then I get sus that it's a bot. You know what I mean? That one feels like straight bot, though. Absolutely. I find the people that are ESL that don't type in English in chat and they just use emotes still are reacting. Like, I'll say a thing and I'll laugh, or chat is laughing, and they'll laugh too, right? Like, it's a human reaction. Because I do the same thing. I watch streamers who I barely speak their language. I just understand little bits. I understand enough tiny bits of context to kind of know what's going on, right? And so they do a thing that I can tell is obviously funny, and I found it funny. I'll do a laugh emote, right? Like, that's... But I'm not, like, spamming. What is ESL? English as a second language. So basically referring to a lot of people who are interacting here, but it's not their first language. So, you know, you want to be, like, cognizant. You want to be cognizant of that and not, like, snipe people out and moderate them too heavily if you think they're not a bot, but maybe they just don't speak English that well, right? Oh my god, they're back on a new account! The name of it matches. Get him. Get him. Snipe him. Sometimes I use emotes only if I can't think of anything else to say, but not... Yeah, exactly. Misfire. Oh no, you got the wrong one. There you go. That's the right one. There you go. Yeah, mod whack-a-mole moment. Is ESL a concept that applies to other languages, or is it unique to English being particularly fucked up? No, it's every language this applies to. Every single language could be your first or your second or a later language. Just that when we are speaking English, we call it ESL because, especially in like the American school system, they will have ESL classes. Because in America, there are a lot of immigrants, right? And if you're going through the standard American school system, they'll put you in ESL classes, which is literally English class, but instead of the English class that all of the native English speakers are taking, where it's more like literature based, it's teaching you how to properly just communicate in English. And that is called ESL, and that's kind of why we use that. We use that term. And it's not only used in education, it's used in other spots, but that's where like most kids grow up hearing the term ESL, is in school. Do you speak other languages? Not very well. My listening for Korean is really good. I used to live there a really long time ago. But I haven't had many chances to speak it with anyone more than like basic colloquial stuff and like ordering food and everything. So I'm not very well practiced in speaking anymore, but I'm pretty confident like I could just communicate with someone if I needed to. Or if it's in written form, I'm totally fine because I have the time to like process, you know, look at it and think of like how to word what I want to word. And I used to tutor in it too for basic classes. I used to tutor. What brought you to live in Korea? Military family? No, something else. But I don't want to say what it is because it's like too specific. It's too specific, but it was a long time ago. Yeah, and it was not that kind of reason, but it was something. I don't want to say similar because it wasn't actually similar, but yeah, something like that's an extenuating circumstance where it might make sense to be there for a while. You know. And not for one extended period of time. It was several medium periods of time over the course of a while, if that makes sense. Several multi-month trips that were a bit more than a trip. So because of that, I got to, you know, be directly exposed. But it's been so long, and I still have so many friends there that I communicate with. I also played a lot of like Korean MMOs and made friends that way so that I could have like some practice. But a lot of that was written or in VC, just like talking to gamers, which isn't like, you know, the most riveting conversation. It's just like call outs when you're playing games and stuff. But yeah, it was a thing where I was like thrown into it. I didn't really like go learn Korean because I had some sort of like special interest early on or anything, but it was like while I was there, I became very interested in a lot of what was going on, and I made friends with people that were also younger and got into whatever they were into, you know, because that was what was just around them. K-pop said no. Actually, I do really like K-pop, but it was backwards. Of my interest in it was because of my exposure to it, if that makes sense. And like, not to be that person, I liked it when no one else did. It was a very long time ago. It was a very, very, very long time ago. And it was at a time when if you were an English speaker and you were into K-pop and you wanted to like go online and talk to people about it, right? There were like 10,000 people on LiveJournal talking about it, and that was like it. There were not many communities, and there were so few people in the English-speaking world. There were a lot of Southeast Asian fans, too. Most of the English-speaking fans were Southeast Asian or Korean Americans. And it was like... It was very, it was a tiny community. That's all. It was literally like VTubing in like 2020. If you were a VTuber fan in 2020. Okay? It was like that, but a long time ago. If that makes sense. It was this tiny group of people in this tiny community centered around just a few interests and, you know... And it was a really cool time, actually. It was a really cool time. And I literally, when I look at the VTubing community and like what's... I guess the cultural shifts, the social shifts, it just literally reminds me of that. I feel like they're parallel situations, if that makes sense. I don't know. Did you ever attend Music Bank, Music Core, Inkigayo? Yes. Yes, I did. And I won't say when or what, but I remember going to Music Bank to see someone a long time ago, and it was before everyone had like light sticks, so we would hold a balloon with their fan color and like wave the balloon while doing like the what's the word, fan chants in one bulb. We would sit there and we would be like oh, it was really fun. It was really fun. And I think because I was foreign, they just like, I always got like bumped up to be let in. Because it was kind of hard to get in. You had to like buy albums and then wait outside, and like some of the albums would come with a pass to like basically raffle yourself for entry to see them live. And so you'd show up and you'd wait outside and maybe get let in. But because I was foreign, they were like, oh shit, put her in. Like, again, so I got to go a few times. But I had to travel. I was not in Seoul. I was not in like the main city. So I had to, like, I couldn't go all the time, you know, like it was just occasionally. And I wasn't there for like, you know, K-pop. So, you know what I mean? When you said you'd seen Flowsick, I knew you were a real one. Dude, yeah. I like a lot of the older stuff because that's what I was exposed to, right? But I don't know, things have changed a lot, and I still think it's good. I still think there are a lot of like good artists and groups, and I think the way that the thing that I like about that market, about K-pop in general, is not even specifically like the music, the groups. It's more like the competition is really crazy because of the way that industry grew and the way they train people, and they specifically pick people and put them through programs to become idols, whatever, is so like figured out that the talent pool is crazy. The people are so, on average, so insanely talented. And that's what I'm interested in. When I get interested in any artist from anywhere, if you just make good music, I'll just like your music. But I'll be way more interested in being a fan of you if I just look at you singing or performing and go, holy shit, they are a performer. They are so good, right? And so, like, that's what keeps me still interested in that industry. Same thing with the idol industry, yeah, and in J-pop as well. Things are very different in the talent pool. Like, I used to I really like hella project groups, actually. I like a lot of idols, like GEEGA idols too, and underground stuff in J-pop. I was actually way more interested in J-pop before I like got interested in K-pop. And then it was easy for me to get interested in both because there are some parallels. But I was into like really old J-pop. And I liked Morning Musume. I even liked like their Platinum era stuff. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, it's very old. And the idols were good, but it was the first time that it was so, I guess, formulaic with the training that they did on them and everything, and like producing them into groups. Not the first time, but like one of the first major successes of that sort of formula. And I looked at that and I was like, that's so cool that in their industry they like they like boot camp people, you know, to be able to do this. They're like, okay, you want to do this? You're not that good at it yet? Well, if you have some soul and you have a good personality and you have a good attitude, go through this training program and we might debut you in a group, and then like your journey can be followed as you get better as an idol, right? And I loved that. I was like, this is so cool. And it was easy and fun to get like emotionally invested in a little bit, right? Like now you don't just care about the music only. You really care about watching them improve, because that's something that's just very interesting to follow along. Really, really interesting. Everyone loves an improvement story, you know? So getting to watch it in real time and getting to basically support someone in real time through that was so unique, because in the West, people usually, their first song, like they're releasing music for a while, but they're just some tiny artist that no one cares about. And then when they're finally good enough for people to pay attention to them, some record label picks them up and then you hear about them, right? They're like, oh, here's Taylor Swift. And she's like already good at what she does and already making good music. You didn't get to see her and have her marketed to you when she was still, right, in her development stage. But that's what J-pop was doing. And I thought that was so fucking cool. Because it's fun and wonderful on all sides to be supporting someone who's like trying to improve. And you're there through that. And it creates this bond, not to get too parasocial, because there's healthy and unhealthy versions of this, but it creates this like emotional bond for you and them as an artist, not necessarily as a person, but as an artist, right? When you are still a fan of them later and you've been there through them improving, and now you're watching them release music and they're so good, but you remember when they were like little baby doing their shitty little dance, right? And it's a wonderful experience. That's the part of idol culture that I really do like. That I really, really, really do like, right? Is getting to experience that with them in real time. I think that's like such a wonderful experience. And the whole point of idols initially in Japan was, the reason why the word idol was even used was like, this is supposed to be someone that you can look up to. You look at their improvement and their attitude and like you want to be like them. And it's a motivating thing. It's almost like a cheerleader in a way through other things, through their medium, right? And so a lot of people, the emotional investment isn't like this weird parasocial bond with the idol where it's like an unhealthy thing. It's more like they're looking at what this person's doing and they're using it as motivation for themselves, right? It's inspiring. And they remember, like, when I watched this person working so hard, sweating on stage, crying, whatever, it motivated me to try harder. And a lot of people genuinely like do better because of this, right? And that's like the big positive, the big good thing. And, you know, obviously there are bad parts of idol culture, absolutely. But when I see people only shit on it, I'm like, are you not seeing the whole point of this? Are you not seeing this? Like, this is what it is for so many people. This is what it is. It's a thing that affected their life so much because it's a huge motivation. So, I don't know. I like those parts of it. I think it's very cool and great. And no matter the negatives, for me as a person who's able to be a fan of those things in a healthy manner, it is positive for me. That's how I feel. You know? That's just it. I've only seen the negative side of things. I think, I've said this before and I've talked about this before, I think people in the West misrepresent idol culture so horrifically because they love making videos and articles that are on the bad stuff. And that bad stuff is there and it's terrible. It is there, but it's not every group has that. Not every company runs everything that same way. There are plenty of companies that do stuff to discourage those things, that keep their idols safe. There are plenty that don't. It's like the American music industry. Literally. I brought this up last time, but remember the shit that happened to Kesha that was happening in broad daylight? When she was talking about how she was abused by like her management and stuff, and her record label. And then there are other record labels that are really good to their American artists. It's the same thing over there. Britney Spears, right. It's the same thing over there where it's good and bad. But for me, I like the good even more than I like the good in the West. I like the good parts of idol culture, like, very much so. Because for me, I like the whole watching someone's improvement journey, getting invested as a fan because you want to support someone, because doing that gives you some sort of self-improvement as well. That to me is valuable. I genuinely value that. And I just hate how they, like, never talk about that when they're talking about idol culture in the West. They only talk about the bad, which again exists, but There are plenty of people doing the right way, especially especially if you're into underground idols, which are GEEGA idols, are like small idols, people that are running their own thing. It's just like one little group, and they've got like one manager, and maybe there's a company, maybe there isn't, and they're performing in like little, I guess it's almost like Western dive bars, but they're performing in these like little music halls and stuff in front of like 40 people regularly, and they're making their own music almost themselves. They find like one producer and just work with them. And, you know, Nectar, thank you for the Prime. Also, Arikia from before, thank you for the sub. Welcome. But there's a lot of that kind of community, and those people are very susceptible to bad things happening, but at the same time, a lot of them are trying to change how things work as well. And there's a lot of good stuff happening on that front. And I think it's just cool to pay attention to. Really cool to pay attention to. Not exactly a dive bar, because like it's not that sort of venue, but like it's the same idea where like dudes after work are going to this place to hang out, and then they go see some idol group of some girls like working really hard and being like, here's our new song, let's go, woo! And they like made it in their basement, you know, and it's really fucking fun. But there's good and bad in that community too, but I find the good in that sort of community is a lot of people trying to change the attitude toward idols. They want to keep the good and like change how some of the bad is, and like it's pretty successful with a bunch of them. Or like I like a lot of alternative idols, which are idols that are making alternative music, but often depending on the group it's very different for each of them, but a lot of them are also changing what idol means, and they're shedding some of the image, and they're doing music where they like curse a lot. They are doing, it depends on the group, they're doing like some of them are doing metal. What's a good example? Like Passcode doing metal and shit. I think even Baby Metal is probably one of the most well-known like alternative idol groups, where they're doing like, they kind of look like an idol group, but they're doing something very different that is very much so not the standard idol image, right? Bish, yeah, brand new idol shit is one of my favorites. Bish, I actually used to listen to Beast when it was like the group before them, and they did some really weird shit, but I thought it was so interesting, and I kept my eye on them. And then Bish was made out of Beast later at the same company, which is like Whack. There's this company called Whack that makes a lot of alternative idols, and they made a basically follow group called Bish, which is brand new idol shit. And they do a lot of crazy shit. They do a lot of music that's a little bit more standard. A lot of it's very rock based. One of their music videos that I always talk about for their song Orchestra is like the storyline in the music videos, like two girls that are clearly in love with each other in like high school. They're like lesbians, and they're just like kind of slowly figuring this out. And like it starts off just looking like girls being friends, and like halfway through the music video they're like about to kiss, and you're like, whoa. And then like a teacher comes in and is like, what the fuck are you doing? And like the song is about like that, you know, like that experience. And that's not the sort of thing you'd normally see idols doing, right? Like, yeah, it's like cute girls doing cute things together, and you're like, ooh, and like a lot of fans are like shipping them or whatever. But like that group actually made like a song and music video specifically about it. And I was like, oh shit. So a lot of alt idols are doing cool stuff like that too. That's very very off-brand for what you're used to, or what the West especially thinks like idols are. And it's fun as fuck. It's fun as fuck to like look at all that. I find Lady Baby fun. Yeah. The dude himself is like super nice too. Seeing Baby Metal is, oh yeah. They've done some really cool collaborations as well. Deadlift Lolita, this is another one. I think yeah, there's just a lot of really cool shit out there. Maybe I should just like do a stream talking about it one day where I show you. The problem is that like there's a heavy DMCA, especially with music from Japan, so I can't like play their music on a stream and play their music videos on a stream, or I'll get DMCA'd to all hell. So maybe I'll do it in Discord one day, but I'd love to present like an alt idol presentation, show you like not just the bands and their music, and some of the solo artists too, but some of the stuff that they've done that was specifically like headliney to I guess change idol shit. Beast being one of the biggest ones. I remember Beast, what they did was they would perform and they would crowd surf. And something that's really huge is like, you're not supposed to touch the idols, right? A lot of the time they're younger girls, first off. Second of all, some of them are grown women as well, many of them. That's another thing that a lot of alt groups are changing. Idols are typically like younger, and a lot of alt idol groups have just normal aged women in like their 20s, even their 30s sometimes in them. So they're like trying to change the age thing as well. Hello Project does that a little bit, where they bring in a lot of like young girls, but they occasionally have a member that's still like 28 and in a group. And they don't make her graduate. They're like, hey, if you're having a great time, okay. You know, it's like there's a lot of that too in standard idol stuff, but alt idols tend to, you know, not care about age as much. And I remember Beast, their big thing was there were videos that freaked people out because they were an idol group and they're singing about a lot of weird shit, sexual shit even too, and they're wearing, they put on like middle school swimsuits. The typical swimsuit with like your name on the front. They put on the normal swimsuits and were like crowd surfing. Straight up crowd surfing and like singing, and there'd be a crowd of dudes like just holding them by the legs, holding them up, so they're up on top of the crowd and they're like like in front of everyone, doing like screaming and stuff. And it was like really fucking cool, and it freaked people out because this was before there were a lot of alternative idols, and people were like, what is this, these sham idols, and they were getting like really mad, and that was Beast's whole thing. They were like, we're changing it. We're changing the fucking game, you know? And some of the videos of them are just so fucking cool. They also did some stuff that was beyond weird that, like, even I was like, what the fuck? I remember them pouring, like, fake blood on themselves and, like, on the fans and stuff. It was so fucking... They did some even worse stuff, but I honestly... It was performance art, right? It was performance art, and it was cool. It was cool as hell, and I just loved it. I loved it so much. I thought it was great. War but idols, sort of. But it was still, a lot of their music was still very idol-like in the middle of that, and then some of it very much wasn't. They covered all parts of that spectrum. And it was funny because when they did like one song that sounded really kind of standard idol-y in a way, the lyrics were funny and they were like less standard, but the song sounded standard. They ended up having like great success with that song and getting noticed for it. And I remember seeing that and I was like, but why don't they like the other stuff? I was like kind of mad about it, kind of angry. I was like, but what about all this cool shit that they were doing where they were making a statement? So sad. Or like, and now there's a Beast too. Okay, so they're still called Beasts, and Beast the group happened, and then they ended activities, and then they created Beast from the same company, Whack, and then later there's another Beast that came up, and that group started like covering some of the old songs and doing like new versions of them, and I'm like living my best life. I am living my best life having like these older songs be remade by the newer girls. It's so good, so good. It's their K-pop version of Rammstein. There's some people that do metal. I'm not really into any bands in particular that I could like think of that do metal in Korea. I find that there are a lot of really good Japanese bands that do that, and a lot of people in Korea will just listen to those, to be honest. I love that Bish is an acronym. Yeah, but you have to do the lowercase I. It's very important. Very important, okay? But yeah, I don't know. One of these days we'll do it in Discord or something. Maybe I'll do it for like a mob talk, and I'll grab a bunch of alt idol stuff, groups that I liked. Oh, I want to show you one of my favorite groups. They're so... I don't think they're everyone's cup of tea. Just raise your hand if you know what this group is. I'm really curious to see if anyone knows. Do you know the group? They're no longer super active as a group, called Maison Book Girl. Do you know that group? Anyone? Is there a single person, don't lie to me, only tell me the truth, who actually knows of that group or knew of that group? No? I want to show you some of the really weird, obscure stuff that came out of alt idols. Spelled, yeah, like that. My song. So, heard the name, not the music. Their music was weird. And, I'm not even gonna try and tell you it was super good. It was just interesting. I thought the girls themselves were pretty good. And I followed that group because one of the members of Beast, that group that again was like covering themselves in fake blood and crowd surfing, when Beast stopped promoting and they ended activities, they stopped the group, that girl went on and made her own group with 3 other girls that she picked up that wanted to do idol stuff. And they got a producer, and they worked with like the same producer almost the whole time, who had a very distinct music style. And they did like the most hipster shit, where basically they sat around and wrote a lot of poetry, and a lot of it was about depression and melancholy and ennui and that kind of stuff, right? And just things that they experienced as young people, but written in the form of abstract poetry. And they turned that into their music. And in a lot of their songs and music videos, they never smile, but they also don't frown and they don't cry. They're just totally emotionless in the face for a lot of it, and they'll do entire performances like that. And for some reason, I just really liked this. I don't know. I was like, wait, something about this I can really get into, because as long as you commit to it, it's good. And they did. Like dolls, sort of. And they're, yeah, avant-garde is the right way to describe it. Very, like, artsy-fartsy, and at times I'd be like, oh, shut up, you know, it's, like, too much sometimes. But I think, overall, it was really cool. And they would do these live performances that were almost never filmed. Like, they would film it themselves and release DVDs, but it's hard to find, like, footage of it. And they'd be in a theater, a small theater, they'd have the girls on stage, and they'd come out and, like, read their poetry. And they'd have entire motion graphic, like, videos and things behind them as they're reading. So it's part of the performance. And then they'd, like, sing and do their music and do dances in between all of this. And it was good. They themselves were pretty good for idols, for underground idols especially. They were pretty talented. And they would do, like, stuff with projectors. They would have a projector on the girls as they're performing. So you see a projected video of some sort behind them. And a lot of time the video would sort of interact with them in certain ways while they're performing. And it was very, like, purposefully put together. And it was just fucking cool. That's all. It was just fucking cool. And I was like, oh my God. Look what they're doing. I don't know. It's very neat. I love to show you their shit. I'll see if I can find any. I own one of their old DVDs, but I don't know if I have the, like, do I have a disc drive? I think I do on this computer. I have to see if I can, like, pull some of the stuff from there. But, yeah, no, there's just a lot of this cool older shit that I want to show you with, like, underground idols that was just so different. And it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. The music is, like, it's odd. It keeps going mixed meter. So they don't have a lot of songs that are in 4/4, where the song goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, as most music that are used to hearing does. They have a lot of songs that are in, like, 5/4, 7/8. They switch up. They'll go 5/4, and then randomly they're in, like, 6/8. And all of that. Math rock. Not rock at all. Not rock. And, yeah, it's just a whiplash. Just whiplash. But this is why I got so into, like, alternative idol groups, because a lot of them tried to do these really specific things that weren't, like, perfect, because, again, they're very low budget a lot of the time. But it's so... I just really enjoy watching people, like, do their best. You know what I mean? Try to make something cool and whole ass it. And I love that. We'll do that in Discord one day. I'll set it up where I can, like, show you everything. Yeah, polyrhythms. Very neat. Very neat. I want to see more of that. Math rock takes skill, but it's just not enjoyable to listen to. Right. Their music here was still pretty good. They still tried to make it palatable to the point where the meter changes didn't, like, make you feel like you're about to throw up, right? Sometimes you're listening to something and the meter changes and you're like, ugh, and it makes you averse to the song because you were getting into a groove, and then that change, like, just fucked it up for you. But they did a really good job of, like, not doing that. Basically, like making it so that it's still listenable. And I think honestly their biggest problem with their music was that their producer, his mixing wasn't the best. The mixing wasn't the best, so some of the sounds come through very sharp, very crazy. He'll have, like, toms for percussion that are so loud. There's bum bum, and you're like, whoa, what is happening? But that was also part of the charm of it. Like, that was part of the soul of it, so I kind of didn't want it to get fixed. By the time I was listening to a lot of their music, I was like, this is part of the signature, and now I like it, you know? If that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of you guys listing out a lot of people that are doing that sort of stuff. I think a lot of old math rock was, like, really cool, but I listen to it out of interest and not out of like, oh, this song is so good. Right? But they did like small elements of that. And it was just neat. I just really like their live performances. And my like number one idol Oshi is a girl from that group, and she still does stuff as a solo artist a little bit. And like no one, my real life Oshi has never been anyone other than her since I got really into this group. And she's like no followers on Twitter. I remember like finding her on Twitter a while back and like following her, and I think I like have more followers than her now. And I was like, what? How do I tell people about you? You know what I mean? Strong desire to market her. So good. Mixed meter, so good. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, when I say this group was obscure, I mean they were like not well known. They had this little renaissance where people were like, oh, what a cool thing, but like they still didn't have that many people actually becoming their fans to show up to like their live stuff as much, you know? Let me look at how many views they have on their videos. Their YouTube channel, their official YouTube, 25,000 subscribers. I have surpassed that. One of their music videos that shows up first, Faithlessness, 330,000 views. Not really the biggest group, but still like not bad. Another one at 800,000, which is pretty solid. And they started getting Tokuma Japan started publishing a lot of their shit, which was neat. Yeah, not really a huge well-known group, and they don't even do stuff as a group anymore. They don't. But I just remember looking at their stuff and being like, I like people when they don't have a lot of funding and they don't have a lot of reason to be doing this. Like, there's money to be made in a I can live off of this sort of way, but not like a lot. And they're just doing shit because they want to, right? And they're like, hey, if this works out, this works out. And if it doesn't, I just want to do this thing. It's in that weird teetering spot between a serious hobby and a career, right? And it takes a lot of passion to like push through that. And that's the charm of like getting into like underground idols, or even like same thing with like smaller streamers and stuff, right? Or people that even if they're not a smaller streamer now, they went through like a small streamer grind. There's a lot of charm in like that phase of it, I guess. And you hope that people get past that phase, right? Like if they are your Oshi or they're like someone you're very invested in, you really hope that they'll get noticed by more people and they'll grow past it. But getting to be there during that time is really cool. It's just really fucking cool. You know? Wow, Joel. Wow. I wish I were a cute VTuber. I'd be so pretty. Literally, just make one. Anyone can be one. Now, voice and personality are their own thing, but but you could just hire someone to make one. You know what I mean? Now, of course, that's like money permitting. Look at Joel. Joel was like, I want to be a beautiful woman with fat tits. No, actually, initially he didn't want fat tits. He was supposed to be flat and androgynous, and then people just kept drawing him with huge honkers, like enormous. And it just became that way, and it became part of the brand that, like, to the point where he couldn't escape it anymore. But, like, literally, that was not his choice at first. Yeah, huge pectoral muscles. Yeah, his pecs are so strong. But literally, you want to be a beautiful anime girl? Go do what Joel did. I think people are afraid. They're like, I guess I have to be a handsome man. And I'm like, no. No. You want to be a cute girl? Make a cute girl. Be her. Go. Be free. Now, I don't know how much market there is for, like, a whole bunch of dudes using female avatars. I have no clue. I know in JP there's some market for that for sure. But, like, if you want to do it for fun, fucking do it. Okay? Just do it! Mousy was reading a wiki how on how to be a VTuber earlier and was flipping out how bad it was. Yeah, people are... we read through those once a couple weeks ago. 2 months ago, maybe? I don't know. They're so bad. They're so bad. Sometimes it takes a guy to be a best girl. See, wouldn't that logic... Okay, wouldn't you think that a guy would know best what guys want? One would think, right? Right? And you always hear this now. Well, I always hear this from like friends of mine that are bi. They're like, look, being with a dude is just different. My male friends that are bi, they're like, look, he understands what to do. And I'm like, wait a minute, wouldn't this also work for like people's social tastes and like content tastes? I would think. Now the problem is what a lot of dudes want is they still want like a girl piloting the model. It's like part of the thing for them, but like as far as what content to do, I don't know. I think it's good to have those outside opinions. Or perhaps inside opinions. Maybe you're piloting the model. Maybe. Literally, no, we're so dumb. Guys don't know what they want. I know what most male VTuber fans want. I think I've honed it down. I talked about this a long time ago. I remember talking about this literally a year ago. And we were talking about how I was talking about the appeal of like K-On! Someone brought up K-On! In my chat like a year and a half ago, and they were like, I just don't get it. It's about nothing. Why do so many dudes like it? And I was like, have you ever heard of the genre? Cute girls doing cute things. This is a concept that's been around for forever. Forever. Anime fans have categorized things as this for a long time, okay? Yeah, moe, right. Very fluffy. Exactly. And I was like, that's the appeal. And they're like, but there's no like major story. And I'm like, that's not why they're there. They are entertained by this. It heals the soul. Right. Literally. I was like, that's it. It's the Seinfeld of anime. Yes. And that is wonderful. And this is something that like anime fans have known for so long. So then when VTubing came up and some people were like, I don't understand so-and-so's appeal. She's just like playing games badly and just like kind of talking and like, I don't get it. And I'm like, look, it's simple. Don't think about it. You click, you hear her talk. And if you're like, haha, and your time is more pleasant than what it was before that, great. There is appeal, okay? If you're sitting there breaking it down, you're making a spreadsheet, and you're like, well, she's not good at these games, and blah, blah, blah. And when she talks, these are the topics that she talks about, and blah, 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 and you're like really breaking it down. Like, no one cares. Maybe you do, but no one else but you cares, right? People have appeal. If a bunch of people watch someone, I don't care if you think that person's like not a good streamer. If people watch them, they are entertained by them. That means they're good. Okay? Maybe they're not good at the things that you wish and you don't have to watch them, but like that means they're good. It's like when people get pissed off by XQC existing. And they're like, I don't get it. He like, I can't, blah, 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 blah. They complain about him so much. And I'm like, look, he has appeal to a lot of people. Therefore, he's a good streamer. Dude, yeah. Now, I'm not saying he's skilled in all the things you want him to be skilled in. But there are people who enjoy the vibe and they're entertained, and that's good enough. Right? And I'm baffled too. I am too. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, no, me as well. I can't watch his streams. I click and I'm like, I do not understand it. I did understand when he was playing Overwatch. Right? I absolutely understood that because he was a good gamer and that's what he built off of, right? But then after that, I was like, I no longer get it. I thought some of the clips were really funny, just like I couldn't watch his streams, you know? But there were individual clips that were great, and I was like, is it just people sitting here waiting for the next banger? Surely they'd get tired because it's so much time spent while you're waiting for that banger clip, you know? But no, people just sit there and actually enjoy watching him. And they type in his chat. His chat's super fucking active. and I was just like, okay, well, then I guess he's good no matter what I think, right? Like, in this situation, my opinion on him literally doesn't matter because so many more people than me do enjoy him. There you go. That's how I feel on stuff like that, right? Like, no matter, I can talk about my opinion on stream all I want, but it literally doesn't matter in that situation. I could sit here and be like, I don't get his appeal. Like, it's not gonna affect shit, you know? So that's how I feel about, like, I don't know. It's like that with all creators, with all content, everything, right? If people like it, they like it. Frustrates me that some people can be successful by being completely head empty. I think being head empty or doing that sort of entertainment is still a skill-based thing. There are plenty of people who could try to do that and will do a shitty version of it. He and some other people that do similar content are doing a better version of it. Therefore, it's skill-based. It's just a different skill. Right? Now, he wouldn't really be good as a podcaster. He'd probably be pretty shit, right? But he's good at that thing that he does, and there's appeal to it, and there are people that want to watch that. Therefore, yay. Yay. It does well. Right? And that's in the end, that's what matters, right? That's what matters to him, at least. Joe Fudge, welcome on in. Hello. Welcome. I was just talking about streamer appeal and how it doesn't matter if you think a streamer doesn't have appeal. If people watch them, then they're good. Then they appeal to those people, and your opinion doesn't matter, right? And we was talking about XQC specifically as like a good example of that. You know what I mean? The Piss King. Yes, yes, yes. The Piss King himself. Joe, have you gotten back on Bounce for the summer update at all? I'm gonna hop on at some point, and I'm gonna I already did, and I started setting some things up, but I want to figure out how to go to space, because they added those mods where you can literally go to space. You could be the Piss King and you could piss on the moon. That's all I'm saying. Okay. I'd just like to make that clear. You could go piss on the moon.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Joe
I think that's important.
They have given
That's true.
gift subs in the channel.
For Axis, thank you for gifting Joe a sub. Thank you. Thank you. Bite said, how entertaining you are as a male streamer is inversely proportional to the number of functional hair follicles you have on your head, in my opinion. Me watching NL, me watching Dance Gaming, me watching Co-Carnage, me watching... I noticed that a while back. I was like, wait, a lot of the male streamers, facecam streamers that I like sit around and watch a lot are like all bald. But I think that's... No, I just think that's situational, coincidental, because... Thank you for gifting XQC a sub. I'm sure he'll love it. Because lots of people are just bald. Right? Like, it's the other way around. Lots of men are bald, therefore, if you watch male streamers, you'll probably watch some bald guys. Right? Ko isn't bald, you take that back? Look, if all you see is a beanie and you never see his hair, then, you know. About Germa? Germa's not a human. Okay, so he doesn't count. Tyler 1? Dude, I remember watching Tyler 1 in the League days before he was funny, and I was like, this guy's not funny. Why do people watch him? He was really good at League. He was really good, but I was like, I don't get it. And then he had that time where he got banned. Oh! Anonymous gifter! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you. When did he become funny? Okay, look. Look. I'm not gonna say he's 100% funny all the time. Sometimes he's just raging, and I don't always enjoy that. But he was like nothing before that as far as like entertainment value, right? He was just angry and good at League of Legends, right?
User gifted a tier 1 sub to Wolf.
Thank you for the gifted subs. Is it doing all of them?
An anonymous.
Okay, let's turn that off. So he had a point in time where he got banned from League. He got banned from League of Legends, and he had to take a break, and he didn't know what to do with his channel, so he had to become funny. He had to start doing something else. Bite, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Sorry, for whatever reason, it's individually playing the last gifted subs, so I'm just gonna let it go. He started doing shit like magic shows. Like really shitty magic shows. He put on like a shitty cape and a top hat and like that plastic wand with the little white end caps, and he started doing like the shittiest but funniest content. He put like a red curtain up and he's like, all right guys, welcome to my Twitch channel where I do not play League of Legends. And he just like understood and became funny in that time, and it was this renaissance for him. And I remember I was like, oh my god, I'm watching this guy become funny in real time, you know. Oh, there we go. Mr. Bite, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Big spender. Did I reset my goals? Did I forget to do that? I think I forgot to do that. I passed 70,000 followers and I forgot. I forgot. Where's my goals button? Is this the goals button? I wish they put text on the buttons instead of just random images where I can't tell what they are half the time. Follower goal. Yeah. Start new goal. New one. 80K. Road to 80. Boop. There we go. Okay, sub goal. Is the sub goal working? I'm gonna end it. I can't even tell. Karma, thank you for the bits. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, start goal, sub goal. All right, this next sub goal is to specifically fund a set of assets that I was trying to get to run game shows. I have it all lined up, and I want to do more game shows, but I wanted to get like proper assets and backgrounds and things, and that's what this is for. That is what that goal is going toward. Thank you. But anyway, yeah, long story short, people sometimes become funny and they find their appeal, and it's wonderful to see. And Tyler was one of those people. Kyola, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You must want those game show backgrounds. Yeah, they're like they're gonna be on their way, but I want to fund some like extra assets related to it, you know. And it's a lot of extra stuff. You know. Also, Vel, thank you for the Prime. Welcome on in. Welcome. Is he still entertaining? He can be. He's fallen back to like sometimes doing a lot of the older stuff, but I think he's naturally funnier than he was before. But I also don't find like people that rage a ton that funny. Raging has never been like a thing I like to watch, because to me it just looks like someone who's like being a big baby or like doesn't know how to control themselves, and it's like sad to me, right? Because no matter how angry I feel, I don't really like feel the need to like do something crazy. Like a little yelling's fine, but like not like physically. He like picks stuff up and throws it and like screams so hard that like his eyes are popping out of his fucking head. You know what I mean? And there's nothing funny within it sometimes. If you're mixing the two and you're making it into a bit, even if you're actually mad, that's one thing. But when streamers are like, their whole thing is being actually just raging angry and there's no bit. It's just them screaming. It does nothing for me. It's just like sad, you know? Being salty, like I get it's funny. Right. Like being salty is like this different thing because there's nuance to it. It's a storyline, right? There's some sort of narrative around it. But just throwing your keyboard, I'm like, eh. I don't get it. But hi, Hamka, how are you? How are you? You would not have liked the old mic. I remember seeing him a while back. No, I like it's funny if there's anything to it other than just the rage, and you let that carry it, right? Just angry is so uncomfortable. Yeah. When there's nothing else, it's just angry. Some people still watch that, and that I'll never understand. I like straight up just don't get that. I don't think I'll ever get that. But when Mike Malds is like, you could tell it's like a bit, but there's also stuff in between everything that like breaks it up, right? He's sitting there and he's getting mad, and then he tells a joke, and then he gets mad and then he tells a joke, and you could see that he's like not so overcome with rage that he can't do other things. You know what I mean? Like he's able to switch modes, and as long as someone's able to do that, that's fine. Then it's like still, I can still like get it, right? Yeah, molding's a little different. I don't know. Sometimes people can't tell it's a bit. Okay, Joel, no matter what kind of streamer you are or what kind of content you do, there will always be people that do not understand what bits are, no matter what kind of bit it is. Anger is one that they can't tell. Dry humor. They can't tell. They can't tell at all. Delivering a joke without immediately laughing at your own joke afterward. There are lots of people on the internet that if you don't sit there and go, ha 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 ha, after you tell your own joke, like they're like, oh, they meant it. 100%. And you just can't appeal to these people. You can't worry about it. There's so many people that just won't get it. I need to laugh at my jokes. Shut the fuck, not the jokes. No, it always sounds like egg yolks to me. Can I just say that? Every time you say jokes, I think of egg yolks. You know. I don't know, man. Thankfully, I haven't really experienced people getting mad at me very much, except for like the two people that I suspect was one guy in my DMs a long time ago that I closed my DMs, it was fine. But I just remember him like he was mad about a few things. I've told you about this one dude before where he was like mad that I was friends with Nina. He was mad about that. I remember him complaining about a lot of really specific things because he would message me all the time and I would just never look at it. And then when I finally decided to like cut off my DMs, I like went and scrolled through and I was like, what has this guy been like getting Dona walled over? And I saw so many messages and I was like, oh God, this dude's like messaging me like once a week for like months at least. And I was just scrolling. Some of you don't know, yeah, because my DMs on Twitter used to be just open to whomever. And a lot of people DM me nice things or just questions. Hey, are you cool with me drawing this or blah, blah, blah. And that's why I liked to leave them open at the time. But some of the stuff that he was really mad about was that he didn't get like when I was doing a bit. He thought everything I was saying or doing was serious. He thought every interaction with my friends, especially if I was like playing the heel or doing a thing, what was real. And then he also read into everything I did. Like if one of the things, I think I mentioned this before, one of the things he got really mad at was he got mad that I was streaming while Nina was doing a model debut. But the thing is, I knew our streams were supposed to start at the same time, and I pushed my own stream back by 2 hours. I started 2 hours later because I went, oh, I thought she was starting earlier, and I want to watch it, and I want to be there. So I'm going to be there for, like, the model reveal, and, like, the next hour after that where she starts singing and everything, and I'll be there for the first 2 hours, and then I'll stream later. I even pushed it back. But the fact that I streamed during her debut at all, he was so mad. And I was like, I think this person is, like, unwell. And I will never diagnose somebody, but like something about this dude, he's actually unwell, right? And I was just like, holy, you know, and then I closed my DMs. Do you get a lot of hate comments? No, that was literally the only time I've like really seen haters. And it was 2 accounts. And I think it was the same person. Or it was 2 people that were kind of similar that thought the same things. Maybe they were in cahoots. Maybe they were buddies. I don't know. But at most it was 2 people. I don't know. I've like never seen anything other than that, though, to be honest. No one, I don't know. How dare you take viewers from my Oshi? Dude, that was the thing I didn't get to is like, when I can, I try to like promote my friends. I try to plug my friends, right? Nina's new song comes out. Oh, guys, check out Nina's new song, right? Like, I try to make sure I mention it and things. Like, I'm doing it. What does he want? Does he want me to, like, put her on all of my streams and she talks and I don't? Like, what? You know what I mean? It was very weird. He also thought a bunch of things that, he said a lot of things that proved that he didn't watch my streams. Which was really funny. He was like, I heard that you said this and I think blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I literally didn't say that, but okay. It was funny, but that was like the only time I've experienced that, so I've been pretty lucky. I can send you hate if you want. I'm not very good at it. My heart won't beat at all, but that's okay. I can do without that. I can do without that. But I don't know. That's the only moment of that sort of thing that sticks out in my mind, because it was really like the only one. The only one, man. Why does everyone spam cease? I've seen comments, like, I've never, it's not like in a hate way. I've seen some people comment in like other chats where they get like a little salty, where they're like, man, every time you come here, everyone just starts spamming that damn emote again. And I'm like, hey man, I'm sorry that everyone just enjoys my chat culture. Sorry. And I know not everyone will like everything, but like, if there are 100 people in the room and 90 of them want to do the thing and 10 don't, it's not those 90 people's problem that 10 people don't want to do that thing. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it's funny. Getting mad at an emote. Yeah. They weren't saying it like a hater way, though, or anything. They were just like, man. And they weren't even super mad. They were just like, oh, it's kind of... Man, I'm just watching my Oshi, and then you come in and like in the chat. Or, you know. But also, it was a really fast-moving chat, so I was like, this will be gone in like 20 seconds. It's fine. It's fine. You know? I don't have extensions, so I didn't even know it was an emote until today. That's why I have the chat box on screen that shows them, especially, because I know... I think it's still, like, it's 20%. It keeps growing. It's almost at 25%, but I have that many mobile users. That many people watching me at any time on mobile, and I know, like, you can't see most of them. So I was like... I used to use a different chat box a while back, but it couldn't display 7TV emotes as anything but words, and I was like, we're really doing the mobile users a disservice here, so... I made sure I, like, changed to this one. It's JChat, and, you know. You have a statistic of that? Yeah, the Twitch dashboard gives it to you. They tell you what, for the past 30 days, this many people, or this percentage of people are watching through these devices. So they'll do, like, iOS and Android separately, because they're tracking the separate apps. They'll do, desktop, things like that. So it helps you just understand if you should worry about that stuff or not, like the emotes, you know? And I used to have way more, it used to be like 90% desktop viewers, so I didn't care. And then as that number started going up, I was like, I was seeing more people in chat too be like, what is cease? And like, why are people typing this? Or, you know, other words too. And I was like, all right, let me let me put it on the screen for them. Just to make it a little, you know, not confusing. I'm on mobile while meeting. The 7TV long emote word spam is hilarious to me. As a person who just enjoys like bad shit posts, I think it's fucking hilarious. But yeah. Yeah. I get you. I was new to Twitch and had to Google what KEKW was. There are times I used to... Do I still have it? I think I have a timer that occasionally is like, can't see the emotes? See what weird long words on the screen? Get 7TV. I had like an ad basically that I put in there on my own to tell people like, you should get this. Does that timer still go off? Does it still post that in the chat? I feel like it still does. Yeah. I put that in there so that, like, you know, hopefully some people can be helped out or something. I don't know. I knew the guy, but didn't realize it was referring to him for the longest time. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have seen the clip, right? If you show them the clip, they're like, oh, like, I've heard this guy's laugh before. Or they've heard, some of them have heard the sound and, like, sound alerts and things, but they don't know his face. It's still recognizable, you know? I love seeing the emote text when I am on mobile. I just think it's funny. Yeah, I find it funny. Yup. FFZ is your favorite? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's breaking. I haven't sat down and, like, eliminated things and tried to troubleshoot it. I need to figure it out. But, some extension with emotes or something, or maybe it's Truffle, I don't know, is breaking my YouTube chat emotes. So when I watch someone on YouTube... I don't know if you guys have experienced this. When you post one singular YouTube emote from that channel, like the channel emotes for being subscribed or for being in a membership, it'll show that emote. And then when they do multiple, it's just showing the name of the emote with no spaces. Yeah, red heart love, red heart love, red heart love. Yeah. Okay, that'd be 7TV. Is it? I have it turned off. I have 7TV toggled off for YouTube. But it's still doing it. Do I have to actually fully, like, maybe I should just, like, re-download the extension or something. Maybe clear cache or something. Like, but maybe it's holding on to something somewhere. I don't know. 7TV never gives me other issues. I turned off, so I thought it was maybe something else. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta troubleshoot deeper. Just move it all together. Yeah, I might just have FFC. I don't know. You like their emote menu? It's okay. It's okay. There are things about the UI that I like wish were different. I don't know. What do if you banned? What kind of question is that? What, here or somewhere else? Because you're not banned because you're talking here. Get banned again. Put in unban request. Hope it works. What do? Ban them back. Yeah, so true, so true. Ban them from your chat. That'll show them. Unban request streams are funny. I don't have many good ones. I just have a few. I don't know. For the longest time, like, we really, like, didn't... I don't know. We have some recent ones that are good. Please? Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll do another one soon. Or my... You know my favorite thing is? You know what the Discord mod chat is filled with? Not the Twitch mod chat, the Discord mods. We have this chat for people that are just Discord mods specifically. And it's a bunch of people getting DMs from bot accounts that are trying to be artists. You know those people that hit you up and they're like, hey, are you a streamer? And if you answer and like yes, no, or whatever, they'll be like, well, I make stream graphics. They're in Discords now. Oh, dude, Heavenly, I'm surprised you haven't seen them. They're fucking everywhere. They join larger Discords and then they just like message a ton of people in those and they try to like get you to pay them for graphics and shit that they'll never deliver, you know. You get those every week? Me too. I get them constantly. That's why I turn my DMs off. You can't just like cold DM me anymore. You have to friend request, and even then, like, I don't accept it if I don't know you, you know? But it's so many. And when we identify, like if you see that there's one in my Discord, you can like report them to us with the tickets and we'll just purge them so other people don't deal with it. But dude, it's so bad. And what we do is whenever the Discord mods see them, it's their secret girlfriend chat. It's their Discord GF's chat. They try to get them to be their girlfriend and then they post their results in the Discord mod chat. It's so good. It's so good. We're trying to get the mods some ladies, you know? We always ask them about Sonic Mpreg. Dude, it's so bad. Oh, that's like my favorite chat in the server, dude. And then sometimes someone will get a message and they'll be like, oh, banned this one. And someone will be like, no, I was messaging that one. What the fuck? And then they'll like fight. Love it. Love it. So good. Hot graphic designers in your area. Exactly. Exactly. It's so funny. Damn, pregnant Sonic. If my girl can't draw Sonic Mpreg, why bother? That's what I'm saying. Hey, I got an emote idea. Just message them back. Be like, I have an emote idea. Could you draw an emote version of this? And then just send them Mpreg. See what happens. Just see what's going on. Or you know what I'm gonna do? Okay, if I get any more of them, I'm gonna hit him with the classic, the banger. How many of you weren't here for my announcement earlier? My drink announcement. Just send them this. Ready? If they want to advertise graphics to you, you advertise this to them. Send them my ad that I made for my launch. Here. I'm a thirsty little flower. You have to water me with gamer sups. Use code GEEGA for 10% off, guys, for the next 24 hours. Be sure to remind the bots of this. This is real. This is real. For the next 24 hours, for real and true, we're giving out free samples with your orders and free shipping. All right? Real and true, but also if those graphics bots in Discord try to get you, send them this. Screenshot this right now and send it to them. Be like, you know what? Let's do a transaction. Let's do a transaction. If that's what you want from me, you're gonna have to do this for me. I'm a thirsty little flower. Use code GEEGA at checkout. Everyone, say it. What's the code? What's the code, chat? What's the code? Free international, yep. GEEGA. Yes! Yes! Them's the code. Yup. Is it GEEGA? Yes. There are no other codes. There are no others. I took all of the other codes and I deleted them. I removed them from GamerSups. The only code left is code GEEGA. Fuck all the other codes, okay? Mine's the only one that matters. Code Lord, I don't know it. I don't know it. GEEGA. There are no other codes. How could you steal the other codes? Easy. You see the title of the stream? You see the stream title? I take my little fingies. Boom! Not even Chung ass? I don't know it. Never heard of it. Nope. I only know code GEEGA. There are no others. None. Code Lyoko. One of these days I'll have an affiliate code with something and I'll just make the code Lyoko. I'll just do it. Can I ban anyone who puts in another code? Time out. Easy. Easy. Right? Just go for it. Go for it. Anyway, I really like the peach tea flavor. I was approached by so many drink companies over the past, 2 years, straight up. And I didn't take any of them for the longest time because I wanted to try all of them. And I wanted to try them for a period of time and see how I felt about them over a period of time. Right? Try this one out for 2 months, try that one out for 2 months, and go back to it, And, do I like these flavors? Can I drink this? Some of them have, some of the companies, I don't know, they just have, a really vitamin-y aftertaste, and I don't like it. See which ones gave you diarrhea. Thankfully, not an issue with any of them, but for some people, apparently, that's a thing. But, yeah, I just spent so much time. And then on top of that, too, am I having a good time, interacting with the representatives? Is the company, treating me well? Or are they here's your code, idiot, and yeah, GamerSups was nice to me. And they were good. And I, can drink their stuff without feeling like I'm dying. I actually like it. So I ended up landing on them. I like them. So, yeah, that was my choice. Because realistically, I could have picked any of them. They, pretty much all approached at some point. I ordered my sample pack. Hopefully I don't overdose on caffeine. Well, you can also get versions without caffeine. There's caffeine-free flavors. So if you want the hydration, want the electrolytes and all that stuff, you don't have to have it caffeinated. You'll be fine. GamerSup seems refreshingly not sketch. Yeah. In my experience, yeah, exactly. That's the nicest way to put it. Yes. Yep. There were we won't get into it too much, but there have been times where some companies have not treated some people so well, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. However, GamerSup has been really good to me and to everyone that I've seen around me and around them as well. So we're cool. What flavor other than peach do you like? I'm gonna try the cherry one. I like the lemon ones and the lemon lime ones especially. Let me get the list. Wait. Let me get the list. I've tried a lot of them, and I'm kind of going crazy with how many tubs of things they sent. Every time my manager like sends me a new message about something, like, oh, don't forget we're doing this week. Like at the end of the message is like, oh, and by the way, I have these new GamerSubs flavors if you'd like me to send them. And I'm like, do not mail any more to me. I am dying. I am getting through so many of these. But then when it's like a new flavor I haven't tried, I'm like, okay. All right, maybe I'll try the new flavor, you know. I really want to try Kaho's blood orange one. Or it's called Kaho's bloody orange. And it was like just released and I want to try that one. Whatever, I'll try them all. I don't care. I don't care. But the good news is if this does well, I might get a cup potentially. Flavors are possible with enough activation, maybe. All of that. We'll see. We'll see. But anyway, don't let the thirsty little flower die. Try GamerSubs. You can mix them. I was thinking about it. Yeah. I was thinking about it because I don't know. I like caffeine. I do, but I hate coffee. And then the only other option is basically just tea or soda. And like some teas I like without sugar or milk or anything. But I like a little in a lot of them. And I'm like trying to not do that. I'm trying to not do that. You know what I mean? So this is like a much better option, honestly. Yerba mate makes me want to die. I don't like it. If the GEEGA cup sells out before I can get one, I will go bananas. I was discussing like if we did a cup, like what kind of art would I get, who would I work with and everything, and I already have like that all laid out. And it'll be good. I'll just say that right now. It'll be real cool. I've been having GamerSubs instead of coffee some days. For me, it was the acidity. It was the acidity. A lot of those other like caffeine options for me are just so acidic, and it like over time really like fucks the stomach up. Really does. And then with tea, for some reason the caffeine in tea, like certain ones, hits me so fast. And then I crash really heavily. And with subs it wasn't really like that. It wasn't doing that. It was like, you know, felt more like a slow release kind of moment. I don't know. I was just having issue with some teas. And then I would drink other teas and they would work and they'd be fine. But like, it was only like 2 flavors. It's like the same thing over and over, you know? And I was kind of going crazy because I was like, I just want to have anything that tastes different sometimes, you know? Variation, variety. So, you know, this helps that. You should hire me to make your art easy, $5. No, I have a friend that I already asked. So I was like, hey, if this is a thing,
I used code GEEGA to get some GamerSubs and I love it. I've had a nice big glass or 5 every morning.
The subs is hitting. The subs is hitting. I'm subs maxing. I'm subs maxing. We got a subs maxer in the chat. Drink maxer. He's going crazy. They made me go fast as fuck. You know, the caffeine doesn't hit me like that. That was the thing. And so like with a lot of teas, I would drink them and I would go fucking crazy. And some of them are great and I still drink them, but it was just like, it was the same like 2 flavors all the time. All the time. Right? I don't know. I want the cup art to be sick and evil, not thirsty and aimed for teenage boys. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I got you. If we can make it to that, I got you. How's the shipping to Europe? Well, anyone know any Europeans that have tried it? Apparently, it's just fine. I don't know how long, though. But I'm pretty sure they are, like, well expanded with all that stuff. It just might take time, is what I know. I don't know about pricing or anything. No clue. Go check it. Like, do check out and see, like, what it quotes you for. Urologists? I got ADHD, so I get caffeinated and take a nap. For me, it depends on what I drink. Really depends. 2-3 weeks for Europe? Yeah, I figured. Honestly, most things in the US, when you buy them from Europe, most things, it's 2 to 3 weeks is like typical. Pretty typical. Most VTuber merch too, if it's produced in the US, it's like that. Right? If the art isn't a hot dog and in a shade that makes the water look like dirty hot dog water, I'll riot. It's... You'll find something out later. It's not gonna be... That's not what the cup will be. But if we get to a later stage, there might be something related. We'll see. I would have gotten red raspberry, but cursed energy was the next best thing. Oh, red raspberry is good. Yeah. Yeah. May have to pay extra import costs. Dude, I hate that. Some countries, yeah. No matter what you get, and no matter from where, even if the shipping cost isn't that bad and the time isn't that bad, your country still makes you pay an import fee. Ugh. Just move to the US, bro. Just move to the US. Simple as. Alright? Duty tax. Right. That's what I'm saying. It stinks, but it's not my problem, okay? You gotta move to the US. Alright. $150 import on top of a $700 figure? Just hold up, $700 figure? $700? This figure better be made of fucking solid gold. What 700? What? Does it jerk you off too? It better be dual purpose, dude. Does it do anything? Does it, like, just stand there and be a waifu? Like, what? What figure? Oh my god. What does it do? Who is it? Who is the waifu in this? Or unless it's like a model kit or something, but like, what? Better do my fucking taxes? That's crazy. That's insane. A figure can go as high as 5K. Well, I'm aware that some are, like, they could be crazy expensive, but hopefully it's the exposed Zoro. When I was sitting there with Mouse and I was like looking at because I know of like the not safe for work figures of dudes, right? They're like there's one company in particular that does a lot of them, and they have literally like detachable cocks. Like there's like a Ken doll smooth version, and they have like a towel on or something, and then there's always a version where it's like, here's the erect attachment, right? And you can put that on. It's crazy because you can't put the towel on while that's on, so like it detaches, and that's so funny. It's detachable penis. I think that's so funny. The fact that you can like take it off. You can swap it out. Your friend is the Attack on Titan one? Yeah, I was Mouse and I were like, we were looking at them. I was like, how many characters did they do this for? Because I had seen, like, I think 2 different Attack on Titan ones. I didn't realize that there were, like, a lot of those. The Gojo one. Right. Oh, my God. There was one. I don't remember which character it was, but he was, like, he was fucking, like, tied up. And he was, like, he looked like he was shitting himself. He looked like he was about to take a shit. And I'm just like, dude, what is this pose? Like, it's not... Cock off, yeah. Well, it's like this little attachment, like a Lego, you know, and you just pop it off and you put like the Ken doll attachment on. It's funny. Are there 3 stages? I don't know. I mean, I didn't look into it. I was just like, Jesus Christ, dude. Crazy. Wait, Attack on Titan with schlongs? Yeah, characters, dudes from, like, major characters from Attack on Titan. In like a towel, and then like you could take the towel attachment off and put on their attachable cock, and then like he just stands there. He's just like standing there, like, it's me and I'm naked, and like that's the figure. Which is like, I think it's hilarious, but I could never imagine like myself spending money to get one, right? Like, that's characters are Titans, characters, from what I saw, at least. Yeah, the hot swap, dude. Like a hot shoe, you know, the thing on the top of a camera, like a hot shoe for penis attachments. Yeah, exactly, Ryuko. Crazy. Detach on Titan. It's insane. I can't believe those sell. I wonder how they sell. I don't know, like are they really expensive and then they cover their own costs and it's a good marketing thing? And that's the point of selling them, or do they actually sell a lot of units? They move a lot of stock. I don't know. Question: artistic nudity or fully erect? There's usually like multiple attachments for each. Can you switch them with the other characters? Oh, I don't know. Oh, that would be so weird. Their sales all me. Dude, finally we have all these nude anime women figures, and now we have some for the penis enjoyers. Well, I think, yeah, it does go both ways. I don't know, I feel like dudes are more likely to buy like an anime girl naked figurine than like a woman is to buy like a naked dude figure. But the market still exists, I guess, so I don't know why I haven't seen them until now. Right? Maybe they feel ashamed or something. Don't be ashamed. Like... Just because I can't imagine buying it doesn't mean you can't imagine yourself buying it. You've seen the female figures with silicone breast pieces, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can, like, squish them. I think that's better than her being, like, hard plastic. I'm not gonna lie. I actually think that's, like, nicer. I look at that and I'm like, yeah. That's cool. The 18+ figures actually sell a lot. They're very detailed, too, compared to other figures. It's like how a lot of not safe for work artists like are so much better at an anime, because they have to be, than not safe for work artists, than fully safe for work artists. So a lot of the time, if you want to get a commission of something, even if the piece that you're getting is safe for work, you can trust that a lot of not safe for work artists will do a really good job at like difficult poses and dynamic pieces. like for real. Straight up. It's a really good like metric, I guess. If you want to get your character in like fighting poses and you want those to look right, honestly, like a not safe for work artist is going to be more likely to get that right than most safe for work artists. And there are plenty of safe for work artists that can do it well too, but you have to find one that like actively draws that sort of thing. It's interesting though. It's funny. And it's because they have to practice anatomy. They don't put clothes on a lot of things that they draw. Like they have to be better at it if they want to have people actually look at their art and for that to get promoted, you know? You stay away from all sexy merch? Yeah, I mean, similarly for me, it's not for me. I will look at a picture and be like, damn, that's crazy. And I'm very aware of stuff, but like, yeah, I'm not a consumer. But I also like don't think it's bad if you're a consumer, right? Like, that's fine. Just don't put it on anyone who doesn't want it, right? That's all. That's literally all that matters. That's it. Don't bother anyone about it. Right? Certain pop VTuber had a figure that was not safe for work under the clothes. She doesn't even do loose stuff normally. Lol. Yeah, I mean, some people... It depends on the person. Some people don't care as much because they're like, oh, it's just a character. Some people do care because they're like, it's just a character, but it's also the only way people know me. Therefore, it is me, so I'd rather it not be, you know, whatever. And some people are like, I have no separation with the character, but also I'm okay with this. And, you know, it just depends. Just ask. That's all. Just ask. If you're ever unsure, if you're an artist or, like, you want to know if that person, like, approves of that kind of content, literally just ask and they'll just, you know, they'll tell you because everyone's a little different with it. I don't really have not safe for work merch fully. I have lewd ones, even though like the shy lady. Yeah, I think like I don't know. I appreciate like mildly lewd stuff way more than like full not safe for work. It just does nothing for me when a girl's like, "Oh, here's my butthole," or even a dude. I don't know. I just see it and I'm like, okay, and I just keep scrolling. I'm not shocked by it, but I'm just like, this doesn't do anything for me. But then if they're like semi-clothed, right? They're mostly clothed. It's technically safe for work, but it's like a little lewd. Like, I don't know. I find that I could appreciate that way more. But I don't even like go for that kind of content, but like at least like I'll like it on Twitter, not feel ashamed or anything. I'll just be like, yo, nice drawing, bro. And click the like button, right? So it's fine. represents butthole. Literally perineum sunning. You know? I don't know. I just think it's like... I think it's just genuinely better, like a lot of the lewd stuff. It has more... Is soul the right word? It has... It's more interest. I don't know. I don't know. I always thought that was interesting about VTuber culture, how much the performer identifies and connects with their model. Yeah, because the thing to remember is that, like, you have, you don't... This is you. This is you. You've made this in your own image or some image from your head, right? And then this is how everyone knows you. They know you as this thing. Yes, your voice and you at home are you, but this is how everyone knows you, and this is your image. So for all intents and purposes, to everyone else, it is you. So even some people will argue and be like, well, no one should care about that stuff because it's just a character, but it's not. There is a layer of me as a person. I am directly tied to this thing. And not everyone feels that way, so you just gotta ask. But like, yeah, it really just depends. Usually it's someone's personal OC too. Right. It's also your image for business. Yeah, that's very true too. I think that's the big thing. Like, if you, even if you don't condone not safe for work that much, and you're like, oh, you can, some people have the attitude where they're like, you can make it, but just, like, I don't want to see it, hide it. That's how some people feel. Some people are like, don't make it at all. But if you get associated with a lot of that, against your will, or even if you're like, it's fine, but hide it or whatever, if there's just a lot of it, it can actually sometimes harm that person's image a little bit. Because a lot of people might see that if it picks up, and then they think like they should treat someone a certain way because they interact differently. A lot of new people that they might not want in their chat, because let's be honest, like, a lot of people that are coomers do know how to act in chat, but then there's like a subset that's very loud and weird that does not know how to act, and you end up inviting those in, right? And it's just hard to prune them, because if someone like doesn't know how to act in that sort of context, they're just overall socially unaware. It's not just in that context, you know what I mean? Usually it's like in most ways, and it becomes like really annoying for like you and your mods to like purge. So I've seen a lot of people like, I don't know, it's hard to figure out what the right answer of what to do about all that is. You know what I mean? Suicide talked about that somewhat recently. Yeah, it's difficult. Some people, it even ruins some sponsorship opportunities for them, because if a company looks into them for a sponsorship but doesn't do like really good research, and they just see a lot of not safe for work stuff, they might be like, yeah, let's not give them that. I don't want like our brand associated with this person who's got all this like super lewd art. It doesn't even have to be full not safe for work. It could even be super lewd stuff that's like not quite tipped over that edge, and that's something to like watch out for. So please just like listen to what people ask on those things, because it like can actually affect that kind of stuff. Snuffy said that her booba model actually kind of hurt her brand. Yeah, even if you're doing a thing and it's just for fun, I think a lot of people don't realize how it can affect that stuff until it happens and they see it happen in front of them. It's really hard to predict. And then, yeah, you do that and you realize that people start interacting differently. Because you know your people that already watch you, they know you, right? And they're just going to interact however they normally do. Or they're going to be like, haha, yeah, this is a fun thing. But new people are new people. They don't know you yet. They just see that and they show up. And you kind of can't blame them, you know what I mean? For acting a certain way, because that's what they saw, you know? So yeah, it's, I don't know, it's all delicate situation, and people are allowed to do different things and feel whatever way they want about that stuff. Meanwhile, at GamerSup's brand risk flavor. Yeah, and I think that's fine. I think that's totally fine. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being this is like a piece of clothing and 10 being this is literally me, where do you fit on that scale? I'm like a 9 on that scale of like feeling like very much like this is me. Not 100%, but like very, very high on that scale. Yeah, I don't have much separation. I don't know. If I walk around and I see a picture of me, I'm like, oh my god, that's me. You know what I mean? Like, straight up. I'm like, oh, there's me. But then again, if someone, like, I've had this before, like, some people would draw me and they'd be like, oh, GEEGA was talking to her friend in, like, a doodle, and, like, her friend made a weird joke and she, like, blushed real hard. And I'm like, I would never do that. Right? If someone draws something like that, I'm able to be like, that's not me. Very easily, you know? Like, not... I wish they wouldn't. But at the same time, I'm not gonna have, like, an internal crisis or something, if that makes sense. This is another thing, like, regardless of safe work, not safe work, a lot of people also draw art where they draw you just, like, saying things you wouldn't say. Or, like, reacting to a situation in a way you wouldn't. That person tried to draw me. Right. You're like, that was an effort. Yeah, so you get some people that, like, they see you, but they don't really watch your streams. They're just someone on Twitter, and they read a couple of your tweets, and they decide to, like, draw you interacting with some of your friends, and then the way you interact is just, like, literally never something you would do. And it's very funny. It's weird, because you're like, is that how they see me? Like, what? I don't know. Like, it'd be different if people drew me, like, literally going noodling, right? Me golfing, me on a fishing boat. Great. That's fine. People taking liberties with the character, yeah. And I don't always blame them. I mean, a lot of time they just straight up don't know. And they're just like, well, if I look at this, I think this is what this thing would do, right? Right? Ryuko. Yeah. No, people have been really respectful. They usually ask me if they want to draw something and there's like one sus element. They're like, hey, is this cool or not? And in the past, I've always been like, this is cool, this is not cool, you know? And for the most part, they've gotten it. Occasionally, someone will draw something and like put in my art tag and it's like a little off. And I'm like, and I usually don't say anything, but if it's like weird, myself or someone on my behalf will message them and be like, this is a little weird. Like, this isn't quite right. And like, usually they're really receptive and they're like, oh, okay. Gotcha. They're very nice about it. Artists in general. We need a comic of GEEGA noodling. You don't have to. You don't have to like retweet the weird stuff. Yeah, I mean, if someone does something that's weird, like you can just ignore it. And for the most part, it gets buried. But like, it still exists. You know what I mean? You can't really do anything. But, you know. Makes me think you should generally check in with other VTubers before getting a commission done, including them. Oh yeah, if I get a commission of me and a friend, I always ask. And I'm like, hey, I want to get this. I want something with us too. This is the concept I was thinking. What do you think? And I almost always get their input. So that way, pieces with me and friends in them always have like both of our input together. You know what I mean? Because sometimes they'll do a pose and I'm like, I'm this way and you're that way and we're doing this. And they're like, actually, I want to be that one. And I'm like, okay, you know? So any art I have with a friend, I always like fully like run it by them so that they like, you know, it's like they're portrayed the way they want to be portrayed. Leave a Rule 34. I think people should say what they want somewhere, somehow, right? Like if you don't want that sort of thing, say it. Or if you are cool with it, but you're like, oh, just put this tag and I'll mute it and I don't want to see it, you should say that too. Like be specific about it. So that no one like missteps, or so that if someone does something that they shouldn't, people know that like this was not condoned, right? I would say just honestly, that person should just ask if it's cool. Noodling is the catfish thing. Yeah. When you go fishing for catfish with your arms or your legs or you know basically your whole body, a lot of the time you have to like grab them. It's fun as hell. You can get really bruised up, really scraped from it, but. I don't know, or I'm always like a little afraid of snapping turtles, but it's fun as hell, man. It's way more fun than like regular fishing, in my opinion. Way more fun. Cause like when it's hot out and you're on the river, like you want to go in the river, you know what I mean? And it's active rather than passive, so I like that. Stop fighting fish. I won't. Nope. Saharu has a separate tag for it. Yeah, a lot of people will do that if they don't mind it, but they also kind of don't want to see it. You know. I almost got by a snapping turtle. So scary. They can really fuck you up, dude. They can really, really fuck you up. Do they taste good? I don't mind catfish. I'm usually kind of a fish hater, but like, especially because I've usually eaten it as fried catfish. It's not so bad. It ain't so bad. And a pet snapping turtle as a kid? Why a snapping turtle? Why take the risk? Why take the risk? Separate tags are nice, so as a fan you can decide what you like to see. True, yeah, that's the real value, is you can like mute the tag, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing, is like, I wish people would always do separate tags if they were like, if they themselves are cool with it, but they don't, you know, then it should be separate, because then people can, if they don't want to see it, mute it and kind of control that. Because while people love to think that a lot of their community would be fine with it, there are also a lot of people that really like don't. You know, there's both. So yeah, it's good to like have that option. I think it's great. Team Godzilla or Team Kong? Team Godzilla. He can shoot laser beams. Therefore, he's better. Also, your name is Team Godzilla 2019, so like, I think you're coming in here with some bias. I read your name after I answered the question. I think you have some you know, things you're bringing into the conversation. That's what I think here. Okay, and that's clear. That's clear. And perhaps you should name yourself Godzilla or King Kong, and then show up. I think that guy likes Godzilla. You think so? Yeah? I don't know. Thumbs versus laser beams. Yeah, the thing is, you don't need thumbs if you could just laser beam someone to death. So clearly, yeah, come on, right? Is snapping turtle dangerous? I'm French, I don't really know this animal. Yeah, it's a turtle. It's called a snapping turtle because it can very quickly and powerfully close its mouth, meaning a snap, right? So it can bite you and basically bite a finger off if you're not careful. They can bite really hard. So even though some of them are kind of small, they can really injure you. Don't stick your dick in. Yeah, great advice, in case any of you were wondering. In case any of you were curious, yeah. It's got a sharp beak. Yeah, the mouth looks like a beak, and it's kind of hard. So when it bites down, yeah, it's a lot of power. Exactly. So when it bites someone, it can, like, really hurt somebody. It's bad, and that's why it's called snapping turtle, because it snaps its mouth shut really fast. Like a clap, it just goes, boom. Did you die?
An alligator snapping turtle found one in an area where little kids play, had to get a wheelbarrow to move him.
Oh, yeah, I've seen them. They can get like pretty big. Little snapping turtles will just hurt, but they're not gonna like take your finger off. They could still like yeah, they could fracture or break a bone. They could, if they just get flesh, they'll bite straight through it. But the bigger they are, the more powerful they are. And if there's a big snapping turtle, holy shit. It'll just like bite your fingers off if it's a big enough one. It's scary. They'll only let go when they feel like it. Yeah, that's the other thing, is they just hold on. They just sit there and hold on a lot of the time. So like, it's not good. Not good. It's cool to look at videos of them though. You can look up little videos of them eating. They're really cute. I think they are so cute. I really like turtles. And there's some channel that does like, is it Turtle ASMR? I don't know if it's snapping turtles, but they have like some turtles that they have as pets. And they feed it fruit. And I love watching it eat fruit. They just eat little fruits and it's so good. They're just... Snapping turtles are actually very docile and almost never bite. Yeah. So the reason why you have to really watch out for them when like noodling, for example, is because you're sticking your arms and your feet into these little like burrows underwater, these little dens that you would normally find catfish kind of like nesting in, right? They nest and they lay eggs, and the males will actually sit there over the eggs and hang out. And so those little burrows are often where the turtles are also hanging out. They might be like kind of sleeping if it's one that has like, you know, air above, especially. They actually, I think they can sleep underwater too for some time. And they have just a lot of like little dens that are very similar to where catfish stay. So you could stick your leg in there and get a catfish to bite you, which is the point when you're noodling. You're trying to get the fish to bite you, and then you pull it out. Because a catfish bite doesn't really hurt that much. But sometimes you stuck your foot into a place where a snapping turtle lives, right? And it's not good. Not good. I haven't seen too many, honestly, because every time I went noodling, I was in an area where you're like a little less likely to find them. Ever watch porcupines eat fruit? I don't think so. No, I don't think I have. I love animal videos, okay? I love animal videos. Any channel where it's like, oh, I got this thing eating food, I will watch. There's one channel where it's just like ASMR kittens eating food, and they'll like get a piece of fish, like a piece of salmon, raw salmon, and throw it on a plate, and the kitten will just be like, like going crazy. I love that shit. I am the audience for that, you know? I am absolutely the audience for those videos. I fucking love it. France, the turtles are 3.9 inches. Oh, they're so little. So little. Love the videos of the capybaras eating the watermelon. Yeah, there's also cappies. Oh, Urban Rescue Ranch. You know, I've talked about that channel a lot. The guy runs a rescue ranch for animals in Waco, Texas. He started a separate channel for capybara ASMR. Yeah, capybara mukbang. Mukbang? Is that how you say it? Mukbang. So he has the same cappies that are in his videos on his farm, and he just like sets them up in front of some food, and he's like, go for it, and you just watch him eat. And it's so good. I love it. I love it. It's been 0 days since GEEGA's mentioned Urban Rescue Ranch. It's Urban Rescue Ranch, Ultra Kill, and Corn are the main topics. That's it. And then any questions people have about streaming or VTubing, that's it. Those are like, you will never not hear about those. And taxes, shut up! That's you guys. That's you guys. It's all you. Fucking 100% all you. Bring it up. See? I never bring it up. You say it. You say it. You fools. Uncle Ben mentioned. We love Uncle Ben. He does really good work. Is that the one channel where an ostrich attacks him all the time? Yeah. It's not an ostrich. It's, starts with an R. Similar bird. Can't remember the name. Rhea? Is it a Rhea? Something like that? Yeah, no, Kevin, the evil bird, runs up to him and fucking tries to murder him. Homelander is very kind. Homelander is such a good name. That's the other thing, is his naming schemes for all of them are so good. So good. Cappies are either chilled out of their mind or don't have self-preservation. Saw some posts of them hang out with Crocs. Yep.
You got a promotion.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks so much. I started Pikmin 4. It's too good. Isn't it so fun? Oh, I love it. I think it's a little easy, but what they made the difficulty instead was trying to like perfect clear things. But it's really good. It's a little less brutal than the old ones, but I don't mind that too much. I wish it were, but it's okay. Yeah, we're gonna play more of it. I moved yesterday. Oh, yes, let's go. A few of my friends have been moving recently. Yeah, embrace Dandori. It's funny because it's literally like Marie Kondo shit, you know, right?
Failing is CL.
Oh yeah, the pelicans. There are so many videos of pelicans just opening their mouths and trying to bite down on things just to see, like, could I eat this whole? Because it's just a natural thing for them. But the scary shit is they could actually eat like small dogs and cats and stuff. You like, if you're walking your dog near an area and there's like a pelican on the dock, dude, that shit has actually happened. Okay, keep it on a leash. All right, if that pelican starts trying to do some shit, be ready to punch a fucking pelican if you have to. I know that, you know, it's like not super common, but like they'll try to eat everything. And if you've got like a little dog and you're hanging out on the dock and you're like, yay, let's go play in the water with my doggy. And so, you know, just like be aware. Stay vigilant, all right? Stay vigilant. Pelicans could come up and eat your children at any moment. Any moment. Started Peglin yesterday and loved the adorable little gobbo dude. Dude, the little Peglin is so fucking cute. I need to play more of it. I was saving it for another indie showcase. Because I didn't want to only play things that I haven't played before. I'm trying to also throw in stuff that I have played so I can, like, give you a really good primer on the game. It's not always you watching me figure out a new indie game, but also, like, just showing off stuff that I like. So maybe this next one, this weekend will be another indie game showcase. So maybe this weekend we'll throw Peglin in there. Peglin's really fucking good. Wonder since you have pets, what do you do if there's a firework out there and your pets get scared? None of my pets have ever gotten scared. I've had dogs in the past and none of them were afraid of fireworks, so I'm not actually sure. But a lot of people will get medications to calm them. If that is a thing that your vet recommends for your pet, make sure you get it before the day of. Like, don't do it July 2nd, not July 4th, you know what I mean? That sort of thing. But I don't know how much that helps them. It makes them more docile, but if they're not fully sleeping through it, maybe they're just sitting there paralyzed in fear. Like, I don't know. help them have a comfy way to get through it. They have jackets for them as well. Right, the little stress shirt. The stress-reducing shirt. Yeah, I think that's a much better one, because then they actually feel calmed. You know? I think that's probably better, right? Punched a goose before I was small, he ran at me. Okay, of all animals... And like I said, I used to hunt. I would go hiking a lot. Been very outdoorsy before, all this stuff. Of all of the animals to attack me, I have been attacked the most by geese. Directly attacked, like by animals, geese have attacked me more than any other animal. Fucking geese, dude. Fuck them, dude. Oh my god. And it's a shame because I don't know if you've ever had like a pet goose or like a family goose, because I actually had a family member that had a goose that knew me. They're like the best. They're like guard dogs that fucking love you so much. Anything else and they are just there to fucking fight you for no reason. You just get near them and they'll punch you. They might not even have babies with them. God. Canada geese are assholes. Dude, how come the Canadian bird, right, the Canada goose, for a country like Canada that's known for having like, really nice people, is the meanest motherfucker out there? Why? Why? Rude as shit. Will run up to you and attack you just for being nearby. They spit at you. They go, they try to spit at you. It's fucked up. Messed up. The geese absorbed all evil in Canada. The people in Canada are so nice because their rage gets absorbed by the local geese and then carried around to America when they migrate down. And that's why certain areas of America, people are just mad all the time. I get it now. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Understood. Also, bag of rocks. Thank you for the prime. And throwaway. Thank you for the 13... I can't speak. 13 months. Thank you. Thank you so much. The ancient demon has been sealed. Someone a long time ago, when the French came to Canada, and they brought their European anger with them, when they wanted to settle there, and they realized that it was a peaceful land and they needed to change to fit and to suit this land, what they did was they cast a spell. Because they met these slightly mean animals and they went, you know what? This is the answer. And they cast a curse. They placed a curse upon their people. But is it really a curse or is it a benefit? All of the negativity got absorbed by the Canadian geese since then. And that is the lore of Canada. That's why it is the way it is. Oh, bonjour. Get out of here. Get out of my chat, Frenchie. English only. Get out. Yeah, je m'appelle GEEGA. Gem Apple, GEEGA. Yeah. Woo. Oui, oui. Why'd you spell it with a W? Je suis monté. Dude, when we're playing Monster Hunter and Grape's message when she mounts a monster is just in French. It's my favorite. My favorite. I wonder how much French she actually speaks. I know she said she, like, learned some in school, but, like, I don't know how. I don't know. Some people learn some in school, but then they also have, like, ties to it, so they know quite a bit more. Some people don't. Some people are like, I learned it in school, and then they say, like, 2 words. It's like me. I pick up tiny amounts of every language, but I don't actually know that much. But because I can say, like, one thing well in certain languages, people, like, they're like, oh, you must really, you know, have studied a little more. I'm like, no. I practiced one sentence a lot. Just one, so I sound good. Creole French is fucked. I have a bunch of friends that speak Creole. Oh my god, a lot of like Haitian friends. When I listen to it compared to regular standard French, it's insane. It sounds so different. My 2 years of high school French is almost completely evaporated. Yeah, if you don't keep up with it, it just leaves you. It just completely, yeah, it disintegrates. It's gone. Like 4 years of German in high school, it's been completely overgrown with weeds and vines. I mean, at least you'll remember a lot of root words. So what I find what leaves you is like how to form certain sentences a certain way, but then basic vocabulary, you'll still remember a lot of words. For sure. You know, that at least for me.
Queso.
Quaso. Hey, Alpha, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you. Like, for me, when I'm trying to, like, form a sentence in Korean, because I was saying before that, like, my listening is good, my speaking is, like, okay, now it's not really that great anymore, because I'm so out of practice. I can, like, remember so many vocabulary words, and then when I'm trying to, like, say it in certain tenses and form a sentence, I, like, forget how. Even though I know I used to do that all the time. It's, like... It's been so long that I'm like, fuck, how do I say this? And the thing is, here's the thing. Don't be embarrassed to speak a language poorly. Yeah, all the connecting words, exactly. The grammar. Don't be embarrassed to speak a language poorly. Just go up and confidently say whatever words and wave your hands around and try to make it make sense. And if they can understand you, you're doing a great job. It could be better, but you're doing a great job. And trying to use it is better than getting embarrassed and not even trying. And having someone in real time sit there and correct you, say it back to you, like, oh, do you mean this? Is so valuable for learning. It's so good. Like, just get it wrong. Like, if you're here at your ESL and you want to type a sentence and you feel like it's not going to be quite right, just say it anyway. Just say it anyway. Like, whatever. We'll let you know if you should change something. Just go for it. You know what I mean? To do better, you must be prepared to fail. Yeah, just to, like, I don't know, like, I'm not embarrassed to, like, do poorly in something. I don't sit there and get embarrassed. I just go, oh, well, that sucked. And I move on, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, well, this will help me get better. People, I promise, a lot of the time, people kind of find it, like, endearing, actually, if you don't speak very well, but you're, like, trying. Because think about this. When you watch a clip of, like, a JP VTuber trying to speak English and like they're really fucking it up, but they end up saying a funny thing. Think about how many people watch the Corona clip where she tries to say pipe and she says pipe and she just reads it as pipe and everyone's like, oh my god, pipe, ha ha ha. And part of it is her being cute and her voice, but also part of it is just that, like, it's funny alone. And people fucking love it. They love it. Now, maybe you're not like a little cute girl doing cute things. All right, maybe you're not, but that's okay. There's still an element of, like, it's endearing. Right? I think people are afraid of languages because you have to revert to being a dumb baby, basically. Yeah, but play that role. I get it. I totally get it. Like, because I've been there, but then over time I was like, let me just work through it. Let me just work through it, you know, and I just have a better time trying to communicate than like just sitting there and pretending I can't. It's spicy. Yeah. Yeah. That's how people like Henya's getting so good at English. Yeah, because she's very brave. You know what I mean? Like she's not afraid to sit there and get things wrong and like be corrected in real time on like certain language things. And she'll just sit there and say whatever, and someone will be like, oh, actually it's this, and she's like, oh, I see, okay. Henya always going, oh, naruhodo, okay, you know, and then just like every time, thank you, Chad, naruhodo, thank you, that over and over. And it's like literally her learning in real time, and it's good. It's actually really good. Yeah, then chat starts nodding. They're like, yes, I see, even though like they already knew. And I think it's good. It's I don't know. That could be you guys if you don't be embarrassed and you just kind of like let yourself fail, you know? She's an American parent as well. Well, yeah. That's not too. Yeah. I think it's really funny, but she's been trying, I don't know if you watched her play Only Up a while back. She was trying to do a section where she was like, okay, I'm gonna only speak like English. And of course she like immediately failed. She kept throwing Japanese in, but she was trying really hard to just use English words. And even though she was just saying disjointed individual words, you could still really understand what she was trying to convey, right? And that made it fun, and that made it good and understandable. So like, I don't know, it was I had a good time watching it. Didn't matter if she only said like 20 unique words. You know? You are Mr. Gay. Dude, when I was watching Henya the other day and she was trying to do that thing where she was trying to spell all of the names of the states, there was one part where she was trying to spell Massachusetts. That's a really hard one, by the way. Massachusetts, really hard. So she's trying to spell it and she's getting it wrong. And I sent her, there's this clip. Do you guys know Jimmy Onishi? You know the comedian Jimmy Onishi? I sent her while she was doing that, the clip of Jimmy Onishi doing his bit where he's like an American, he's doing a script reading and he's like, they're like, what's your character? He's like, Namae wa Annie. He's supposed to be like a schoolgirl named Annie. and they're like, where are you from? And he's like, I'm from Massachusetts. And he's trying to say Massachusetts, and the bit is him just Massachusetts. Like, he's just trying to say Massachusetts, and it's one of the funniest clips in the world. And I sent it to her. I was like, here, this is relevant. Sent her the timestamp. It was really good. West Virginia. Can we watch it? I would like to show it, but I have to pull up the clip carefully because I have to get to the timestamp. Because before the timestamp, it's a compilation of him doing some other things, and the first clip in the compilation is him sucking on a pig nipple. So let me just open it at the timestamp. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Monk of Christ. Exactly. And when I sent it to her, I sent her the timestamp, and I was like, please watch at the timestamp. It was a funny bit, and I knew what he was doing, but it was, we're not showing that on Twitch, you know what I mean? Here, okay. And it's from, any of you guys watch Gaki? Any of you guys watch these shows? I've seen like every episode of this show. Matsumoto is one of my most favorite, comedians, so everything he's in, I like tried to watch if I can find it. Okay, browser capture. Turn off my BGM for this. Jimmy Onishi. All right. Here's the bit. This is like a famous clip.
君、名前は?
私の名前はアニー。マサチューセッツ生まれの。マサチュ
I said to Tanya, and I was like, have you ever seen this? And the whole thing is they're trying to not laugh. It's one of those shows, right? The guys in the other room are watching this and they can't laugh, and if they do, they get hit. I really like Jimmy. Oh, I love it. It's like MTV Silent Library. Yeah, a lot of those kinds of shows in the US were based off of this. Yeah. Silent Library was actually a segment that they did. Was it this show or another one? But they did it on a show first. And then it was taken and Americanized. Yeah. They're trying so hard not to laugh. Do you know it was based off of this? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was this bit on Gaki. And the guy in the top middle is Matsumoto, and if you want to watch one of the funniest shows you've ever seen in your fucking life, Amazon Prime Video has his show called Documental. It's 4 long episodes, I believe. Please watch it. This is like my favorite show, man. 5 episodes, 5 seasons, 6 episodes each. Yeah. So good. Anyway, that's Gaki. Please watch. Please enjoy. Please love Gaki no Tsukai. It's like unmatched. Their segments are just so well done. But yeah, that was what I sent Henya. I was like, wait, it reminded me of this clip. Lost it when a guy got his balls sucked in a vacuum. Dude. Documental is a show where Matsumoto set it up. He invites a bunch of, so he's the one hosting it, and he invites a bunch of comedians, like 10 comedians, to a place, and they have to stay in there with each other. They're allowed to bring in props. They're allowed to bring prepared stuff, right? Prepared bits. And basically the concept of his show is 6 episodes per season, 10 people each time. You're gonna come into this place and you're gonna stay here for as long as you can, and you're going to not laugh. You're gonna each bring $10,000 as a buy-in. And if you make it to the end, you get everyone else's money. You're not allowed to laugh. And when you laugh, he gives you a yellow card the first time, and then after that, eventually you're officially out, right? And they have a bunch of cameras in there, and there are multiple rooms, and there's a little kitchen. It just looks like a normal apartment. And it's all these really good comedians. So these people are really good at withstanding this stuff. My favorite part is, yeah, me too. So toward the end of season 1, there are these 2 guys that are a total impasse. They managed to get everyone else out, and then the 2 of them are trying so hard to make each other laugh, and they're just spending so much time trying, and they can't get each other to laugh. It's not working. And they're realizing that they gotta do something. They gotta pull out the big guns, but they feel like they already have. And one guy is he gives this semi-emotional speech about he's like, I have to do what I have to do, and I'm gonna give up everything for this moment, you know? And he gets up on the table, he just stands up, and he just pulls his pants down. Completely. Underwear, everything. He just gets up and stands on the table, and he says, I'm gonna shit myself standing up. I'm gonna shit myself right now. I'm gonna take a shit. And he just starts trying, genuinely trying so hard to shit. And the other guy is just sitting there watching this, and it's he's there's nothing left. All of my dignity is completely gone, and I have nothing left I can do. And that's how the first, that's the last 2 people on the first season are. It's just that. Yeah, everything for the content, man. He's like, I have nothing. Please Tell It worked. You'll have to go watch to see. Not sponsored, but I really like that show. It was so... God, I love that show. Please go watch it. Maybe we could do a watch along in like Discord one day or something. It's long episodes though. It's like 6 episodes and each one is almost an hour. And the first episode feels a little slow because they're doing all this setup of telling you like the background of these people and showing them kind of like walk in and like this is who they are. So you get a lot of context, right? But oh, it's so worth it. It's so worth it. I every time I like am sitting around with friends and we don't know what to do, someone's like, I'm like, have you seen the show? Every time. Who? Wait. I have to pull the thing up. My list isn't working. Who donated? I didn't see it. Sorry, my lists that I have docked in OBS, some of them aren't working. Hold on. Homest. It's loading. It's going. Activity feed. Leonidas. There you go. Thank you for the 50. Thank you for the 50 doll hairs. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Very, very, very much. I'll put it straight into the game show backgrounds fun. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. One dude just chugs breast milk. It's so funny. A lot of it is like not all completely disgusting, but there are also these moments where people get desperate, you know? Like people on that show start getting desperate and they don't know how to make each other laugh because they're all like top tier comedians and good at not laughing at each other's shit. So it's yeah. Long story short, watch Documental. It's so good. So good. It's incredible. The desperation, the mind break for the bit. Gaki no Tsukai I feel is still better than Documental. It's the GOAT. Oh, absolutely. But this is at least something that's modern. And the situations people are put in are still really funny. I think the thing it's missing is that, so Gaki had a lot of these different bits, these different segments that you move through a little more quickly, so the pacing is better, whereas Documental is like, we're just gonna film this one thing over and show you like a million episodes of it. Because it's so many hours that they're spending, so much footage that they have, and even with cutting it down to the best shit, it's still like 6 episodes. It's good. I still like it. Another thing to remember is that it's a pool of about 10k from each comedian, so they also stand to lose a lot of money. Yeah, so they're actually desperate because some of them like don't have that much money, you know? They're not super rich. You know? Favorite thing is shows like SNL when the cast can't keep it together. Yeah. That's hot take. Maybe not hot take. SNL was good. I liked Mad TV more. I just thought the cast and the setups and everything were funnier on Mad TV. I just that was the one for me. But there was so much stuff on there that like wouldn't fly today. Or it would on Comedy Central. It wouldn't fly on like as a content creator on the internet. In Living Color was better than both of them. Thank you. Okay, I was Ryuko and I said something to her. I DM'd her and I said, we were talking about something and I was like, do you remember this bit from In Living Color? And I was talking about how much I liked that show. And we were talking about it and I was like, this show was so good. And I would love to do like a watch along of it at some point. And they have like full episodes on YouTube. It was so fucking good. And I was it was that bit where Jim Carrey like arrests a kid and he's just like skateboarding around. He's like not doing shit, but he still like arrests him and he's like doing a cop bit, and it was just his voice, he sounded like he had dentures in. And oh my god, it was so like the humor was very ahead. Very ahead. I loved it. Yeah, Homie the Clown. Dude. Fire Marshal Bill. Yeah, the first time he shows up was like that that scene. I think that was the first time he showed up. Maybe he wasn't. I felt like it was the first time. Oh, it was so good. I loved In Living Color. I loved it so much. My tier list would be like In Living Color's top tier, and then Mad TV is next down, but very close, and then SNL's like, there's like a gap, and it's below that. It's still good. SNL was still good, but like, they were so safe. They were so safe because of their time slot and you know, what network they were on and everything, and I understood it, but like, I always prefer the comedians that don't try to be too safe, you know? I just think it's funnier. Right? I remember The State on MTV. Oh, yeah. I honestly, when it came to watching TV, I didn't watch a ton of television, but like, I mostly just watched Comedy Central. Comedy Central and cartoons. And I really didn't care about much else. Usually my mom was just sitting there watching something while she was like doing various tasks and things. She would have the TV on while doing whatever else. She was always multitasking, and she would have like a lot of sci-fi on and History Channel. So those were other things that I'd see quite a bit of. But when it was like my turn on the TV or something, and I was picking the channel, it was always those. So a lot of the media that I've consumed was just when Comedy Central was mostly stand-up comedy, I would just sit there and watch endless amounts of stand-up comedy. That was just my favorite thing, you know? We toss those clips together from sketch shows. Yeah. That would be good. That'd be really, really good if you're willing. Yeah. That's where the dry wit comes from. No, it comes from my grandparents, I'm gonna be honest. Everyone in my family, like, consumes that kind of media, like very dry stuff, reads very dry stuff, you know, for humor, and we all like that kind of thing. One of my grandfathers is like literally Norm Macdonald. As close as you can get to Norm Macdonald without actually being him. May he rest in peace. And to this day, I don't find anyone funnier than Norm. I'm sorry. I don't think I've found a human being funnier than Norm overall. Like, if you ask me who's the funniest person, I'm just gonna answer Norm every time. And like, yeah, my grandfather's Norm Macdonald at home. And he would do that thing. So the thing that Norm always does, right? Or he would do, is he would always waste people's time. He would do a bit where his favorite thing was, you could tell he was entertained by this. He would do a bit and try to make sure that you couldn't tell it was a bit for as long as possible. And he just wanted to fuck with you. That's it. He was shitposting. He was shitposting and he wanted to fuck with you. And my grandpa always would do that to me. Always. He would like hand me things and he'd be like, could you peel these? And it would be, he'd hand me something and it would be a thing you can't peel. And he would do it to me when I was little. So I would, as a small child, think maybe there is a way I'm supposed to peel this. And I would just keep my head down. I'd be quiet and be like trying to figure out, like, can I peel this thing? Like, is this possible? It would be like a banana that was already peeled, right? Something like that. And I'd be like, what do you mean? And he'd be like, just peel it. And I'd be sitting there trying to figure it out. I'm like, oh, okay. And he'd just be laughing to himself, just sitting there laughing. Like, she's trying to figure out how to peel the banana. It's already peeled. Like, oh my God. Shit like that. Like just absolutely fucking with me. And so when I was really little, I developed a sense of like that kind of dry shit like really early, because it was he had no problem doing it at like some kid's expense, right? It was fucked, and it was just, honestly, it was so funny. It was so funny. And now I do that shit to kids, right? It like, if a small kid in the family, they're like, you know, 5, and they're like, where's the bathroom? I'll always tell them it's in the wrong spot. Always. I'll be like, it's the door on the left, and there's no left door. They walk down the hallway and the left is just a wall. And they're like, what? And I'm like, it's on the left. And I just do it to kids every time in the family. It's so funny. It will never not be funny. You know? It's a cycle. It's a never-ending cycle. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever found a single human funnier than Norm. And there are people who can be just as funny, but like consistently, all the time, it's Norm, right? For me, peel the steak. And then I wouldn't trust him because there's, let's say it's like skirt steak. There is actually this like, what do they call it? Do they call it like the silver, not silver lining. It's like the something skin. When you buy like a skirt steak or flanks, there's always this like peelable thing, or not always, but sometimes the butcher doesn't take it off. Silver skin, yeah. You can peel that off. And so when he would hand me something like that, where he'd actually be like, "Hey, peel this off," I would like think he was fucking with me every time. And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, peel the fucking steak? Yeah, okay, yeah, let me peel the goddamn steak." And then he'd be like, show me, and I'd be like, "Oh, okay." Okay, all right. You're not fucking with me, got it. But I became really good over time at telling if he was fucking with me or not. So like eventually, like that was never an issue, you know. But growing up like that is just fucking funny. I was gonna say you can peel membranes off steaks. Yeah. I was trying to remember the actual word for it, like, because there's membrane, but yeah, silver skin was the word. Norm is a master of it, though. Absolutely. Miss Norm. I was watching, like, some clips of him the other day. I always just go back. I always do. And one of my favorite bits is, there's this clip of him where he's on... Whose show was it? It was a late night show. Oh, he was on Conan. He's on Conan. And he starts doing this bit. And Conan brings something up. And Norm loves to bait other celebrities on television into agreeing with him on, like, wrong or weird or off takes. So that person looks a little bad. Because it's funny. So what he did was Norm started going off. And he's like, "Where's your name from? You know, McDonald, you Irish?" And he was like, "No, actually, I'm Polish." Complete bullshit, by the way. He's like, "No, I'm Polish." Conan's like, "Well, oh, really? You're Polish?" And he's like, "But McDonald." He's like, "Yeah, well, my parents actually changed their name to McDonald." By the way, everything Norm is about to say in this is fake. He says, "Yeah, they changed their name because, you know, people really they're like racist toward Polish people." Which is like really not that common at all in the US. It's like not really a big problem. You never hear about that, right? But he like brings it up. He's like, "Right?" And Conan's going, "Uh-huh." And he's like agreeing because as a TV show host, you know what I mean? You're like, "Oh yeah." He's getting Conan to agree with this. And he starts going. It used to be, look, everyone's gotten some amount of this, but this is in a more modern time, and he's acting like this is a huge modern problem for him. Okay, that's the thing. And so he's like, you know, I would go into, people assume things. He's like, you know, the other day I walked, I think it's like a deli or something, and I walked in and I ordered a Polish sausage. And the guy said, "Oh, what are you, Polish?" And I said to him, "No, what do you think if you just order a Polish sausage? Are you Polish?" And Norm was acting like he was so bothered by it, like that was like a racist moment or something. And he's like, "You know what I mean?" He keeps like gesturing and looking so seriously at Conan, and Conan's like laughing. Conan's like agreeing. He's like, "Yeah, and you can tell like he knows something's off, but you just see him acting through it, you know, where he's just like, he's trying to agree so that he's like working with his guest here. Because he like can't tell yet that like Norm is like fucking with them. And he starts this bit, and this is my favorite. He starts saying the same shit over and over and seeing how fucking long he can drag this joke out. So then he goes, "Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't like walk into some place and order French toast and think that person's French. That's ridiculous. You would never." And he starts doing this with like every food that has the name, like French something, Polish something. And he takes this bit and does this, like, he lists like 8 fucking foods. He's like, Belgian waffle. You wouldn't think someone's Belgian if they were a Belgian waffle. Like, it'd be fucking weird to assume. And he's just, and every time he's like, he goes, "Right? You know?" And he looks at Conan, and Conan keeps like agreeing with it. He's like, "Yeah, He's like, "Yeah, it's like, it's racist. French fries, right?" And he's doing this, and it's going on for like well over a few minutes, and eventually, like, you can tell that he's just fucking with Conan, and Conan keeps agreeing with him because as the TV show host, like, you know, you're supposed to humor people, you know. And it was just an English muffin. You wouldn't think they're British, and eventually Conan's like, he like starts catching on, and you just see like Norm's endlessly entertained. I will never not think that shit's funny. Just him, like, absolutely wasting someone's time for as long as he possibly can. And then also baiting him into, like, acting like he thinks that this is, like, a real problem in this country or something. Canadian bacon, right? It's my favorite. Just sitting there and getting someone to like, look bad. Just a little bit. Because they're agreeing with you. And he'll throw himself under the bus, right? He'll be saying this shit so seriously. And people are like, oh, wow, what is he saying? What is he talking about? Yeah, he's yes-anding him. And then when you see the moment where Conan realizes that this is going on, he's just like, all right, buddy. Okay. I love it. It's the same thing with the moth joke. You take it as far as you possibly can, so you just like drain the absolute like soul out of people around you. So that you're just causing them to feel so like confused. And because you sit there and you pull them along in this joke for so long, when they finally realize you've been fucking with them, it's just so good. It's so good. The knick-knack joke? Oh, it's a knick-knack paddywhack. Yeah. Oh my god, that one. He sets up the whole story to create a character, and then you realize it's just a lyric. God, I hate it. I hear it all the time. That one joke. Like, want to hear a joke? That one, that joke can die in a fire. Yeah. Man, so funny. First time I saw Norm, it was this movie Dirty Work, and still love it. Yeah, his acting was still good too. His acting was great on top of just like his base comedy. I really liked on his podcast, his late shows and things. There was one, especially on one of his shows, he had this segment called Jokes. It was just called Jokes, and he would write jokes throughout the week, and a lot of them wouldn't be that good, because when a comedian has like a set that they're doing, it's their best stuff out of like piles of material that they've written and worked on. So he would take every piece of shit joke that was like not that great, and he'd write them out and save all of them, and then he'd put them on cue cards, and he'd sit there and read them and get like other comedians that were on his show as guests to read them. And some of them were so bad, but they were really, really good at the same time. They were so terrible. And that was my favorite segment that he would do, honestly. He'd just sit there and read out all the shit jokes that he wrote throughout the week. It's like their top 5% of jokes you see in a special. You know how you could ruin comedians for yourself? Absolutely ruin a comedian in your mind. Is go see their comedy show in 2 locations, the same tour. Watch their whole set at one location in a tour, and then go somewhere else and watch their set again in another location and watch them do the same set again. Fucking ruins. Now, some people like just enjoy the performance. Some people it breaks their immersion so hard, because you think everything's off the cuff, and the original thoughts were off the cuff. They're coming up with it, but they practice it so it's the best version of it, you know? It's terrible. That's why the best time to see a show is at like the end of the tour, when they've done it a lot of times and they've figured out like what's the best way to do this. John Mulaney will stay funny in my mind. He released another comedy special after all of his dark shit happened, and he actually jokes about all of that dark shit, right? And he like talks about it, and it was one of the funniest specials. I actually really like it. Because he basically went through drugs, like cheating on his wife, like all this stuff, right? He had like the fame got to him, and the life of being a comedian and a comedy writer got to him, and he ended up going down a dark path, right? Got into funny little drug abuse, you know, and all this bad stuff. And they held an intervention for him, and they put him through rehab, and he is now rehabilitated, and he's doing so much better. And people were really mad at him because some of the bad things he did while he was an addict, one of them was like cheating on his wife, and like people were very angry about it, because his early comedy specials on Netflix that a lot of people watched had a lot of him like talking about how much he loved his wife, and then people saw that and they were like, oh, you know. So he decided he was gonna like completely face it head on and talk about it very truthfully. And then he just went and like did the whole thing in his special. And it was really good, actually. It was really, really, really good. I loved his special. I recommend you watch it, genuinely. Making me want to cry. He was a hero, truly. That's why you should never look up to people like that. You know what I mean? Look up to individual things that they do, but don't take one person and make them infallible in your mind. Never. There's some people that at the end of their lifespans, you can look back and be like, truly, they were mostly infallible. Like, they did a lot of good. And I think it's good and okay to look back at people who have lived complete lives and be like, yeah, that was great. But like, you know, in real time, it's a little weird. Teddy Bear, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Welcome on in. Welcome. But yeah, just kind of... I usually look up to people taller than me. Anyway. Yeah, look up to their individual things, right? Someone does a good thing and be like, I really like the way they do that thing, and I would like to assimilate that into me. I want to do that too. Like, that's good. Because then they do some other bad shit. You're like, well, I liked that other thing they did, though. Right? That's totally healthy way to do it. Look at their works, their actions. You can like an artist, you can like a singer who's a terrible person and be like, well, their work is great, and separate it. So you could separate all of their actions from them too. Instead of looking up to them 100%, you could be like, well, I think they have a lot of good traits that together are really nice, and I like those good traits. Just look at it that way, and you're fine. I idolized GEEGA until she got into that MLM. Me selling Ryuko Cutco knives in the DMs. I got something for you. And you know, you look back at some people and they weren't great, but you could still, even if someone turned out to be terrible, you can still look at the fantasy of a thing and be like, I like that. So even John Mulaney, yeah, he ended up getting into drug abuse and like totally changing as a person and doing bad shit. You can look at him and the I love my wife bits and him telling stories about the good times and look up to those good times. Right? Even knowing that the bad shit happened, you could still be like, well, I want to be like that version of him. In the way he treated his wife, you know, during the good times. You can separate things like that and use good things as an example. But also, like, there are probably people, like, around you in your real life that are just normal. Right? You probably have some neighbor somewhere, some old couple somewhere that's, like, still together and they're real nice to each other, and you can just be like, well, there's a great example. You know? The context doesn't matter unless you want it to matter. That's how I feel. When people see someone do something bad, and they're like, but I liked that thing that they did, and now that means that there's no hope and it'll always be bad. Like, that's usually not true. Things happen, and people do bad things, but, like, so many of these situations still come out the other side being good, right? Everything's nuanced. So it's fine to look at things and be like, well, I liked the good parts of it. You know what I mean? Nah, if they did a bad thing, everything else they did was also bad. That's the other thing. If someone does a really awful thing, I think it's really good to allow people the space and the time and the grace to learn from it and to get better. Because if someone did something terrible, you know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even 3 years ago, and I meet them now in present day, and the current them wouldn't do that thing, then they wouldn't do that thing. If someone says, oh, did you know 5 years ago he did this, she did this, but the person I know right now wouldn't do that, then I don't care. You know what I mean? There are a few things that are maybe like, but for the most part, I'm like, well, I'm just gonna take them as they are now. That's it. It's really hard with content creators because, like, everything's so documented. Everything's documented or said in some way, or, you know, people assume a lot of things. It's hard to, like, deal with, but overall, like, I really don't care. I care about how you are right now and how you're going to be in the future. That's all. You know what I mean? So that's how I take, like, if I see a celebrity kind of fall from grace, and then they come back and they're better now. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of, like, deplatforming someone or treating them like shit if they're just trying to not be like that, right? Or if the worst is, like, when someone did something really bad in the past and they've gotten so much better and they have these, like, little slip-ups, but those little slip-ups really aren't bad. It's maybe, like, communicating poorly or something, but not actually that they're doing something awful. And then people roast them over it because they did this one thing. I'm like, what if someone did this to you, bro? Like, you'd feel like, oh my god, this is so unfair. That's so crazy. Right? So people do it to someone else, I'm like, it just means that they have no empathy. 0. You know, they don't have a full empathy. It's tough when 33% of your entire life is saved in a VOD. Yeah. Yup. Yep. Uh-huh. We all fuck up sometimes, so long as the person works to improve, all things can be forgiven. Yeah, and I'm not always, like, results-oriented, too. I don't expect you to be perfect now, as long as you're showing an effort. A lot of people that fuck up royally do so because they don't know how not to. And so it's going to be a road. It's going to take time for them to learn to not fuck up. Right? So people are just more prone to it. It doesn't mean that they're always bad. It depends on the person, really.
17 gift subs in the channel.
Moogie, thank you so much for gifting us a sub to Zoingo. I appreciate it. If they don't make a ukulele apology, I won't forgive them. I tried to watch that video. I physically couldn't do it. But the ending was so funny. Did you see that? The lady behind Miranda Sings, that old channel, did something that people didn't like. I didn't look so much into the situation, but I looked into it mildly, and it seemed like it was not good and inappropriate. She didn't do anything heinous from what I saw, but it was, like, not good, and it was enough for her to, like, apologize for it. But the apology video she made it so much worse, because she pulls out a ukulele and starts making a little song and singing her apology. And I was like, bro, do you want people to think you are taking this seriously? Because this is the absolute opposite way to do that. Also, yeah, she had that stare while she was doing it and her facial expression, and it was so theatrical. And the thing that kills me, somewhere toward the end, she reaches for her camera and looks like she's going to end the video, and she turns around and she goes, no. And then she, like, theatrically, it's so acted, goes back to the ukulele and sings another verse. She had more to add. And I was like, stop! Stop! You're acting! There's nothing sincere! You're acting! And then at the very end, she releases a banger that made me laugh so hard. She said something, and she's like, but what do I know? She goes, well, fuck me, I guess. She said, fuck me, I guess. And I was like, yeah. And I wish that was the whole video. I wish she said what she wanted to say very plainly and then ended with fuck me, I guess. I would have been like, banger attitude. Like, oh, I know people won't listen to me. Fuck me, I guess. Let's go, right? But she didn't. She just sang it, and it just came off so bad. You'd have to pay me to watch the video? I couldn't. I watched, like, I had a friend show it to me, and they were like, oh, she does this and this, and I looked at, like, those timestamps. But I tried to, like normally watch, and I couldn't. I physically was like, ugh. I could not. She tried to copyright any reaction to her apology. God. Well, not, I mean, like, DMCA, you can issue takedowns of things that use your likeness and your content. You technically can. That is how it works, but yeah. Yeah. Literal Bo Burnham skit, but unironic. Right, that's what it felt like. But bad. I don't know. She was like, misinformation, and like, she had some good moments in there. The thing is, like, I like read a little, I was curious, and I read a little more about what she did, and I was like, oh, she didn't, like, she didn't commit any crimes. She just did some stuff that was, like, a little weird and inappropriate. Like, it's clear from what she did that she's kind of a weirdo. But it didn't look like she, like, from what I saw at least, I don't have full information, but it didn't look like she super harmed anyone or anything, right? So if she had just apologized normally and talked about it normally, I think it would have been way more okay. Or just not talked about it, because if you look into it, it was like, it was cringe. It was cringe and weird, and inappropriate's the right word, but it wasn't malicious. She wasn't trying to harm anyone. And I was like, okay. Okay. You know, I just, like, got the picture from that, right? And I was like, I see what's happening here. But then when she really put that ukulele track to work, I was like, whoa. then any chance I had of, like, thinking, like, maybe she's gonna do all right in the future, I was like, nah, she's crazy, dude. Now she's just nuts, bro. Yeah, Streisand effect, right. She brought attention to it, and everyone was just like, now they know about it, because she did that. And there's that thought of, like, all press is good press. Like, all attention you get on you, no matter what kind of attention, is attention, and maybe you could turn it into something. But this one, I don't know. I feel like she'd get a lot of attention on that video, but I don't think it's going to carry over for the future. She wasn't trying to harm anyone, but damn, I took mental damage. Yeah, I was just sitting there thinking about it. Thinking about her age and being like, I can't imagine doing what she's doing, but, all right. Okay, man. But the video, honestly, really fucking funny. Really fucking funny, man. Oh. I don't know. The way to do it is to just, like, not do it. Just don't say anything. Don't say a damn thing, or hire a PR team, let them say something. Let them write something up. That's the way. Anytime I've had a friend, like, say something, it was taken out of context, people think they're bad, and, like, now they're like, oh, okay. Now I have to answer for this, now I should say something. I always say to them, I'm like, don't say a damn thing. Nope. Don't say shit. And they never listen. They draft up a statement. They're like, does this look good? And I'm like, look, I'll proofread this, but, like, still don't say anything. You know? Like, it's not worth it. Have you not heard of Shut the Fuck Up Friday, where you just keep quiet and don't self-incriminate? Yeah. Yeah, because pretty much everything is, like, gonna have the Streisand effect, you know? If you didn't actually do anything, like, really wrong, just don't even talk. It's not worth it, right? Let people punch the air, right? Let them fight some ghosts. Right? Let them fight ghosts. Block some words on Twitter, you're good. It'll blow over, right? Right. People will always look for the next thing, so you're fine. I don't know, man. It's just funny. It's just funny. That's the thing, is I say that to friends, but then when I watch someone who, like, I don't know, I don't have, like, a personal connection to, like, fuck up and, like, release a bad apology and stuff, it's, like, so hard to... You start rubbernecking, right? It's so hard to look away. It's so interesting. It's so interesting to look at, but I don't know. I try to avoid it because I'm like, ugh, it's like brain rot, you know? No, thank you. Nothing's ever improved for someone screenshotting a Notes app apology or explanation. I think the only... I talked about this before. The only redemption, like someone addressing something that I've seen that I thought was good and well done and should have been done the way it was 100% was Quite. Do you know the YouTuber Quite? He also streams. He's got a VTuber model, but he's not really, like, a huge part of the VTuber community. He's more so, like, on standard YouTuber community side. He's that guy in the green hoodie with the sunglasses and the face mask. Someone tried accusing him of some bad shit, and the person who was accusing turned out to actually be the person who was doing that bad stuff. There was, like, some weird projecting and all this stuff going on. And what he did was he quietly and slowly went through all the evidence and compiled it really nicely, and he made a video that, like, completely destroyed that other person's, like, everything. Like, it was so thorough. And, like, I had so much respect. I already knew him because he's also in MSM, and I know him through that, and I've spoken to him before, and I already respected the dude because he's just a nice dude, you know? And then I saw that, and I was like, holy shit, this was so good, so thorough. Yeah, he Uno reversed so well. He just stayed quiet until he felt like he was like thorough about it and went through and refuted everything and put himself out there too in ways he hadn't before. He hadn't showed his face. He hadn't shown his face at all, and he ended up showing his face for that because the person doxed him anyway. And so he showed his own face to kind of like take ownership of it. You know, he's like, yes, this is me, and blah, 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 and went through everything, and it was so well done. It's like, holy shit, man. This is incredible. I was like clapping. I was like, damn, dude, you really did it. You really did it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh god, there was another guy in a green hoodie with the face mask that ended up being a groomer. Are you thinking about the Quite situation where he actually, like the one I'm talking about, where he actually completely refuted everything? Because you may not have seen the follow-up. That's the problem, is a lot of people didn't see the follow-up. But if you do see it... Oh, that guy! Yeah. I don't know. I don't look into it usually. I looked into that one because Quite was someone that I actually knew. And I was like, oh god, no way, right? If it's someone around me, I'll look into it and be like, oh fuck. Check if it's real. And when I checked through that, I was like, this smells sus. I hope this dude's okay, you know, like hope he's all right. And then he was all right. Completely okay. And I was like, oh shit. And the way he like laid it out was so well done. I hope people kind of take notes for that. You know? Yeah, that guy, the other one, I like never looked into it. I just vaguely remember it happening. Yeah. It was deep in stream, subbed way too long. Yeah. If it happens, hey, you just disengage. Don't fall to that sunken cost fallacy and be like, oh my god, I put so much effort in, whatever. Take the good from it that you got and go, thanks, buddy, unsub, move on, right? The best thing you can do when someone's done something awful, the best thing you can do to like make a streamer actually fade out into obscurity is not sitting there and hating online, because that just brings more attention to them. That actually helps them. Not gonna lie. It hurts and helps in some ways. It's attention. Again, attention will always be a thing. You're giving them something, right? Don't give them anything. Just give them nothing. Like literally just disengage. Make sure that they get not into anyone else's brain, right? Because the more you talk about it, the more they're trending, the more people might see your reply somewhere on Twitter and like have more thoughts on it. You just don't want them to be in someone's mind. So you just disengage. Don't even hate watch. You're giving them a view, you know? That kind of stuff. It's the best thing you can do. If you like don't like a content creator and you're like, I don't think they should be idolized. I don't think they should be seen. I think they're a bad person or whatever. Just disengage. Yeah, pretend they don't exist. Just who megalo? That's it. People hate VTubers, man. Yeah, the normie sphere is still pretty weird about it. I think people are getting better. But they... It's the kind of people that would, again, like, watch K-On! and not only not understand it, but be like, what the fuck is this shit, right? like, they can't get into it. It's the same people. They'll see a VTuber and they'll be like, what the fuck is this shit? And, like, when you see... And a lot of people who are, like, VTuber viewers, they're like, I really don't see a lot of that. I don't really, like... notice like a lot of it. Just go to anyone's like video or content that has left the VTuber bubble and is reached beyond the intended audience, and you will see people be so fucking mean. It's a lot of people going like, cringe, cringe, anime cringe. It's just like, it's the same like 3 things that they like repeat. And I usually don't see too much of it, but occasionally something just gets past where it was meant to go, and like, oh. It's all over on Twitter if you're looking for it, not hard. Yeah, I just don't look for it, so I don't really see it, but occasionally a friend will post something that's, I see a post doing really well, and it keeps getting recommended. I'm like, oh shit, wow, let's go! And then I look at the replies or quote retweets, and I'm like, whoa. Yeah, always people going, what the fuck is that? They don't have any other sentences, usually. I don't know. Was that what happened to Cinder in her cover song in Twitter or something? Oh my god, yeah, she did a cover. And I think it was her first cover? It was like her metal cover of CPR, right? Was that what it was? And Normie Twitter picked it up and they were so fucking mean. I will say, some of the replies were fucking hilarious out of context. If it was something to actually shit on someone for, some of those people were so fucking funny. But then, like, when you look at the whole situation, you're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Like, just because you didn't like it or wasn't for you doesn't mean you gotta be like that. You know what I mean? It was like, oof. It was crazy, dude. But that's a really good example, yeah. It just got outside of the bubble. It started getting recommended to people that, you know, were like naturally not gonna like VTubers. Someone recently that made me laugh. Why can't you be normal? A person to a VTuber. Yeah. Fair amount of metal VTubers are also being really shitty about it. I mean, not everyone's like an expert in like every genre of music and gonna like do everything perfectly. If I see someone trying and I think the way they're trying is like not exactly right, there are two like good actions to take. Either one, ignore. Or two, if you want to get involved, gently educate. You don't need to reply and be like, oh, this isn't metal, actually. You're like essaying. If they have DMs open, if they have a way to contact them, an email even if you really care that much, and you can nicely say, it doesn't take any effort at all to be nice. Hey, I think this would be considered more blah, blah, blah. And if you want to be the actually guy, you don't have to be a dick about it. I think being like the actually person is always like not necessary anyway. Not even encouraging that, but like if you're really going to, it's really easy to say it nicely. So if you're going out of your way to be like a bitch about it, you're just like, I don't know. There was some effort into that, right? Right? Like a Normie Twitter took Kenya's design calling her an elementary school kid. Dude, I take personal offense. I've told you many times. I'm 4'10" IRL. Okay? I have a baby face. Depending on what clothing I'm wearing, people straight up think I'm in high school. Okay? There are plenty of women out there that just look like that. And they are way older than high school age. Okay? So when I see all these people shitting on a character because it's drawn, I'm like, do you act like this toward people IRL that are also just smaller? It's within the range of normal. It's just on that like lower end of that range. It's on one side, right? That's it. That's it. And that's just how it is. New girl in college who's straight up 70 pounds. People come in all shapes. Yeah. Exactly. So I'm like, I don't know. So when they see someone in real life like that, that they kind of misage, right? They think they're younger, and someone goes, "No, I'm actually this age." Usually the reaction is they just go, "Oh shit! Oh, you look so young," and it's like usually a good thing. They're like, "Oh, you're gonna be happy about that in a few years," or you know, you say your age, and if it's a bit older than they expect, like way more older, they're like, "Holy shit, good for you." It's almost always a positive reaction, but then the moment it's a character, they're like, they freak the fuck out. And I'm like, do you want us to never represent these very real people in media? Like, huh? I've seen people treat short adult women as children. It happens too. But on average, if you carry yourself well, people are just gonna be like, oh, wow, interesting. Oh, okay. They just like accept it. I don't know. Very odd, very odd. And then at the end of the day, it's also a character. I don't know. It's weird. Had a friend coworker and she was like 4'11" who had anime proportions. Yeah, there are people who actually just like physically mirror a lot of these traits, but they're adult women. And not everyone is gonna work out to get the fattest ass possible just to look like an adult, quote unquote. Not everyone is gonna put on tons of eyeshadow just to make sure you know that they're in their 20s. Like, it's a lot of fucking effort. They shouldn't have to. So, I don't know. That always bothered me. I look at that, I'm like, whoa, buddy, whoa. Whoa, man. No thanks. And they universally get breast reductions. Yeah, right, that's the other thing. Women with big gazongas often hope and pray for reductions. The smaller they are, the easier it is to live. Full stop. Okay? It's actually just so much better. Regardless of looks and your preference. I mean, just physically owning them on the front of your body. The smaller, the better. So, like... Come on, man. Come on. Go start drinking alcohol while walking down the street so people know I'm old enough. Yeah, like, what are you supposed to do? Walk around and wear, like, a tattoo on your face? Like, by the way, I'm older than 18. Like, what... what are you supposed to do? So people, no matter how hard they try, like, they really can't look that much older. My oinky splinkies are used to hold drinks and catch food. When you drop crumbs and they go straight down the middle, and you're like, that's for later. That's my snack pocket. Yeah. Yeah. At least they have a use. A friend had to get one a couple years ago because her back pain was so bad. Yeah, it's fucked, man. It's fucked. I don't know. Surprise treat for later. You're walking around, you feel something weird, and you're like, what is that? So you reach your hand in and you pull out a little crumb. Do you eat it is the question. Can I have a hug? That person asked while getting timed out. You're in a Twitch chat. I don't know, hug your monitor. Do you like rectangles? I don't think it's gonna feel so good. Or maybe you're on mobile? Hug your phone, buddy. I can't stop you. Hug your phone while I talk about breast reductions. It'll be like the real experience. I love you, iPad. Yeah. Hug your mama? Yeah. Go hug your family, dude. Go hug your friends. They need it. Please. They need it. That's just how it is. I don't get that cognitive dissonance. Girls with smaller titties whine and cry about wanting bigger badonkers. And then women with big honkaroos hate having them. Well, yeah, because they hurt. But then if they're smaller, if they're below a certain size, people will also... It's almost always dudes. It's never women. Rarely, it's women. Men will make fun of women or breast havers for not having big enough ones, and they'll be like, you, haha, look like a child. Oh, your tits small, haha. It's the same as if someone's like, your dick's small, right? And it's just like, why? The thing is, like, people can't see your dick, but they can see your breasts. So, like, someone just walks up to you and says a thing about something on your body. Unwarranted. It's a very weird behavior, dude. Like, imagine if you had, like, kind of, like, small ears, right? It's not a big deal. Just small ears. And some people just kept fucking walking up to you and being like, yo, your ears are so small. Your ears are small. Your ears are small. Lamau, what are you, baby? Your ears are small. Like, even if it didn't bother you at first, it would get weird over time, right? Now make it about boobs. It's odd. So many VTubers under 5 feet tall. Strange pattern. I think it's because a lot of them are of ethnicities that are on average shorter, actually. I don't think it's a weird pattern. I think it's because there's a lot of correlation there, especially a lot of the earliest VTubers. And then on top of that, I think if someone tells you that they are 5'5", you're not going to be like, whoa, that's crazy, and remember it. But if someone tells you they're like 5 foot, you're going to be like, wow, that's short, and you're going to remember it. And I think it's kind of like the bias in your head, just kind of selectively remembering the things that are crazy. Because also if some girl is like, oh, I'm 6 feet tall, you're gonna be like, holy shit, and you're gonna remember it. And that's just how it is, you know what I mean? Hi, IPN! Hello. I think a lot of them are actually average height, because a lot of my VTuber friends are pretty normal height. Right? So, I think it's pretty normal, to be honest. It's also premium on cute voices, which tend to correlate to smaller bodies. Yeah, on average. What the fuck happened to me, though? Huh? Why don't I have one of those voices, huh? I sound like this. Why? Hey, guys! Where's mine? East Coast. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. Vocal nodes? No, my voice was like this before the nodules, dude. Holy shit, where's mine? I want to capitalize. Italians. What? I want to capitalize on the Minnie Mouse voice, right? Hey guys, haha. Hee. Oh whoa, like where? Come on, man. How come I never learned to talk like that? Even regardless of pitch, just learning to talk like that? Man. Yeah, now I'm pissed. Nah. Where's mine? Voice brings me life. I actually like my voice a lot. I like mine. Over time, listening to it more and more, I'm like, no, I like it. No, I love your deep voice. I don't think it's deep. Actually, is it? I don't know. Where would you place it? Do you think it's like average pitch? Do you think it's like lower than average? I wouldn't say it's deep, because when I think of deep, I think of a lot of like voice actresses that are like, I think of like Eartha Kitt. Right? I think it's very like mid-register, right? And then depending on what I'm saying, it's a little lower sometimes. And I tend to not go super high unless I'm doing like a stupid voice. Right? Yeah, lower end of average, middle. Yeah. Kronk, yeah. I love Eartha Kitt's voice so much. So good. Why is chat popping off right now? Because when I talk, people sit there and listen. And then when there is a call to action, like a question that I ask, you realize how many people are actively listening because they all type. But for the rest of the time, they're just sitting there and listening. Because I talk really fast, like a podcast, and there aren't a lot of gaps. So people like just sit there and listen. And that's why even when chat's slow, I'm still pretty confident that people are listening. I remember the other day, I was streaming a game, and there was a solid minute where no one said anything. And then, like, the next thing I had said, I asked a question, and suddenly it was like, "Bah!" Like, it's just like a billion people just like, and like said stuff. And I was like, oh, they are listening. And I didn't do it to test them. It was just like how it went, but it was funny watching it like stop for a full minute because they were just listening to me talk, you know? But like when I asked a question, suddenly they were like, oh yeah, well I think. Classic Giga chat, yeah. It was just funny. Very, very funny. But like, yeah, I don't worry about that stuff. If I see chat get slow, I think they're listening, you know? And maybe I'm wrong, but you know what? If there are moments where I'm wrong and people aren't listening, it's better if I think they're listening, so I just keep talking. I love how this scrolled by fast, so maybe you thought I wouldn't see it, but you said, when I think deep, I think of deep, deep, deep cowboys getting fucked in their slaves. Ram Ranch! Oh my god. You have a lot of pitch range when you're talking, so it's hard to say overall. Yeah, I could go pretty high or pretty low. I can't go that much lower than I normally speak, to be honest. I really can't. I kind of speak on the lower end of what I got. I think. Country loads. Yeah. Yep. In the time I type a message, Giga's moved on to 2 topics ahead. Yeah, but I scroll up in chat. So even if you say something, that's why I like bounce back to older topics and like keep going back and forth. Because I like keep track. If you said something good, I try to scroll up to it and like hold on to it. So just speak your shit, you know? And if I'll get to it, I'll get to it. Right? Any vocal cords not get tired? I was just talking about it earlier. I was talking about vocal technique, how like, I like damaged my voice a long time ago because I didn't realize the way I talked fundamentally was like not good technique. And then when I had realized that I developed vocal nodules and that was my problem when they were like first developing and they were pretty bad, I talked to a doctor and a speech therapist. I went to like 2 people, and the doctor was like, you're probably doing something wrong. So then I spent time with the speech therapist figuring out how I speak, and they were like, fundamentally the way you talk is wrong. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? And they were like, well, you strain these muscles when you're talking all the time, and that's how you make your sound naturally. That's just what you do, and that's how you learn to do it, so you cause yourself more vocal damage. How? All my resonance and tension was in my throat instead of like like front of the mouth, front of the face resonance. You'd have to just look it up. I'm not gonna like re-explain it, but basically I like studied how that worked with this lady and fixed that shit. And apparently a lot of people do that, but it's not gonna cause you an issue if you're not like projecting and talking over a lot of loud noise all the time. Like even if you speak quote unquote incorrectly or with bad technique, it's only a problem if you're actually like doing that enough for it to cause you an issue. And I just was unlucky, and I was. Right? So like, you know, the voice equivalent of a 14-year-old deadlifting. Right. Or just anyone deadlifting with bad form. Right? And like pulling a muscle in their back, right? Same idea with your vocal folds and all that. So yeah, I fixed that shit. And now I don't get nearly as tired because I'm able to speak in a really efficient way. Like really, really efficient. Yup. In the same way, my throat gets so tense when I have to talk during meetings or whatever, since I can't stop like I can with friends. Yeah, if you just keep like peepo talking, but your form, I guess is the way to say it, is your technique isn't good, then yeah, it just kind of over time builds tension. And it's hard to get rid of that once it's past a certain point. How much do you need to talk to cause an issue? Totally depends on the person. For me, right now, if I stream for 6 hours, I start to hit that limit of like, okay, now I've built up enough vocal tension where I should probably stop. If I used to do like 8-hour streams, and I was like feeling like some vocal strain at the end, and that was kind of a big factor of me cutting them a little shorter. And some days I'll cut it at 4.5, 5 hours even, occasionally, and I'm like, I shouldn't do this to myself, you know? Like, so I'll just cut it at a good time. And that's it. You just have to learn to feel when you're actually getting stressed versus when you just need to like stretch out and like do a quick exercise to like redo your placement or something. You know? When you learn to talk, it's just RNG if you do it right. I mean, I guess, yeah, everyone just kind of has a learned behavior based off of what works for them. It's like how there's so many kids that have speech impediments that could be fixed, and it was just a matter of their parents not sitting with them and fixing it. Like a lot of kids that say R's incorrectly. Wherever, you know, they do like the WR merge kind of thing. A lot of the time, that's just them never learning how to say R's. And it's so learned that it should be shaped like a W, like physically in how they say it, that they have to sit there and literally practice it and develop their muscles to get used to that, right? It could be a tongue thing. It could be like the way they place their jaw and move their lips. It could be like a lot of stuff. And like speech therapists will just sit there and, you know, work with them and figure that out. But, yeah, it could even be like someone like me. I didn't even have a speech impediment. I was just causing myself vocal damage by not speaking correctly for like so long. You did it for R&W? Yeah, it's really common. That one in S's with lisps and stuff. Some people, there's some actual physiological issue that they can't quite get around. And then other people, they actually really can. They really can get around it. Sometimes even if you have a physiological problem, you could still kind of get around it, but you have to like game it a little bit. You have to change how you do stuff. My R's were L's. Oh, yeah. Didn't learn my R's until the 3rd grade. Yeah, my mom used to sit with me when I was little and, like, literally help me with enunciation. I remember when I was really little, if I said a word and I said it a little incorrectly, she would just sit there and she would go, you know, if I said, like, fire hydrant, I went like, fire hydrant. She would look at me and go, fire hydrant. And I would go, fire hydrant. She would go, fire... And I'd go, fire. You know, she would just do that if she had the time. And so since I was little, we just worked on that, right? And it was fine. And I didn't really have an issue with it. But I think a lot of parents just don't spend that time to do that. And a lot of the time it comes from not being able to. Not that they're always bad parents. Like, they just can't, you know? They don't have the time or energy. They're so busy. And so, like, that tends to be a lot of it. For people. Thought that was just normal with kids. Every kid does that when they're really little, but like if you get to it early enough, it's easy to work out. If you get to it later, it's harder. Now you need like a speech therapist. Now you gotta really like have them think about it too hard, and you know. It's a big part of it. I have a speech impediment, had speech therapy all my life, but could never fix it. Yeah, like I was saying, some of it's physiological and you can't always get around it. You just improve. You improve, and I think all that matters is that you're understood, really. Right? Getting to a point where you're understood. Still have a stutter at points. I do it. I mess up words a lot when I am tired or a little over caffeinated, I find. I start to trip over stuff a lot. And I should slow down, but when I'm over caffeinated, I'm going crazy with it. And so yeah, it is what it is. Whatever. You just say the word again. You just say it again until you get through it. What? I have chips, by the way. Forgot to eat them. I brought them here and I forgot to eat them. I have a tongue tie. I can't stick my tongue out and roll my R's with my tongue. I have trouble rolling my R's too. I used to be able to do it a little bit, and then I stopped trying to like practice it, and I have like a lot of tongue tension when I speak. It's a very like, it's a very Northeastern thing to like speak with like very forward tongue placement. And because of that, it's just hard for me. Conceptually, I know how to do it, but I'd have to practice it a bunch. You know? Can't roll my R's and I speak Spanish and Arabic. Oh no. I have that too. I'm slightly tongue-tied. Like slightly, yeah. That was something I worked out. God, Arabic. With no rolling your R's. Oh no. You can still be understood, even if you can't fully roll your R's, if you can just do like, instead of going para, you say like para. Like if you can just do that para, that's okay. That's all you really need. But yeah, some stuff it's like a little harder because you should roll it a little more. But if you could just do one, that ara sound, like you should be okay for most things. But yeah, there's some words with that double R where it just doesn't sound the same. You can't do it. Yeah. It'd be rough. We were trying to... Oh, tarde. Yeah, oh, it's hard. Tarde. Yeah. Kind of like a soft D sound. Yeah, if you could do one of it, you can get most words to make sense, kind of, sort of. But there's some words where you have to actually roll the R for them to know what you're trying to say. And they can use context to figure out you probably meant the other one. You just can't roll your R's, but like... There's some words where the like pero or that with the double R. Oh, for dog, you could sort of fudge it, but it ain't quite the same. Arabic has doubled letters and R doubled is super rolled. I know, yeah, it makes it hard. It's just anyone can do it, and you just have to practice though. I just gotta practice, man. One of these days I'll practice it. Maybe I should. I'll go a training arc. As a Mexican, seeing people try to speak Spanish is so much fun. I always had a lot of Hispanic friends. I always had a lot of friends from a lot of different cultures, and I got to sort of like try to communicate with everyone's parents. And all of my Hispanic friends' parents were like so cute when like they would get so happy if you said one thing in Spanish to them. They'd act like you were the next coming of Christ, and they'd like throw an entire party. They'd be so... It was just so cute. So cute. You know? You'd say one word, and they'd be like, oh my God! You know? Like pure serotonin. Love it. Or like... Jamaican friends speaking, What is it? Is it like Patoy? Hold on. What's the name of the language? And you want to say like, give me a hat. I want to buy a hat. Let me get a hat. And you say like, me to like a hat.
This is their first
gift
sub in the channel.
You say one thing to someone. Patois, yeah. Yeah, your Jamaican friends. Dren, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you. Patois, yeah. That shit, the reactions you get from people when you say like one thing to them, they get so happy because no one tries. People try to speak Spanish and they try to speak Japanese and they try to speak these things, right? But you say something to them and they're like, oh my God. Why waste time, use lot word when few word do trick. Yeah, I was just talking to my brother about this the other day, and I was saying, like, I notice a lot of people think that when someone is speaking one of the major, like, Caribbean or Jamaican, especially, languages, people think it's bad English. It's just someone speaking broken English. And I'm like, no. It's a language based off of English. It's like a super dialect, almost. They are speaking their own language. Okay? They're speaking their own language, and people keep thinking that it's just people, like, not speaking proper English to each other. And I'm like, no, it's a, you know, it hasn't quite become a separate language. Not completely, but it's unintelligible to a lot of native English speakers, to the point where I consider it, like, you know, it's full dialect. And like, if you say I haven't done blank, I'll have friends say, like, me not yet blank. Me not yet blank. And that's like a very accepted and normal way to say that. And it's in that dialect, that's just how you say it. And it doesn't mean that they are incapable of saying the quote-unquote proper English. I haven't yet. I haven't done that yet, blah, blah. But saying, like, me not yet go. If someone said, have you gone to this? Saying, like, me not yet go is, like, just totally accepted there, right? It's just fine. But people will hear that and they'll be like, oh, shitty broken English. And I'm like, no. In this dialect, that's actually just an accepted way to say it. Like, so people mistake it. They don't realize sometimes that it's fully, like, getting toward being a separate language. It's interesting to me. Creoles in general are generally really cool. Yeah. I have a lot of Caribbean friends. A good number later on that I met friends that were African immigrants. A lot of friends are Asian immigrants. I don't know. I was a Hispanic immigrant. Like, so many. I don't know. I feel lucky because I got to get exposed to a lot of these things. Well, I don't have, like, super deep knowledge in any of them, you know. At least, like, being able to interact with it in real time is really nice. It's just really nice. In, like, a worldview kind of way. Prescriptivist linguist shitting and crying, like always. Yeah, look, hey, if a bunch of people speak this way and they all understand it, then it's a thing. Okay? Then it's just a thing. And you can't ignore it. Okay? Just how it is. Creole and other Caribbean dialects are different to the mother. Yeah. The way they've strayed from the language can be really heavy. You can say an entire sentence that just sounds like weird English in, like, patois, but then if you are listening long enough, you'll hear them say an entire sentence that is all words you've never heard. Ever. And so, you know, it's just a mix. Yeah, the underworld is a melting pot. Absolutely. Real challenge is trying to understand people who speak like Boomhauer. Oh, man.
But let us not
it's hard.
forget,
it's hard.
Dolphins have perfected language. We're all just too stupid to get it.
Them just clicking at each other, and we're like, huh? What did you say? There are a lot of different Southern... I was going to say languages. There are a lot of different Southern accents, and some of them, I just straight up, I have no clue. But it's not always the accent. It's more so is that individual just mumbling a lot. Right? You have it with, like, fucking Italians from Brooklyn, too. Okay? Somebody will be like, hey, Tony, what are you doing? And you hear that, and the other one's like, I'm going to change it on this truck. Well, Tony, I'm going to... And you're like, what the fuck is he saying? It's not that his accent is strong. He's mumbling. Okay? So some of the people where you hear them speak and you're like, what the fuck are they saying? Their accent's so strong. They have an accent, but it's more so that they're just, like, not enunciating. Because then you have Joe Pesci, and he's like, well, the two Utes, they went over here. And, like, you can tell what he's saying because he's enunciating, right? You know, it's the mix that's crazy. Patches Malone, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. I actually feel like Brooklyn accents are actually like really clear because a lot of people over enunciate. So even though like you don't hear me have like a really strong accent, I still over enunciate a little.
By the Romance languages, the fact that from those I can only speak Spanish but can still understand some such in Italian, Latin or French is really cool.
Yeah. I know more words in Spanish than Italian because I took Spanish in school. But I also have plenty of exposure to Italian. So if someone's speaking Italian, I can like tell what they're saying. Not because I studied it. Like I heard it a lot and used it sometimes, but like not well. But then studied Spanish in school, so the root words tend to be the same or very, very, very similar. So you just hear it and you're like, oh, I know what this is. You know what I mean? It's like, it sounds like a different pronunciation or slight variation on the same thing. They are incredibly similar. Yeah. Exactly. So, like, knowing one really helps you learn the other. But then it makes it hard because sometimes you can't remember which language that word is in. Like, is the way of saying this thing belonging to this language or to that one? That's why I put off learning, like, diving properly into learning Japanese for so long. Because I learned Korean. And when I would go and study something in Japanese, I would learn the word for it. And then I would forget later when I had to bring up the word. I'd be like trying to speak Japanese in mid-sentence. I'd throw in a Korean word and go, fuck. Like, because it's like similar. There's some sort of root that is sort of the same kind of. And then I can't remember which one's which sometimes. Or it takes me a hard second to, like, identify that in my brain. It's really hard to switch between the two, so. But I feel like since I haven't practiced speaking Korean for so long, or, like, only in small amounts, maybe my brain is ready for it. I don't know. Maybe it'll be more accepting. I don't know. Every time I try, I fuck it up. Because, like, how do you say it? If you say, like, are you ready? It's like, 준비 in Japanese. Was it, like, did you say, like, 준비 됐어 or something like that? You could say, like, 준비 됐어 in Korean, right? 준비 됐어. It's so similar. And it means more like, have you become prepared? Is, like, the translation, but 준비 됐어. Yeah, it's like similar enough. The word 준비 is the same. And then it fucks me up too because I'll like start throwing in a weird accent. And I'm like, man, I just want to like switch to one and like keep my brain in that mode. It's really hard. Why do so many VTubers know a little Japanese? Because VTubing came from Japan. And because all the early VTubers that were known were Japanese. And few people early on had interest in VTubing from the West unless they liked anime. That's it. Really love learning Korean. Struggle with Japanese though. I personally think Korean's easier, but I'm biased. But because the written language is so phonetic and simple, so learning from there, you can sound out anything really easily. It's not actually that hard, but Japanese just has so many more symbols to learn. And not even talking about kanji, right? Each symbol is an entire syllable, whereas in Korean each symbol is a letter, just like English. It's because it's like that, it's really easy to learn the written language, and then being able to sit around and search stuff, like look at a word and go, I don't know what that is, and then search it. It's just like simpler to sound out in that way when you're starting out. But once you learn, if you learn both written languages, then it's kind of an even playing field, to be honest. Why'd you start learning Korean? Because I had to physically be there. Learn it or perish, you know? Tone matters too. In Korean, no. No. Well, some regional stuff, some dialects, yes. And to get your tone across of what you're trying to say, yes, but the same way in English. The same, like if you're angry, it's not tones like in Mandarin or Cantonese even, where they're like, Canto has so many tones, but yeah, it's not as difficult like that, where it actually changes the meaning of that individual syllable or anything. There are one or two things in Korean in like older speech that actually do use tones, but they're very few and far between, and there are more modern words that you use usually anyway, so you don't need to. Tone like pitch and inflection. Right. I'm thinking of like, you mean tone like Mandarin tonality, which is different. You know what I mean? Did you teach English in Korean? No. I helped people around me with it, but I didn't. No, I did not go to there to teach. It was much earlier than that when I went there. If it's Mandarin, there are 4 main tones. You can, yeah. And then Canto goes crazy. It goes hard. It goes so hard. It's yeah, no, there's none of that in Korean. So it's just like Japanese, where like it honestly, same amount of inflection and changing the meaning of something based on how you say it as English. It doesn't change the base meaning of the word, but it changes the feeling or the nuance maybe. But it's not, not going to change the base meaning. Is Korean more lyrical? What do you mean by that? Specify. Korean can sound really pretty when you sing it. It could also sound really ugly when you speak it. Just depends on what you're saying. I think actually Korean sounds really cute at times. Like, I don't remember what they call it. There are these words where you use these double letters. And a really good example is like, if something's clean. If something's clean. 깨끗해. 깨끗해. Right? That ge is like a double G. Or, I know it sounds like a K, but it's not actually a K. There's a different letter for K. And that, and then like warm, 따뜻해, is it just sounds cute to me. I don't know. 따뜻해. I don't know. It's cute. I like it. Yeah, the one that you typed, Oshi, that's the actual like letter for like a K sound. I'm talking about the one where it's just one of those lines. It looks like a backward F, the one that you wrote. Just take out that middle line. That's like the G. 기억. And then take that and write it double, like squish together 2 of them in a syllable. That's the sound I'm talking about. Yeah. Heard some people say that some languages sound naturally more melodic. Oh, I guess like when you're hearing someone speak. I mean, maybe, because like, okay, so if you're trying to speak with an imperative tone, right, in Korean, you could tell someone like, stop, don't do that, hajima, right? If they keep doing it, you want to say like, I said stop. You could say haji 말라고, but you won't say haji 말라고 and then just leave it. You go haji 말라고, like that. And like the ooh at the end is like the tone that I don't really hear that in other languages, that up down like that. And it's part of like the inflection telling someone like no, really stop it. It's just important to like get that feeling out, right? But the tone doesn't change the meaning. You're just saying it more forcefully, right? Oh shit, what the fuck? 아이고. Or when you eat food and you just go all the time. I picked it up while I was there and then promptly stopped. As soon as I got back, I like didn't feel the need to do it anymore, but you're like when someone says something, right? There's a lot of like little inflection things that you'll pick up, but it's not, yeah, like when you drink something, you go, it's like really good. Oh, it's Oshi's name. True. If you take out the O, his name is just fuck. Shibai. Should I not say that on stream? Don't clip that. Anyway, yeah. Anyone learning Mandarin Chinese as a second language is taught to speak as if you came from Beijing. From Beijing? Wait, with the like all the R's? All the R sounds? That's crazy. Because I always, whenever I hear a Beijing accent, it like stands out so hard to me. Yes? Really? They're taught with Beijing accents? See, a lot of people that I hear speaking, they're usually from like southern China, or they're from like Guangzhou or something, right? Or actually, yeah, sometimes they say like Guangzhou or they say like Guangzhou, and it depends. You can like tell where someone's from. Or if they say tsuga for like this. I don't know the tones, but it's something like that. Was the lead culture big when you were there? It was starting up. I was there somewhat before and somewhat after. Yeah. Very confusing. I'm Scottish, so we just have two inflections: drunk and angry. Yeah. I find that with Korean, at least, people speak very like lazily a lot of the time. They don't even like move their lips a lot. It's not like English where there's a lot of like. It's like very relaxed front of the mouth. A lot of the work is done by like the back of your tongue in shaping the sounds with Korean. And then it changes if you get angry. Then they speak with a more frontal, I guess, what's the way to describe it? They speak with more attention in the front of the mouth at that time, but, you know. I had a manager that was Korean, and he instructed us on how to say the names of all the best K-barbecue places. You know, it keeps happening to me. When I go to a place and I'm ordering, if the waiter is like actually just some old woman and her English is like good enough to understand orders, but you can tell that like she's mostly Korean. Also, I'll just speak Korean to her and I'll just order in that language. And then you know what they always do? They bring me extra food. They like start handing me extra shit and they're like, "Sobis," and they just kind of like push it across the table at me and they wink. "Sobis." And I'm like, "Oh shit." Thanks. Free refills, you know. And I'm like, "Hey, you don't have to." But they do anyway. Cultural cheat codes. Yeah. It's cute. Or there's one okay. There's one place where I'll go. And every time I walk in, there's this auntie who like she's like the host and she cooks some of the food. She'll like seat you and then like she'll do some of that stuff. And whenever I go in and she sees me, she goes, "Oh, 이쁜이 왔네." 이쁜이 왔어. And she like sees me. She's like, "Oh, 이쁜이." And she keeps calling me 이쁜이 and it's like really cute. And she cradles my head. She gives me a little hug and it's like she like holds the side of my head and like pat. Like I'm her baby. And it means like 이쁜이 is like it's like a name. It sounds like a name, but it means like little like pretty thing, little cute thing, little pretty one. And then 왔어, 왔네 is like arrived, came here. From the verb 오, just to come, to arrive. And it's just very cute. I like her a lot. I haven't seen her in a hot minute. I like her. My auntie. But like I remember she doesn't speak English very well. And she was taking my order one time and like I was with a friend and they were trying to say samgyeopsal and like it's pork belly. It's pork belly. And they wanted to be cool and they wanted to read it off of the menu and they were like Sam, you know, they're sounding it out. And I turned to this friend and I said, Sam, you know, and like coached them through it. And she just watched and laughed. And then ever since then, she just like gave me extra food, free food. She doesn't even try to speak English to me because she knows even if I like don't know a word or how to say something back to her, she knows like I'll understand it and I can like get what she's saying. So she just doesn't even try with me. I bring friends by who don't speak Korean and she's like, she just talks to me, you know. It's kind of funny. It makes me laugh, man. Mine's not perfect, but I can like absolutely sit in a restaurant, like make myself understood. So it's cute. Something really special about finding someone that talks your language when you're in an English-speaking place that applies online as well, like an instant report. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, whenever I'm in another country and I like don't know how to communicate, and then someone says something in English, you have this moment where you're like, oh my God. You're like, my people. And you feel camaraderie that if you were just in like America, you'd never feel with this person. They'd just be some guy, right? But then you're in this place, you're in this city, and you don't speak this language, and they say a thing, and they're like, where is the blank? And you're like, ah! Right? It's wonderful. You got an ajumma? I jokingly... Okay, so when she gives me free food, she hands something to me. I jokingly, every time I say... I call her Unni. Just, it's a joke. Like, I'm pretending she's really young looking. And she, like, looks... She's a really old woman, you know? Not old enough for me to call her, like, Halme or something like that, but she's... You know, she's, like, older, ajumma level. But I call her Unni, and I, like, do this whole bit with her. Like, only when she gives me stuff, and she's, like, endlessly entertained. It's really cute. And for context, Unni is how you'd call, like, older sis. Older sis. But it'd be someone who's within, like, sister age range of you, you know? Like, you wouldn't call... If you are 10, you wouldn't call someone who's 30 Unni unless they're literally your sister. Right? The gap between you and that person matters. Ajumma is, like, auntie. So if you are 20 and they're like 45, that's starting to get appropriate, you know? And then halme, well, don't say halme, it depends on where you are, but halmoni is grandmother, right? And so that's what you'd call them that, even if they're not literally your family member. It's like any other Asian language where you just use that colloquial term. When would nuna be applied? Nuna is a male to a female older sister. It's a different word. So Unni is girl to older girl sister age. Nuna is boy to older girl. It's different. It's easier when it's younger. You can just call someone Dongseng. Dongseng is like younger sibling. When you introduce someone, you'd be like, this is Uri Dongseng. Uri meaning our, like Uri Dongseng, our little sibling. You could say Nam Dongseng, Yo Dongseng for Nam meaning boy, or Yo being girl, the prefixes. But you can just call them Dongseng regardless. So that one's really easy to remember. But then, yeah, Unni's older sister, girl and girl. Yeah. Same with boy. If you hear a girl say oppa, oppa is like older boy, girl to older boy, brother. And then hyung is what you'd call older brother if you're boy to boy. So yeah, it changes it around. And if you call someone the wrong thing, it's like it's like kind of weird. Ajushi is the equivalent to ajumma. Ajumma is woman, middle-aged woman. Ajushi is uncle. Not middle-aged woman. It's literally means aunt. Ajushi is uncle. Yeah. So, and then 할머니 is grandmother, 할아버지, grandfather. Learn that from the manhwas of the spicy kind. Oh, when dudes like try to make you say oppa just because they want to hear it, sometimes it gets weird. It's like saying senior. No, senior is 선배. It's the equivalent of senpai. You can hear the senpai, 선배. You hear other similar. 선배 is the Korean version of that. Is one for younger brother, sister? Yeah, the one I just said. 동생. 동생 means younger sibling. 남동생. 남 is male. Because the word for man is 남자, and word for girl is 여자. So like, male person, female person, right? 남동생, 여동생. When would use the 님 suffix? That's like when you're being really formal. When you're being formal with someone, you could say their name and then put 님 at the end, and then a lot of titles also have 님 at the end. It's just a little reverent, right? Chebol. Chebol. Okay, when I got to college, I made some friends that acted totally normal and seemed fine, and then found out that like two of them were like chebol, and I was like, chebol is like a rich person. It's a really rich person, usually the child of like someone who owns some big company or something. And it's just like an elite class of people money-wise, because there's a lot of that in Korea, you know? And it's so funny because you'd be like hanging out with someone, they're wearing like flip-flops and sweatpants, they look like shit. Occasionally they look fashionable, but they're just chilling. And then your friend pulls up and they're like, let's go somewhere, let's drive. And you're like, cool, let's go. And they bring their car, and then their car is like a fancy Benz, but also they're a college student. And you're like, hold on, also you're an exchange student. Why do you have a Benz in the US? Right? Like, it just gets kind of weird. It's kind of really weird. And then you find out that your friend, you know, their parent does some crazy shit over there, and they just have the money, and that's why they're exchange students to begin with, because they have money. So, you know. Any Korean collabs planned? I don't really know. Okay. I know a couple of Korean VTubers. The one I know best... do you guys know Park Dona? Do you know Dona? She's a really sexy VTuber. Do you know Dona? I really like her. She's really nice. I went into her chat a while back, and I had to use my phone because I don't have a Korean keyboard on my normal keyboard. So I'm on my phone. I'm watching her on my computer with like my headset, and I'm just typing and trying to like be in chat and exist. And then she saw my check mark. She was like, "Oh, who are you?" And she clicked on me, and she saw that I was a VTuber, and she followed. Then she went like, "Oh, wait a minute." And she like listened to a clip, and she was like, "This is an English-speaking VTuber." Like, she was like confused. And then I was like, "Yeah, America is right." She went, "Oh my god, Miko Saram," you know, and she was like, "Holy shit." And she followed me on Twitter. And then we just occasionally interact. She's really nice. But I feel like I have like baby Korean. So it'd be weird, but at the same time, maybe it'd be really funny. Maybe I should anyway. Do a collab where we try to play a puzzle game together. Like we try to play Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes or something. But she has to use English and I have to use Korean. I can be like, I look at symbol, 무서운 그림, like scary drawing, right? I think it'd be really funny. she 같아, she, like, looks like a she. I think it'd be really funny. Play We Were Here, that's too much, no. I don't know if her or someone else, I'll see if I can find someone willing, but I think that would be a really funny video. Because I know enough vocabulary, but I would totally forget like a lot of grammar, like proper syntax to make a sentence make sense, and it would just be like so horrible. Oh, I'm dying. Thank you forever. Yeah, we'll get bangers. I'll find someone. There are a few people that I've talked to too, where I've like just been in their chats and everything, and like I think there's so much. Okay, so English-speaking crowds know a lot of JP VTubers, but the gap between the English-speaking crowd knowing Korean VTubers is like huge, which is crazy to me because they're doing so well and they're making great content and they're like really funny and everything, but there just aren't a lot of translators translating them to English, and then a lot of people, because they're interested in anime and all these things, like they know some Japanese but they don't know much Korean. That's just not, it's just not that crowd, right? So I kind of get why there is the separation, but there's so many funny people to interact with. Like, they're really, really great. So, I don't know. I think about it. I think about it often. And I'm like, you know what? If me and my broken language skills can make banger clips happen, let's do it. Let's do it. But I gotta find people that are willing, because it's also like, it can be really embarrassing for people to sit there on stream and speak shitty English if they're a Korean speaker, right? That can be really nerve-wracking. That can be really stressful. And it's one thing to just occasionally say something, but to be like, hey, hop in a call with me and do an entire collab, right? That's a lot. So I won't pressure anyone who doesn't want to. I won't ever. Can we shout her out? Oh, yeah. Her, wait, I don't know if the mods know here. Shout out. She does a lot of sexy content if you like sexy ladies. She's so nice. She's so cute. That's Donna. Yeah, P Donna _D is her URL. So it's like Maybe not easy for you guys to find. But that's her. My beloved. Oh wait, maybe she's gonna see that I shouted her out. Let me listen. She's listening to music. Oh well. I'll shout her out anyway. Yeah, I know she's live, yeah. The thing is, okay, so when you shout out someone, in that list where you see like your follows and your subs and stuff, you can see when someone shouts you out. So like, I didn't realize she was live. Wait, is she on a trip? Is she traveling right now and she's like streaming during that? Oh shit. Interesting. I would be respectful and follow when she's not live. No, do when she's live. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just don't like go bother her in her chat right now. She's streaming. You followed her like a week ago? Yeah, isn't she great? I love her. I love her. The only thing I get from the stream is everyone laughing. You just see all over the chat. Kiki, yeah. Yeah. And if you don't know what to say, just copy paste the just you know, assimilate. Assimilate, dude. Followed her instantly. I don't give a damn. One of my favorite moments with Donna is I think to this day she still doesn't know. I was in her chat like flirting with her. I was using English because I was on my normal keyboard. I was saying something and she misinterpreted it. I think I called her baby. Right? Because like that's just how we communicate. We just like joke flirt in little amounts. I called her baby, but she took the word baby literally. And I wasn't even like fully flirting. I was also like talking. We were literally talking about babies as well, like in the chat. There was like something going on with that, and I don't remember the context. But she was like, "Oh my god, yeah, I'm your baby," and she does this whole bit in English, and I starts going like, "No," like making these sounds, and I was just laughing so hard because I like didn't mean it that way. But she started full on like goo goo gagaing, you know. So then I just started saying in her chat, I was like, which is like peekaboo, like. And it was like the most cursed bit. It was this absolutely cursed bit. It was so funny. I was having so much fun with it though. I was just like, oh, GEEGA, no. I was like, how can I make this less cursed and just make it funny? I just have to double down, you know? She like didn't understand that I was saying something about baby. Like I was answering someone's question in the chat. Someone asked me something in English. I was explaining something to them or something. I think that was like sort of the context. I can't even remember because it was a while back, but it was just, I was like crying at my desk. Time to learn Korean. If you want to interact with your waifu, you gotta learn. Okay? You gotta learn it. There, I'll teach you. What do you, give me, what vocabulary words? What's some vocabulary? I'll teach you guys, don't worry. And if I don't know it, I'll find it for you right now. If I don't know it, I can still figure out which one's right. What you want to say? Hot Wheels. No. Doo-doo feces. Oh, man. I don't even know how you'd start. Cheese. Literally cheese. Cheese is like the best way to say it. I say hello. So in Korean chats, they tend to not use as much formal speech. They tend to use very standard inflection. It's not completely informal. So you could just use the informal 안녕, 안녕, which is hi. Normally, you'd only say that to friends. You wouldn't say it to someone who's older than you. The real version of it is 안녕하세요, which is like 안녕. It actually means like to like peace, to be at peace. And then 하세요 is like literally to be. So the way they'll say hello literally means like be peaceful, you know, kind of. But just the first part, just the 안녕, which means like peace, is a way you could say it. What's oshi in Korean? They'll usually just say oshi because it comes from Japanese culture when they're talking about you know, their favorite in VTubing and in idol culture, that kind of thing. It was very funny watching the Korean chat fill up with Latin script usernames. Yeah. Ice cream. It's because I said it the other day. Just ice cream is all you need. That's the thing, is a lot of food names and stuff are a lot of things that like are originally Western. They'll just use a loan word for. I'm lost. Help. The easiest way to say it is here. I'll give you help. 도와 주세요. 주세요. Anything blank. 주세요 means give me. And the seo is like a nice formal way, so if you don't know the person, that's, you know. But 주 is just to, like, give me that thing. So, 도와 is the help. 도와주세요. Please help me. And instead of just saying, I'm lost, people don't really say that in Korea. They'll say, like, they'll just straight up say, where is this? So say blank, the thing you're looking for. Let's say it's like the bathroom. 화장실, right? 화장실, the bathroom. 어디 means where. 있어요, to be. 화장실 어디 있어요 is where is the bathroom. If that makes sense. 화장실 어디 있어요. And then you ask it with a questioning tone. And that's honestly a better way to do it. Bro, who's this new chatter who just keeps saying they like my long neck? What do you mean? What? Koreans never admit they are lost. It's just not like a phrase you'll hear people say often. They'll instead just ask exactly where X thing is. Right? Like, directly translating I'm lost would just, like, come off oddly. How do you say hello, I don't speak Korean, but make it sound unreasonably broken? Is it because of my neck? Is it because of my neck? Huh? Is that what this is about? Well, I gotta bring attention to it, huh? It's efficient, okay? Look. The taller GEEGAs evolved to eat the leaves from the higher trees as the trees grew taller, all right? It's an evolutionary trait. And I am simply meant to be this way, all right? That's why all the VTubers look like that. The taller, not even just taller, but specifically the longer-necked VTubers evolved, right? From their longer-necked parents that were able to reach the leaves high up in the trees. Yeah, it's science. Get it right, dude. Anyway, what was that question I was trying to answer? I forgot. Oh, hello. How do you say hello? I don't speak Korean, but make it sound unreasonably broken. You don't need to make it sound unreasonably broken. A simple way that's like not quite exactly right, but gets it across is being able to say, I can't do blank. And something I'll hear a lot of people say that just like works.
To the cum zone.
That is not how you say it. Hanguk. Hanguk is the name of the country, Korea. Hanguk-o. O literally just means like language. Ono is a language. So Hanguk-o is the language of Korean. So you say Hanguk-o is your subject, and you say 못해요. 해 is like to be able to do. 못해요. 못 means I can't. Same thing. 일본어, Japanese. 일본어 못해요. I can't Japanese. It's like a little broken, but also totally accepted to say it that way and simpler. The correct way to say it is to say 할 수 없어. 없어요. You should put the yo at the end for formality. 할 수 없어요 is I can't do it. So just put the language name at the front. You could even say Korean in English if you don't remember 한국어, but you can say like Korean, 할 수 없어요. and like saying that, they'll be like, oh, they can't do it. Okay. Or if someone asks you if you speak Korean, you can just say 할 수 없어요. I don't know. I can't do it. Or even simpler, 몰라요. I don't know. 몰라요. Someone will go, can you speak Korean? Or they start talking to you and just go like, oh, I don't know.
Wait, what
Always
about
works.
my skincare routine?
Huh? What about it, huh? What about it? Hanguk, no, Hanguk, oh, you have to say oh, otherwise you're saying no Korea. You have to put oh at the end. If you don't say oh, then it's like, you're saying no Korea. But you want to say no Korean. If that's what you're going for, man. But literally saying, those are like really simple sentences that are great. Har su 있어, I can. Har su 없어, I can't. 못해요, I really can't do that thing. Those are all like good to learn. You know? Someone asks you if you speak Korean, just yell no loudly and then run away. I feel like everyone in every language knows what no means, right? You can also shake your head. True. True. Surely there's no way to misinterpret that. Yeah. I mean, there are always like full ways to say these things, but like, that shit's simple and easy. Right? Maybe we should do like a learning stream one day. I'll teach you how to like read and write it. It's so easy. It's actually so easy. So simple. We could do that one day. Maybe I'll grab someone who wants to learn and like teach it to them, and then you can like follow along. All I know is G is gun. Oh, because of the shape of it? Hyuk, yeah. We could do like, or I always say like hyuk, but it's like, ugh. We could do like the base letters first and then form it to syllables. The structure's so easy, man. Is this not a learning stream? Yeah, but it's not structured. I'm just like, what do you want to know? And I'll tell you like the easiest colloquial way I know to say it. You know? Sky of Roth. Thank you for the 5 months. Hi everyone, gang gang. Welcome, gang gang. Welcome. Would be fun if 2 chats have learning streams and then chats compete on a test. Oh my god, we could do multiple choice with polls. Oh, that'd be cool. I think there's an extension that lets you do like quizzes pretty easily. Yeah, there's something. Gang gang. Yeah. Sure, Mouse would love to learn. Yeah, we were gonna sit around and talk about it more too. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Quiz Kit. It's something else. It's like, was it Quiz Plus? I used it for a thing a while back. Ryuko with the Woo Child. You know, Child is something that like I heard so much, and I have to like try not to say it because I'm just so used to hearing that, and I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who should be saying it though. I think Numi knows Korean. Does she? Does she really? Even like a little bit? Maybe I'll ask around. I can ask Kyo. Kyo legit speaks. She did uni a bit in Korea? Oh shit, I didn't even know. How did I not know? She's a minor. Okay. Yeah, my language knowledge of it is super informal because it's like whatever I had to sit around and use in real time, but then there's a lot of stuff that like I probably should know that I don't because I didn't sit down and like really formally learn it from a book ever. So
it's been 9
there's
months
some basic shit where I'm like, what does that mean?
Oh no. Amazon effect vocal tract length equals 50%. Amazon effect
You
name
fucked it up!
equals whispered more than the prosody rate equals x slow slash prosody.
You messed
They're
up
coming
the
out of me
codes!
slash prosody slash Amazon effect slash Amazon
And now everyone has
effect.
to listen to your
Let's see.
shame. Now everyone has to hear it. Devo, thank you for the tier 3 for 9 months. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Take that. Doesn't work on resubs. I feel like wait, does it not? Maybe it doesn't. I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember because you guys always use it right. For the most part until today, right? No problem, Blues. It's fine. Don't care. Appreciate it anyway. Yeah, I don't think it works with resubs. Right. Oh well. Oh well. Anyway, we'll do a learning stream one day. I think that'd be cute. I'll pick someone who wants to learn and learn with me, and I'll go through something formal and see like what standard words I like don't know. You know, I think the thing that always trips me up is I have trouble speaking formally a lot of the time. So in Korean, the way you end a lot of words or sentences, you conjugate things in a way where there's this like formal ending. It usually sounds like seo or something similar at the end of a sentence. And a lot of the way I was taught to speak, I was speaking relatively informally, but it's like super rude to do that to someone that you don't know or who's like way
Funny
older than you.
words don't work with resubs.
Buddha Bear, thank you for the 9 months. So that's something that like I have to think really hard on, like how to translate some things. Or it's so hard for me like to say something is like something. I say, oh, it's like a baby. The proper way to say is 애기 for baby. 같아요. It's like a baby. 애기 같아요. I would always say like, oh, 애기 같아. I would just say 같아, and I would like leave it like that, and I wouldn't like conjugate it into any sort of formal version. And then like I would almost accidentally say this to the wrong people constantly because I was just in an environment where I could speak informally, and it just that's something that I know I have to really like try hard to do. I have to sit there and think, and then occasionally sometimes I actually don't know for certain words like the right way to do it, so I'll make a half attempt and people will get where I'm going with it, but like I'm gonna relearn how to do that properly, you know. Super polite to everyone. It's better to learn formal language and just be wrong about it. Like, it's better to accidentally speak to a kid formally than it is to speak to an old person informally. You know what I mean? One's an embarrassing situation, one's like a terrible, like, you're just rude kind of situation. So I don't know. I gotta fix that. What would you want to teach? I guess reading and writing is the best way to start. And then a couple basic words, I don't know. We'll see. I'll just go through something and see like what they teach first and go with that. If I could learn any language, it would be Norwegian. Norwegian? Why? Not that it's a bad language or anything, but like not that many people speak it. Why specifically learn something that only a small group of people speak? Do you have like a reason? Is there something that draws you to it? Or like, do you want to go there or something? If you could be fluent in another language, what would you choose? What would you choose, chat? I'd probably go for something basic like fluent in Mandarin because of the number of speakers of it. Right? I'd pick something that was like super high population. I would say something in India, but they have too many. They have like Hindi, they have Urdu, they have all these different languages. I feel like it's difficult. A lot of people say Japanese, Spanish. Spanish would be really like useful, I would think, in America. American. Studying Russian just to clown around with a single friend. Interesting. Mandarin, Spanish, German, maybe Swedish. Italian? You want to learn Italian? Latin because dead language funny. Yeah, but when would you use it, right? I don't know. Korean, I want to visit as a civilian. Yeah. Most Koreans get confused when I speak to them in the first place. White person. Yeah. A lot of people saying Japanese and Spanish mostly. Yeah. I can get that. I speak democracy. Let me teach chat AV incorrectly. I'm trying to see something. Dude. Ryuko, you gotta get your act together, okay? Get your act together. Got it? Get. Get, right? Gang. Oh, fuck. Probably German, so I could properly communicate with extended family. I feel like German would be really useful as an English speaker because of all the root words that come from German. No cap. Dude. I'd speak the oil language. Anyone saying German is psychotic? Why? Tried learning French and German, but realistically I should learn Spanish for the proximity with other countries near me. Yeah, just go for the one that you're actually gonna use. If you're not gonna actually use it, you're gonna lose it. It's gonna be like not fully wasted time, but not very useful time, right? You guys are so real right now. No cap, for real, for real. What the fuck? What's wrong with German? I don't know. Yeah, dude, don't forget I have like 1 billion German viewers apparently, according to the stats. You know? If I say one thing in German, they're like, oh, she's just like me, for real. Would you teach Greek? I'd have to know Greek in order to do that. And I don't know any. Why the hell would I teach Greek? Why? German compound words? Oh, I know. I have a lot of, like, German gamer friends from online. Ich ligma dick. That's so... Rico, so true. So, you are so right. So right. That's right. Yep. The thing I always say is someone will be like, oh yeah, I'm German, whatever. And I always go, yeah, something, 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 something. And then in the middle of there, I throw in, ich bin Deutsch. And they're like, no, you're not. I'm like, yeah, I am. And sometimes occasionally, like, one guy gets strict. One guy. Because I'll say, like, yeah in front. Just be like, yeah. And they're like, oh my god, it's so real. Even if my accent fucking sucks. They hear me say yeah, and they're like, oh, she must be German. Absolutely the fuck not. But it's funny. It's funny every time. That's all the German I know besides shit and dumbass. I see. So you know the words that, like, most Americans know, too. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I like... What would I actually use? There's so many languages around me. I feel like Mandarin would actually be useful. But the things I know how to say are literally like... I get geary with it every time. Every time. She'll say something in Mandarin and I'll just answer. And I'll just be like, Pigu. And she's like, shut up. Because it just means butt. Pigu. I just say Pigu to her every fucking time. And it makes her laugh. But she gets mad. And I will never stop doing it. He said ICH. Thanks for the bits. Thank you. Time for you to teach Albanian. Don't get me started. Me when I go to the poop and fartin'. So many German words are just not real. Pibu, no, pibu is skin in Korean. Pibu. Pigu. Gu with a G. Pigu. That's butt in Mandarin. It's great. Should alternate pigu and lagama. What I usually say to her, I say, well, I need the pigu. Which means, like, I love your butt. And when I start that sentence, she's like, oh! And then at the end I say, I love your butt. And, you know, it pisses her off. I haven't gotten her with that in a long while, though. It's been a hot minute. Sorry, the poop and fartin' killed me. Yeah. When I go to the poop and fartin' with my German friends. I love it. I love it. I love how you can, like, because of the similarities between English and German, you could just read some words and it just sounds like stupid, like, clown English. Because it's literally that. So good. It's time to do it again. I'm waiting for my moment. I'm waiting because right now Giri is, like, so immersed in Japan, right? She moved there. She's trying to learn. She's getting into it. And then I gotta snap her back, dude. I gotta snap her back into it and hit her with the I love your ass in Mandarin. But you gotta let her marinate for a while. She's in that zone, right? Let her simmer for a bit. She's getting back to cooking soon? Oh, I hope so, yeah. I can't wait. I need it. I miss her streams, man. I miss her cooking streams. Dutch sounds funny if you know English or German. Nina always like teaches me words. Like I'll say a thing and I'll say some English word and she'll be like, it's funny because if you say that, it actually means this in my language. And it's always something so stupid and like, I love it. I love it. She teaches me so much. It's stronk. I don't even know what the fuck it was. Stronk. The only Spanish I retained from high school was introducing myself and asking where the bathroom or bus stop is. Hey. That's a lot. Functionally. Okay. In real life? Yeah, stump. Because we were... What were we playing? Was it when we were in VR chat? And there was like a tree stump? I don't remember. I don't know. She has one with Nags tomorrow. Is she gonna... Do you know... Is she gonna do it in her old time slot? Or is she kind of shifting to a later night? At least EN later night. Or NA, I should say. Time slot. So that it's morning for her. Or is she going back to like her EST morning time? 12 p.m. EST. Ah, okay. Got it. She does jump around. Yeah, well, it's so much easier for her to... I assume that mentally she's used to streaming for her morning. So if she's adjusted to daylight hours over there, her mind is probably like, time to stream in her morning. So, I don't know. Whatever is comfortable for her. Sleep schedule's rough. It's hard, yeah. That's when Nags is supposed to go live. Okay. So, yeah, I wonder when she'll start. Probably not too much later. Because then it'll be, are they 12 or 13 hours away right now, Japan, from EST? I don't remember. I don't know. What's JST right now? 13. 13 away? Okay. Yeah, because we're EDT right now, technically. Yeah. It's gonna be pretty late for her. It's gonna be quite late. And she's the type that likes to usually go to bed a little earlier. Or she gets, like, good sleep, you know? Fuck daylight savings. I hope every year that it will go away. And every time it doesn't happen. And one of these days, they will finally phase it out. But I don't think it'll be within the next year. I think it'll be at least, like, 5 years out or something. We have to wait for the boomers to die? Yeah, I know. I know. Yup. What's your favorite spot in Korea?
One last thing about German.
Yeah.
Primatologists that study ape language discovered that primates use the same conjugation pattern as the German language. They would call pizza bread, tomato, cheese.
Cute. I always love videos where they're showing them teaching like gorillas sign language and they're talking about how they communicate. I love that shit. I love it. And they'll be like, or that one gorilla that had the kitten, she would call it like, this is Miss Gray. This gray kitten, her name is Miss Gray. And like, cute. I like it. What was the question? Oh, favorite spot in Korea. The most peaceful, nice place to go was Jeju. Jeju-do is like a nice vacation spot now. And there's a lot of really good seafood. I know I'm a fish hater, but there's a lot of other seafood that they'll make and a lot of dishes that are really solid. And I love it. I don't know. Honestly, Seoul fucks. Just go to Seoul. You don't need to go anywhere else. But Jeju's really nice. And it's very vacation-y. It's very, like, there are a lot of photo op spots and nature paths and all those things. So it's solid. And then there are a lot of, if you go outside of Seoul, you don't want to travel because Jeju is, like, way on the other side of Korea. You gotta do, like, these mountain trails, climbing mountains. Because a lot of the mountains that you can go and hike, instead of it just being a hike, there are also a lot of, like, stops along the way that are very scenic. They have a lot of stuff that is built there, buildings, things. They have a lot of mountains that you can hike will have a restaurant at the top. So you can hike all the way up to the top. You're kind of tired. You sit there and eat and then go back down. It's just really nice. They tend to have a lot of, like, traditional Korean snacks and all that kind of stuff. Is Korea where you picked up your interest in skincare? Yeah. Yep. initially, yeah, and then sort of like revitalized it, got really into it in a science kind of way later on. I enjoyed eating boo. Oh yeah, I mean, if you're talking about in Seoul, honestly, so like Jamsil station, they have this station right under Lotte World, and one of my friends like lives near there, so whenever I would visit, we'd just be chilling in like near Lotte World, and there were certain areas around there, restaurants and things, that were just so good, dude. So good, man. Loved it. It just seems so busy with tourism. It is. That's the problem, though. But it's still nice. To be in Elote World. I miss elotes. I want some now. I would not want to live in Jamshid. It is busy, but like I personally like really like dense urban environments. I do. Man, if they made Elote World and it's just a million eloteros like walking around, just selling you corn. Oh my god. Fuck, dude. I want to be there. I want to go. Elote World. Corn? Can you recommend a good product? Mama's very dry skin is driving me nuts about it. You need a twofer. You need a twofer if you've got dry skin. You need a hydrating product and you need a moisturizer to hold and lock that in. You need those two, right? So I would say my favorite hydrating product that you could just get on Amazon. There's this Japanese product. It's a hydrating, moist, watery toner. They call it a lotion, but the word lotion in Japanese skincare means like a hydrating, watery product. That not like the US where lotion is more of like almost a light moisturizer. But it's from the company Hada Labo, right? Hada meaning skin. Hada Labo Gokujun lotion. And it's a hyaluronic acid product. It's just hyaluronic acid is an acid that just holds on to a bunch of water. It'll trap water molecules, hold on to them, and then slowly kind of lose them. And it sinks into skin cells very nicely. Your skin accepts it. So what you do is you put a product with that on, the hyaluronic acid, which is holding on to a bunch of water molecules, will go into your skin and then slowly like release the water in there. Wonderful thing to hydrate with. That's like my favorite hydrating product, and it's got nothing fancy. It's like just hyaluronic acid for water delivery and not much else. So if you're like sensitive or you're like not really into skincare that much, you want something simple, that's the one. And then for moisturizers, honestly, go to the drugstore if you're in like the US especially and get CeraVe products. CeraVe has this moisturizer for PM. It's their PM moisturizer. I think, do they call it a lotion? I don't remember what it says in the packaging. The CeraVe PM moisturizer has this like navy blue labeling and white on it. That one is the one. It's simple. It doesn't like smell like anything weird. CeraVe, it's called CeraVe because it's just filled with ceramides, which are natural fats. They're like lipids that tend to sort of naturally occur on your skin anyway for your own skin's moisturization. So your skin is not likely to like freak out if it touches a CeraVe product, right? It's like the most mild thing, and they're so good. Yeah, CeraVe is like my favorite for like a drugstore brand. Honestly, their whole line of products are good, but I think their moisturizer is the best. So if you are wanting that, get those two products. That's like my recommendation. Get those two and wash it off before you reapply. Boom, that's it. You don't need anything else for the most part. That's stuff for scars. Oh, to like reduce scarring. The thing that matters when you're trying to help scars, there's some active ingredients you could use. If you have like pigmentation, there's a lot of melanin that is sort of gathered in the scarring or the acne scarring. Products with vitamin C in them are great for breaking that up. AHAs that help you. Honestly, retinols and retinoids are going to be the best for that. But if you mean scarring, like the actual scar tissue, reducing that, the only thing that will really help is creating a moist wound healing environment. So imagine when you heal a wound, how it scabs over. And then underneath where the actual wound is, it's kept like moist and protected. And when things are well hydrated and kept like that, scars can heal better. So if you want to heal an actual scar, the best thing to do is to just go ham with moisturizer. Put a normal hydrating product on the scar and just slather it in moisturizer and make sure it just never dries out. And just keep it like that, not drying out for as long as you can, and the scar will heal as much as it can. And they even make these, I think they're like silicone patches. They make these silicone bandages that you can put on. And leaving those on also helps. You don't even need like moisturizer. And those, you know, if you get water on the outside, it's like fine, right? Careful, needs to breathe. Oxygen's important. Your scar tissue actually doesn't really need to breathe. It gets oxygen from your bloodstream, not from skin. Okay, your cells breathe because your blood delivers oxygen. You don't need to have it breathe. Now, you don't want to get fucking trench foot. So, but if you just properly clean, you'll be fine. It doesn't need to breathe in an air kind of way. It needs to be cleaned, if that makes sense. So if you're doing that sort of thing where you're like super moisturizing a scar to help it heal, when you're replacing whatever product you put there, yeah, wash it off properly and you should be okay. GEEGA's the first Sherpa VTuber. Oh, yeah. I'm an actual Sherpa tuber. Yeah. I'm streaming from Nepal right now. Yep. So true. My Nepalese queen. Yeah, of course. You know, I remember looking up how to heal scars and things really well when I had my surgery. Because there was a chance... Okay, so there were two surgery options for me. One was huge incision, huge scar. And then that was the approach we were going to take if we tried the first approach and it didn't work out well. But we had to do that.
Your skin, smile.
Dion, thank you for the 7 months. And then the other approach that we started out with, and it turned out we were able to do that, was doing it like mostly laparoscopically, making a few small incisions. So I remember looking into it. I wasn't worried like in a vanity way. I actually I think scars are cool. You know what I mean? So I was like, that's fine. But in case I developed some scar tissue that was like hard to move with, because certain types of scars, if they heal poorly, or yeah, like keloid scars, right? Certain things are not good like for moving around. So I was like, let me look into how to best create the best healing environment for this so it reduces down as much as possible in case I have to go for like that big scar. And yeah, I just remember looking into all of this, and one of the things, they call it slugging, which some people do this for their faces too. You put a bunch of really nice hydrating products on, and then instead of like a normal moisturizer, you just cover yourself in Vaseline. Okay, you cover your face or whatever environment in Vaseline, and you leave it on for a while, and then like an hour later you like wash it off. And it's because Vaseline will not let moisture pass through at all. So it's like putting on a face mask for like some deep hydration. It's very similar to putting on a sheet mask. Did you hear Wolfie in the bag? I'll feed him soon. I'll get off and feed him soon. But yeah, they call it slugging because it's kind of gross because you're like putting a lot of Vaseline on and you look crazy, like you got slug shit on your face, you know. But it works really well. It works really well. You just don't do it for too long. Like wash it off eventually. But basically, you could do that to scar tissue and it'll help a little bit. But no matter what, things are going to heal the way they heal, and I guess the way your body just naturally wants to heal is going to be the biggest factor, right? That's just it. And also, massaging scars and like moving them around actually helps a lot. So making sure that there's like blood making it to that region as much as possible, and doing physical massaging on it helps a lot. So like slug it, right? Do some slugging on that scar, and then eventually like every now and then wash it off and replace it. When you wash it off, also go through and do like a bunch of massaging and everything. Make sure that like blood is flowing to it really nicely. It'll help break up the scar tissue a little bit if you keep doing it over time, and then slug again. And that's like the process. But thankfully I didn't end up with like crazy scarring. I have some that are bigger than others. I have a bunch of scars, like a whole lot, but they're, you know, individually none of them are like crazy. There's like one bigger one and the rest are fine. So I was like, oh, I don't have to worry. And I still did that on the bigger one just in case it like healed in a certain way. But it didn't. It ended up healing like really nicely. So I was fine. Just had some minor surgery, was told by the doctors to literally cover it in Vaseline. Yeah. It's the idea of, like, pretend you're creating a faux scab over it, right? Just a protective layer where nothing can pass. It can help against psoriasis? I don't know. I've never dealt with psoriasis. I'm not sure. You could probably just do some research on it, but I'm not sure. I would say just probably gentle products that aren't going to trigger it. So don't go crazy. Use really, really simple products with simple formulations, right? Wasn't told about Vaseline, but I've done some scar massaging and Mederma in my day. Yeah. I think one that a lot of people will suggest because it's less messy is just those scar patches, like the silicone sheets. Scar healing sheets, I think, is like what you'd search for to find them. Something like that. Those are supposed to work incredibly well. Massaging is also a great way to move and liquidate lactic acid buildup in muscles. Yeah, that's true. That's true as well. It's the same idea. You're just getting, you're breaking up things physically and then also getting blood to flow to that area to kind of quickly metabolize it out. Massaging is good for bringing back the feeling. Yeah, the nerves. That's the other thing that they were saying was like, nerve endings are going to grow back a lot more quickly if you keep massaging the area, which makes sense to me. So I was like, that was my biggest concern, was that I was going to lose feeling in some spots. And I was like, ooh, I don't want that to happen. So I remember researching it a lot. And then those specific spots they did incisions in, I really don't have to worry about it. So I was like, oh, okay. I guess I've read all that for nothing, bro. It's good to have the information, but like, I didn't really need to do much about it. You know? Lips. Oops. Dad and husband both have psoriasis and do best with medicated lotion. Yeah, I think like things like that, you should probably just go see a dermatologist. If you got like a rough time with it, it's not like a little bit. See a dermatologist. Because a lot of specific things like that, they're going to want to give you something a little medicated. And a lot of skincare stuff you can't really get over the counter properly. So, you know, that's the best way to do it. Do you hear him? Yeah, it's about that time. It's about that time. It's time for my babies to eat. And we're running up on just about 6 hours, which is right where I feel I'm good. I think. Probably. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Very shouty. He always sits in the back and goes, meow! Meow! Nice 6 hours chatting up. Okay, so now that I've chatted for an entire stream, if I show up to my next stream, and I chat for 1 hour, and then I immediately start playing a video game, are you gonna be like, woohoo, game time? Or you be like, man, I wanted to only talk forever? Which one? Illegal. I will cry. I want to play games. Are we overthinking this? Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll just do whatever I want at the end of the day, but I still like to ask. You know? Because my thought process is, if I just start playing a game earlier, I haven't gotten the chatting out of me yet, so I'll just keep talking, and it'll be like the same thing, but there's a video game in the background. Right? At least that's how I feel. Game. Yeah, oh, that's the other thing. Okay, if you want to have any say on what I play, what games I finish on stream, because I start a lot of things, I don't have time to finish all of them on stream, but I'd love to finish some. That poll of, hey, out of these things, what do you want to see me finish on stream, is in the Discord in the announcements channel. Go there. Okay, it's the last post right above this live post, or the second to last. Go there and, you know, emote, react to it, to vote on what you want me to play. What you want me to finish on Twitch, on main, okay? Go do that. Or forever hold your peace. Forever hold your peace. I'm doing the voting in Discord, that way people across different time zones who are not like, oh, they're in that moment in chat or whatever, can still vote. So, yeah, I'm just gonna do polls there. For this kind of stuff. Because, it's like asking people, which I do this for fun just to see, but it's like asking at 3 p.m., hey, what time slot do you like, this one or a later one? At 3 p.m., there's going to be a lot of people that are in that earlier time slot, and they're going to be like, oh, I love this one. And then if I ask that same question at like 9 p.m., there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be like, please stream later, you know? Also, I'm doing polls on Discord as much as I can so that, like, everyone gets a chance to see it, right? But you have to use Discord for that, so I'm just warning you now. But so far, the highest voted people want me to finish Doom Eternal, the DLC. I was on the second DLC. Dave the Diver, and then Pikmin 4. Fight Night and Oberdin were the lower ones on there. Very sad. How could you? No, I'm just kidding. I expected that. I expected that. You want excitement. I get it. Fucking, I get it.
We'll vote. I'm personally gonna nominate
What?
GEEGA to play Bubsy Visits
Look.
the James Turrell retrospective.
You're gonna vote on what I tell you to vote on, okay? That's how it's gonna work. Only chat for an hour. Keck L. Yeah, it never happens, but one of these days I'll slowly pull it back. I'll slowly pull it back. Please continue to stream at 2 p.m. CST. That's when my break starts. So true. Okay, I'll do that, only that, forever. Stop revealing selection bias. Does it make you feel seen? Where is she streaming? YouTube. No. Always here. Unless otherwise said. Oh, that's the other thing. Oh, man. Okay. I tested out for many months making my schedules in the form of a graphic with some art on them and putting them on Twitter. Because I never used to do that. I only ever put them on Discord. And I always just had a pinned tweet that was like, yo, this is when I usually stream. Full schedule's on Discord, though. So I tried it out for months. And I decided... Yeah, the thing that I like about it is, like, showing art. People actually checking the Twitter schedule and caring about it, it's very few people. The conversion rate is, like, super low in comparison to the effort it takes to update it. If I'm gonna spend a few minutes on Discord and then have, like, another 15 minutes to do something else, that's better than me spending, like, 20 minutes going through and, like, updating all these little things. And, am I gonna... which art should I place? Should I do this one? Oh, I have to pull something from my art tag. Like, you know, it's a little bit of time shaved off per week, and it's not that significant, but, like, it's just easier. And I find that the thing that pisses me off is that I can't change the Twitter schedule. It's an image. I post it. I post the image. And it is what it is. And what people are more likely to check is my actual going live tweet and the announcements in Discord. But also, most people don't even look at my schedule no matter where it is. The majority of people just see that I'm live on Twitch and click on me. They don't even, like, fully remember when I go live. They just see me on the sidebar and they're like, oh, GEEGA's on! And they click, you know? Like, that's the average behavior, and I know that. So I'm like, why spend time on, like, the schedule? Why not just make this the easiest process? And then lastly, I can do time codes so that it displays the time the stream is starting in your time zone, so you don't have to, like, look at the schedule, and you're not in GMT, you're not in EST, and you have to sit there and, like, calculate. Now you don't. Now it's there. You know what I mean? So I was just thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, I liked my old way better. So I think I'm going to go back to that. I'm just leaving a pinned tweet of, like, when I'm usually live, kind of. But it may change. It's subject to change, and I'll always post about it in Discord and on Twitter. As, like, normal standalone posts. That's how I'm going to do it. It's just easier, you know? But I'm just stating that in case any of you did actually rely on, like, the image posts and everything. We're just going back to the Discord schedule, you know? If that makes sense. And I'm trying to, I forget to do it, and I'm trying to do it more. I update the schedule tab on my Twitch account on my profile. And I know, like, no one checks that, but I'm trying to remember to do it here and there because it's linked to my Google Calendar, and that makes it easy for me. So I'm trying to do it there instead of just putting it on Google Calendar, and that's, like, that might help because I know people can turn on notice for the next stream when there's, like, the shout-out thing and everything. So, I don't know. We'll see if... We'll see. But yeah, that's how I have it going right now. Those are the ways I'm doing those things. And I think, honestly, it's just easier. Way easier. And if, actually, no, I probably won't. I was going to say, if blank, then I might change it, but no. No, I think I'll keep it that way. I'm a Discord schedule looker and serendipitous Twitch clicker. Yeah. I mean, I've just tested around to see what the like average behavior is, and it's like so overwhelmingly just people wait for me to go live and they just see a Discord ping, or honestly they just check Twitch. And I'm not gonna lie, I really wish people showed up right at the beginning of stream. But I can't expect that. That's not the average behavior. I can't. So, okay. Whatever. That'll make my life easier and do the Discord thing. But yeah, that's how we're doing from now on. That's all. That's all I got for you folks. We've hit 6 hours and my sons are hungry. They're crying. So let me go throw you at someone. Raid somebody. And you can go and be free. Thanks for listening to me ramble. For forever. Who's on? Okay. Remember how I showed you Norin's art and how he's like slowly working on like some plushie stuff for me, some merch stuff? Not for of me, but of specifically the mascots. Let's raid Norin, because he doesn't stream often. Raid Donna? I'm gonna be honest, I would like to, but people aren't gonna understand her and they're gonna bounce really quick. I shouted her out, and if you are willing to watch a VTuber who speaks a language that you don't know at all, I would encourage you to go watch her, but I feel like, yeah, people will just bounce. Maybe another day, but I just got really excited seeing Norin on, because I never get to raid him. He's just chilling and doing some art. And he's drawing little animals, little characters that are based off of, like, peppers, like Ghost Pepper, Carolina Reaper. It's really cute. So we'll raid Norin, okay? Yeah, and here, I'll do a separate shout out for Donna in case you want to, see her. If you want to go see her, there's her link as well. If you're looking for music. She's doing, like, her radio streams that she does occasionally. She does, like, a playlist and just hangs out during it. And I believe she's just, like, in chat when she does this a lot, so she's not even talking over it much, so you can really just, like, put it on the side and listen. And it's just a chill time, so... It's probably one of her most watchable streams for you guys because, like, if you don't speak Korean, because you're just listening and hearing her, like, nice playlist. But yeah. She's not said a word. Yeah, she'll do other streams that are, like, you know, she's talking a lot, but she does radio streams, too, and I really enjoy them. It's nice. It's very nice. Yeah, she's in the chat. That's how she usually does it, but yeah, go enjoy Norin's art. Go watch Donna if you're so inclined. I'll be watching both. Yeah, her playlists are always good. And I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, the thing I'm planning to do, most likely, it could change, but I think, is I'm gonna stream here at 2 p.m. EST like I usually do. And then later on, do a YouTube stream for the Dokapon Kingdom collab with Mouse, Flay, and Haka. We're gonna do that. Okay? Because I think Mouse is streaming here. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. See ya.